In a world devastated by a mysterious monolith crashing down to Earth, everyone awakened unique talents of varying tiers. But our main character, he awakened the only talent of its kind in the entire world, the talent to plunder. As long as he takes down his opponents, he can steal their powers for himself. Right from the start, he plunders an S-class talent. Armed with a powerhouse stand to beat down his enemies, this S-class plunder talent grants him whatever he wishes for. He even hacks the gacha rates, guaranteeing SS-class item drops every single time. Your talent might be strong, buddy, but now, it is mine. Alright, enough talk. Let's get right into the story. The script is ready, and we've put together a wild ride for you. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. In November 2024, a mysterious monolith descended from the heavens, crashing directly into the capital of Japan. The massive shockwave instantly tore this island nation to shreds. The 5 great powers of Earth immediately locked down the entire region, sending in their top scientists to investigate. A new era was about to begin. 1 year later, in Hansheng, Huaxia, a bright, sunny day cast a warm glow over the towering skyscrapers. A red-haired man held up a picture of a gorgeous girl to show the guy in front of him. Hey, Lin Luo, look at this. A single 20-year-old Japanese girl looking to be adopted. Do you want to take her in? Come on, show some of that patriotic spirit and bring glory to our country. Meanwhile, our main man Lin Luo was quietly shedding tears, looking so overwhelmed that his friend suddenly panicked. Whoa, Lin Luo, why are you crying? Snapping out of it at the sound of his friend's voice, Lin Luo opened his eyes wide in confusion, thinking, wait, is this the office? Flashbacks of a desolate, gray sky and towering, colossal monsters rushed into his mind, making him wonder, wait, wasn't I just in the midst of the apocalypse? He remembered that 1 year after the monolith crashed onto Earth, the world had transformed into a brutal, real-life survival game. Everyone awakened unique talents of different tiers, unlocking supernatural powers through their new classes. Cities were completely destroyed by monsters, while dungeons and beast invasions broke out all over the globe. Humanity had to struggle daily just to survive using their awakened powers. The old world order collapsed, replaced by the law of the jungle, where the strong devoured the weak. To upgrade his talent, I was fighting off waves of vicious tiger-tier beasts to upgrade my talent, but my enemies lured a terrifying demon-tier phantom beast to our location. My brother risked his life to help me escape the dungeon, dying a tragic death just to protect me, only for me to be ambushed and killed by our enemies who were waiting outside. And the sole reason for all of this was because we refused to hand over our upgrade crystals in that chaotic era. Being weak was a sin. Shaking off his thoughts and returning to reality, he turned to the guy next to him and asked, "What's the date today?" The guy quickly replied, "It's November 12th, 2025. Did you lose your mind? Or did you spend too much time satisfying yourself last night? You've got to pace yourself, young man." Lin Luo didn't even bother to answer him, keeping his head down as he sank deep into thought. November 12th, 2025. I have traveled back in time. It is currently morning, which means there are only a few hours left before the global awakening. Right at that moment, his manager, Wang Jichao, walked over. With an arrogant, sour look on his face, he barked at him. "Lin Luo, your work ethic doesn't align with our company's values. You're fired. Go to the finance department to settle your pay. You don't need to show up this afternoon." Lin Luo glared back at him, a wave of irritation washing over him. This manager, Wang Zichao, was exactly how he remembered. I just got promoted to a full-time position, and he immediately found an excuse to fire me. In his past life, after the awakening, this bastard Wang Zichao had turned into a literal demon. He harvested the organs, limbs, and very lives of ordinary people to trade for upgrade resources, exploiting the innocent and committing unspeakable atrocities. He never expected to run into him again so soon. Ignoring Zichao's existence, Lin Luo simply turned around and walked away, leaving the manager glaring at his back with a darkened face. Scowling maliciously, the manager stared at Lin Luo's departing figure and muttered, "A worthless orphan raised by a thief actually thinks he's good enough for Wen Yuqi. He needs to look in the mirror." The fat guy tailing behind him let out a sycophantic laugh and said, "Exactly. Going up against our manager is just plain foolish." The bald guy next to him quickly chimed in as well. "Yeah, I didn't expect him to be such a coward. He didn't even dare to argue and just slunk away." Meanwhile, Lin Luo walked out with his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself as he left the building. In his past life, he had impulsively beaten up Wang Jichao and ended up being dragged off by the police department. As a result, When the global awakening began that very afternoon, he was locked up. Because he was detained for 10 days, he missed the critical initial phase of the awakening, and by the time he got out, everyone else was already past level 10. It wasn't until his older brother, Zhou Shengdong, a fellow orphan from the Fuli orphanage, who had resorted to stealing just to raise him, was released early from his 15-year prison sentence, that his life finally took a turn for the better. Because Shengdong had awakened an A-class talent and made a massive contribution to society, he was granted an early release. From then on, Shengdong always kept Lin Luo by his side as they worked tirelessly to level up together. Back then, Shengdong would shield him from terrifying monsters, always asking with deep concern, "Are you all right?" Covered in wounds himself, Lin Luo would quickly reassure him, "Don't worry, brother, I'm fine." Later on, after accidentally killing someone, I uncovered the shocking secret of my own awakened talent. The girl he had saved back then looked at him with admiration in her eyes and stammered, "Thank you." Even without activating his talent, taking a life allows him to directly steal the target's talent rank. Lin Luo realized this the very first time the system screen popped up. You have plundered the target's soul power. Your F-rank talent has evolved into an E-rank talent. What happened after that felt like fragments of memories slowly fading into the void. But my brother insisted on keeping our hands clean, refusing to let me take a life. In the end, that mercy only allowed the wicked to run wild. Not only did we fail to protect those close to us, but both of us ended up losing our lives. Back in the present, Lin Luo was walking out of a shop, clutching a bag containing some kind of gear. Reborn into this life, with all the helplessness and hatred from the past fresh in his mind, he swore he would change everything. If being good doesn't bring good rewards, then I will take matters into my own hands. I'll be more ruthless than the wicked themselves and seize control of my own destiny. Clutching his fist tightly, he made his ultimate life-defining choice. He would use the guilty as fuel to forge his path to the throne of the absolute strongest. As time slipped away, the sky gradually darkened. Inside a restroom, Lin Luo sat on the toilet, staring intently at the system status panel. Lin Luo of Blue Star, welcome to the new era. Starting from this very moment, Blue Star will unlock dungeons and mystic realms of various difficulties across the world. Once your talent is awakened, dungeons and mystic realms will help unlock your combat class. Congratulations, you have obtained an F-rank talent. Growth type F-rank talent. Plunder. Upon taking a life, you can steal 1% of random attribute points or 1% of talent and skill effects. Cooldown, 5 days. Reading this, he let out a satisfied smirk. It was exactly like his previous life. While he was quietly celebrating, knowing that as a reincarnated soul, he held the guides to all the famous dungeons around Hangzhou, along with the locations of every hidden opportunity. And more importantly, he could upgrade his talent to triple S rank at lightning speed. A greasy, repulsive laugh suddenly echoed from outside. Xiaomei? Lin Luo's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the voice. He cracked the restroom door open and peeked outside. Out there, completely oblivious, Wang Jichao was engrossed in a phone call. I awakened an S-rank healing talent. Follow me, and I promise you a brilliant future. You got a D rank? Hey, that's not bad. Most people in our company only got F rank. He kept bragging smugly to the person on the other end, completely unaware of Lin Luo, who was lurking in the restroom behind him, like a demon in the shadows. Don't worry, Mei. Now that I've awakened an S-rank talent, why on earth would I need that old hag at home anymore? Talk to you later, babe. That was what he said. But deep down, he was thinking of something far more sinister. Once he got tired of her, he would use her directly as healing material. Right at that moment, Lin Luo quietly approached from behind, holding a rope. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped the rope around Jichao's neck from behind, catching him completely off guard. Manager Wang, it is so good to see you. You're going to be my very first sacrifice since my rebirth. Instantly, a green light erupted from the back of Jichao's neck. Seeing this, Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. Once the green light solidified into an entity that looked identical to Jichao, he gasped in realization. So this is a stand. The special form that only an S-rank talent can manifest? The stand shot out 2 beams of light from behind towards Jichao, but by then, his eyes had already rolled back, completely losing focus. Glancing at the stand, Lin Luo smirked. Too bad, it's too late for healing now. Finally, the beams of light retreated back into the nape of Jichao's neck. The rope in Lin Luo's hands remained locked in a tight grip. Right on cue, a system notification popped up. You have plundered the target's soul power. Your F-rank talent has evolved into an E-rank talent. Your E-rank talent has evolved into a D-rank talent. Your D-rank talent has evolved into a C-rank talent. As the system notifications kept flashing, Jichao foamed at the mouth and completely went limp. Just as the final evolution alert sounded, your A-rank talent has evolved into an S-rank talent. Lin Luo finally let out a sigh of relief. Let's check the talent's attributes. The details quickly popped up. Growth type S-rank talent, Plunder. Upon taking a life, you can plunder all of the target's attribute stats, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power. Choose one of these four. Cooldown, 1 day. Finishing the description, he couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. In his past life, he and his brother had struggled for 3 years just to barely upgrade his talent to A rank. In this life, after being reborn for only a few hours, he had already surpassed his past self and obtained a 1 in a million S-rank talent. It was truly unbelievable. He then extended his hand and summoned, "Come forth, my stand." Dark magic surged wildly from Lin Luo's palm, and a steel-clad knight majestically materialized amidst the swirling black and purple energy. Lin Luo's stand wore silver-black armor and a knight's helmet, its eyes flashing with a cold, sharp, purple light. The system quickly displayed its detailed status. Stand, Black Emperor. Strength, 200, compared to a normal human's 10. Speed, 210. Intelligence, 110. Defense, 55. Health, 500, compared to a normal human's 200. Energy, 50. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Growth of 200. Action range, 1 meter. Active skill, forced plunder. While attacking an enemy, every strike that deals damage randomly plunders one of their 5 attributes or abilities. This is ineffective against stands. It consumes 10 energy, with 0 cooldown time. Lin Luo read the stream of information and thought to himself, "These stats are insane. Even in the chaotic era to come, my stand will easily be top tier." He recalled the S-tier stands from his past life. Stands summoned from S-tier talents had a maximum attribute cap of 200, excluding health. SS tier stands maxed out at 400, and triple S tier at 600. Yet, the Black Emperor already has 3 attributes at the absolute limit. Its only weaknesses are intelligence, defense, and action range, especially its intelligence. With it being so low, I can only manually control it in battle with my own thoughts. But even so, it's still the absolute strongest S-tier melee stand right now. Lin Luo smiled faintly, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The Black Emperor's forced plunder ability doesn't work on stands, but my own talent perfectly covers this weakness. Besides, a growth attribute of 200 is something even many triple S-tier stands don't have. Then, he ordered it to carry Jichao's corpse away. Black Emperor, dispose of the body. He watched its retreating back, tilting his head as he thought, "In my past life, after the chaotic era arrived, this Wang Jichao turned into a literal demon. Now, dying unmourned in a restroom is exactly what he deserved." In the end, Lin Luo shoved his hands into his pockets, satisfied, and walked away. "It'll probably take them at least a month to trace this back to me. By then, I'll already be invincible." Once outside, he scrolled through his phone as he walked. Everyone had awakened their talents, and even their usually dead class group chat was buzzing with excitement. The screen showed a chat group. Finance Class 3. I awakened a C-tier speed talent. Becoming the delivery king this month will be a breeze. Trash. Only C-tier? Get lost. I awakened an A-tier Emperor level talent. I'm heading to the underground dungeon right now. Wang Teng, you brat. What's that Emperor talent of yours even worth? I awakened the S-tier Book of Wishes. Talent. Tomorrow, you guys better call me daddy. After reading the messages in the group chat, Lin Luo rubbed his chin and frowned slightly. I remember this bootlicker, Lu Ming. In my past life, right after awakening, he quickly hooked up with the class beauty, Fang Mengshu. Afterward, he used some underhanded methods to kill many innocent people and several police officers, and even joined the Dark Syndicate, Smiling Coffin. He then reached out and tapped Lu Ming's name on his screen. Plundering his talent this time would be a true blessing for all of Hang City. At the same time, at the Tomato Hotel, Lu Ming sat on the bed with an insufferable, smug look on his face. Behind him stood a stand, holding a massive book and radiating incredible power. Wang Teng, that good little boy, finally called me daddy. This stand can actually grant any wish of its host. This is absolute bliss. He looked up at the stand and commanded, Lord of Wishes, I want to capture the heart and body of Fang Mengshu. Instantly, the shadow of the stand emitted a surge of immense magic power, replying to him, "My master, your wish has been granted." Lu Ming smirked as he picked up his phone. He could summon his stand again soon enough, but he definitely couldn't miss this chance with his goddess, Fang Mengshu. On his screen, a sketchy chat log popped up, showing him inviting Mengshu over to his hotel room. Once she agreed, he cheered excitedly. "Lord of Wishes, you are incredibly overpowered. As long as I have you, I could even rule the world." Right at that moment, Lin Luo called. "Lu Ming, I've discovered a secret about S-tier stands that would benefit both of us. Where are you? Let's meet up and talk." Hearing this, Lu Ming answered in a serious tone. "You also awakened an S-tier talent? I'm at the Tomato Hotel on Pingzheng Road. How long until you get here?" "Right away. It'll be over in no time." They agreed on the meeting. "Got it. Room 414. Come on up." After hanging up, a malicious look crossed Lu Ming's face. The surrounding atmosphere grew as dark as his twisted thoughts. He would extract the secret from Lin Luo first, then enjoy his dream goddess right after. The timing was absolutely perfect. 5 minutes later, someone unlocked the door and stepped inside. Lu Ming stood by the door, blocking Lin Luo, and asked impatiently, "Lin Luo, what's this secret about S-tier talents? Tell me quickly, I have a hot date in a bit." Stepping inside, Lin Luo didn't seem bothered, and replied calmly, "Sure, I'll tell you." He then leaned in close to Lu Ming's ear. "The secret of S-tier talents is," right at that moment, the Black Emperor silently materialized right behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly sensed it and glanced back, but before he could even react, the Black Emperor affectionately smacked his chubby cheek so hard, he spat out a mouthful of spit. That brutal display of tender love and care sent Lu Ming flying straight into the wall. He drew his last breath before he could even meet his black-stockinged goddess. At that moment, a system notification popped up in front of Lin Luo. "You have triggered the S-tier talent, Plunder. Please select one of the target's 4 options to plunder: attributes, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power." He looked down, rubbing his chin as he analyzed the situation. Lu Ming was still just an ordinary human, with barely any attribute points, and since he hadn't cleared any class change dungeons yet, he obviously had no skills. Soul power can be used to upgrade talents, but the soul power of this S-rank guy is not enough for me to upgrade. That means stealing his talent is way more beneficial for me. Finally, I open my mouth and say, "Steal talent." Immediately after, the system pops up 2 notifications in a row. Target talent successfully stolen. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank talent, Wishing Book, S-rank Wishing Book. Its effect allows you to switch between 3 different wish forms. First, the Battle Wish. Your hit rate and critical hit rate are increased by 20%. Plus, you get double experience from killing monsters. Second, the Shield Wish. Your evasion rate is increased by 20%, and it completely nullifies any form of attack once every 10 minutes. Third, the Luck Wish. Your luck is increased 10 times. There is a 5-minute cooldown every time you switch between these wish forms. The pinkish-orange magic power that belonged to Lu Ming just a moment ago now rises up and wraps around Lin Luo. He smiles with satisfaction. The Wishing Book is indeed an incredible ability. It has offense, defense, and even brings luck. Come on out, my avatar. A surge of magical energy bursts forth, and a hooded figure holding a book appears before him. But its appearance is completely different from when it belonged to Lu Ming. "My great master," the Lord of Prayers speaks to its summoner. At the same time, the system displays its detailed stats. Avatar, S, rank, Lord of Prayers. Strength, 20, compared to a normal human's 10. Speed, 40. Intelligence, 180. Defense, 50. Health, 4,000. Energy, 200. Energy recovery speed, 1 point every 2 hours. Growth rate, 80. Range of action, 15 meters. Wishing Book grants 1 wish of the host. The energy cost is determined by how difficult the wish is to achieve in reality. Cooldown time, none. Lin Luo stares at the mage-like figure, holding a staff, and asks with excitement, "Can you communicate?" The Lord of Prayers immediately replies to him, "Yes, Master. I am a utility-type avatar, but my utility is far greater than any combat-type avatar. In theory, I can instantly grant any wish you desire." He looks at Lin Luo and continues to explain, "Of course, simple wishes cost very little energy, while difficult wishes cost a lot. If a wish is too extreme, I will permanently vanish. Also, my intelligence is far superior to other avatars, so I can help you come up with strategies. Hearing this, Lin Luo asks, "Then let me ask you, what is the most efficient way to use your ability?" The Lord of Prayers replies, "I believe it is asking for information. Information holds immense value, yet it costs almost nothing to obtain." Understanding the logic, Lin Luo asks, "So instead of asking you to give me a treasure, it is much better to just ask where the treasure is hidden." Pleased with his master, the Lord of Prayers praises him. "Master, you are incredibly smart." He then goes on to give an example to make it even clearer. Furthermore, wishes that have a realistic chance of happening cost very little, while completely fabricated or impossible requests cost a massive amount. For example, wishing to win the lottery costs far less than making a bottle of water appear out of thin air. And if the wish is directed at another person, the energy cost will depend on that person's strength and willpower. Lin Luo looks at him with a serious expression and slowly asks, "Lord of Prayers, if I wish to release my older brother, Zhou Shengdong, from the inspection bureau, how much energy would it cost?" He quickly flips open the book in his hand and replies, "Master, this wish would consume all of my energy, and I would have to fall into a deep sleep for quite some time. Moreover, due to the extreme difficulty, it might only speed up his release date rather than getting him out immediately." Hearing this, Lin Luo is dumbfounded. His face darkens as he thinks to himself, "I guess even wishes have to follow some logic. Well, that makes sense. If it could actually grant any wish with no limits, that would be way too broken." In the end, he can only smile helplessly and say, "So, I guess the best use for this is to gather intelligence on other S-rank powerhouses." He turns his head to look at the Black Emperor, who has just returned, and smiles in satisfaction. "Did you get rid of the body quickly?" Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a clock embedded right in the middle of the Black Emperor's chest. Huh? Why didn't I notice before that the Black Emperor had a clock on his chest? And why does it only have a single hand? Turning back to the Lord of Prayers, he asks, "Lord of Prayers, do you know much about avatars? Does an avatar's appearance have anything to do with its abilities?" The avatar confirms, "That is correct. The appearance of an avatar, its abilities, and the host's soul form are all deeply interconnected." Lin Luo falls silent, deep in thought. The Black Emperor clearly has no abilities related to time. Could it have something to do with resurrection? Since he can't figure it out, he decides to just drop it for now. A moment later, he walks out of Lu Ming's hotel room with his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself, "As long as I keep getting stronger, there will be no mystery in this world that I cannot solve. While my talent is on cooldown, I might as well search for some dungeons and secret realms." As soon as Lin Luo steps outside, he runs right into Su Meng, who is wearing a seductive red dress paired with black stockings. However, she has a sour look on her face and is muttering to herself, "Crap, why on earth did I send so many disgusting texts to that bootlicker, and why did I even come here? I need to block him immediately. This is so revolting." Ignoring her, Lam Lak walked straight to the front desk and made his request. "Extend room 414 for another 7 days, and make sure the housekeepers don't go in to clean. My friend doesn't like to be disturbed." The receptionist smiled politely and replied, "Of course, sir." The scene shifts to Lam Lak's company. Tai Keep was sitting at his desk, resting his chin on his hands. He looked at the figure in front of him and asked, "Time Lord, where is the white clock on your body? And another thing, why did we travel back a week later than what I had set?" Holding a wand, the Time Lord reported solemnly, "Master, during our time travel process, an unknown entity stole a portion of my power, causing the timeline to shift." Hearing that, Tai Keep slammed his hand on the desk in a fury. "Damn it, I paid such a high price, and there's still an unexpected setback." He recalled stepping across the clocks inside the temporal rift, and thought to himself, "I, Du Tai Keep, have awakened an extremely rare triple S-tier talent since the beginning of the Global Awakening era. With the temporal shuttle, I carved a bloody path, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, before finally charging into the temporal rift alone. Back then, he and the Time Lord were attacked by another entity. Unfortunately, even as one of Huaxia's guardian deities, I encountered a despair-inducing opponent from the illogical clan who easily defeated me. Fortunately, thanks to the Time Lord, I poured everything I had into activating the temporal shuttle, burning the Time Lord's energy from 4,000 down to 40 just to escape and travel back. Thinking of this, his mood hit rock bottom. Who could have guessed that after planning to return 1 week before the Global Awakening, I'd end up arriving several hours late, and losing the Time Lord's second-hand power on top of that, There are just too many setbacks. Closing her eyes, the Time Lord sensed a faint trace of magic floating in the air. Master, I can feel the power of the second hand. It seems to be inside someone in Hang City. Tai Keep immediately barked back. Are you sure? Why is your power inside someone else? The Time Lord replied, It feels like they stole it outright. Master, do we need to take it back? Hearing her question, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If they could steal your power, their strength must be extraordinary. You're not built for combat, and you're weak right now. There's no rush to find them. Are you sure they aren't from the illogical clan? Looking at Tai Keep seriously, the Time Lord replied, Rest assured, Master, my power is definitely inside a human. Tai Keep smiled in relief as he looked at her. In that case, let's go hack the dungeon first and find our old teammates while we're at it. He plotted secretly, wanting to gather enough strength before settling the score with that thief. How dare they steal from Tai Keep? I'll see just what kind of big shot they think they are. Meanwhile, in front of the dungeon portal, a guard-like man was giving instructions to the crowd. Please proceed into the dungeon with caution. A 5-man team is highly recommended. Be careful during your exploration, extremely careful. The awakened ones didn't seem to care about his warnings at all, chatting excitedly among themselves. Is this the dungeon? This is so cool. Let's check it out first and talk later. Can we change our classes once we're inside? A new era has truly begun. It's starting to feel like a real-life online game. A man in black turned and asked, Why aren't you guys going in to check it out? The person next to him avoided his gaze and retorted, Why don't you go first? The person behind them agreed. Yeah, why should we let someone else be the guinea pig? Everyone knows that waiting for a strategy guide before going in is way safer. Just then, Lam Lack confidently strutted through the crowd. His confident expression sent the crowd into a frenzy. Someone's going in. Point the camera at him. Finally, someone's brave enough to try. Before Lam Lack even stepped through the portal, the noise behind him didn't stop. He's so handsome. Young people really are fearless. But didn't they say it requires a 5-man team? Why is he all by himself? Lam Lack paid them no mind and slowly stepped inside. In his past life, he had hesitated to enter the dungeon. He smiled, confidently opening the portal. In this life, I will trample you beneath my feet. Inside the dungeon, numerous box-shaped blocks floated in the space around Lam Lack. At the same time, the system interface popped up, digitizing his body. Notice, any damage sustained within the secret dungeon will be fully recovered upon exiting. Dying inside the dungeon will trigger a resurrection, and you will be immediately teleported out. You will no longer be able to resurrect after 3 deaths. Please choose one of the 6 basic classes: Mage, Archer, Warrior, Guardian, Assassin, Priest. Lam Lack rubbed his chin with a faint smile. In my past life, I chose Warrior, which was pretty mediocre before the 2nd class advancement at level 20. Now that I have 2 S-tier talents and a stand, I should obviously switch to a more suitable option. Then, he summoned the Wishing Lord. Wishing Lord, do you have any recommendations for my class selection? He lowered his gaze, looking at him to give wise advice. Master, I suggest choosing Mage. Once you reach level 20, with my S-tier talent as a guide, you can transition into a hidden class. Prophet. Plus, with the Black Emperor protecting you, you can cover up a mage's weakness in close combat. Lin Luo lowered his head, pondering his words. So, an S-rank talent can unlock a hidden class. Still, I get the feeling this Lord of Wishes has his own agenda. Once he finished sorting his thoughts, he looked at the Lord of Wishes and asked, If I choose Mage and use Plunder as my guide during my 2nd advancement, will I change to a hidden class? He replied, I wouldn't recommend using Plunder, because you'll just end up as a half-baked battle mage. Lin Luo seemed to realize something. Although the Lord of Wishes' advice made sense, his core talent was still Plunder, so everything had to revolve around the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor's strength and agility were both off the charts. An assassin class, which relies on agility, would probably suit him much better. With a serious expression, he asked further, Lord of Wishes, if I choose assassin and use Plunder as my guide during my 2nd advancement, what class will I become? Hearing this, he gasped in surprise, most likely an outlaw. It would maximize the advantages of Plunder, but I still suggest you choose Prophet Mage. After all, that class is much easier and more elegant. Finally, he reached his hand out and said in a deep voice, I choose Assassin. His finger pressed the word Assassin on the screen, feeling a slight twinge of guilt. Sorry, Lord of Wishes. Right after, A surge of blue and purple light swirled around him, and the system prompt instantly popped up. The system notified him that his class had been successfully changed to Assassin. His attributes were now being generated. Lin Luo, Level 1, Experience Points, Class, Assassin, Health Points, 180, which is Constitution multiplied by 20, Mana Points, 200. Spirit, Attack Power, 18 plus 6, which is Strength multiplied by 2 plus Equipment, Attack Power. Lin Luo stared coldly at the stats displayed on the screen. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 10 plus 5. Attack Speed, 1.2 times per second. Movement Speed, 10.5 meters per second. Spirit, 10. Intelligence, 12. Physical Defense, 9. Magic Defense, 6. Transferring attributes to character. Various colored attributes flowed along with the magic current, finally converging into a single point. The system continued to display the information. Shadow Hunt, Level 1. Instantly teleport behind the enemy to launch a fatal blow, dealing physical damage equal to Strength plus 10, multiplied by 2.2. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Cost, 10 mana. Phantom, Level 1. Channel all your strength into a single strike, dealing physical damage equal to Strength plus 20, multiplied by 2.2, momentarily knocking back the target. Cooldown, 20 seconds, costing 15 mana. Keen Sense, Level 1. Agility increased by 5. Stamina consumption during movement and combat is reduced by 30%. High-Speed Reflex, Level 1, increasing dynamic vision during combat by 10%. Heavy Strike, Level 1. Critical hit chance increased by 1%. With that, a strangely shaped dagger materialized in Lin Luo's palm. Beginner's Short Blade equipped, Attack Power plus 6. Lin Luo tightly gripped the dagger. As expected, an assassin was the perfect match for the Black Emperor. The system prompted him again. Please select the party size for the dungeon exploration. Limit, 5 players. Lin Warning smirked confidently and chose solo. The Black Emperor's combat power was already on par with level 20 or 30 powerhouses. Why would he need a party for a low-level dungeon? Besides, running a dungeon solo yields a higher rating, which means better rewards. The system then confirmed and displayed the dungeon information. Goblin Lair. Recommended entry level, 1 to 4. Selectable dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, and nightmare. Dungeon description. Although it serves as a playground for beginner adventurers, one must still watch out for the small green monsters. Female adventurers especially should never enter alone. Please choose the dungeon difficulty. Without a second thought, Lin Luo replied, Nightmare difficulty. The system prompted again. System warning, Nightmare difficulty. Recommended level, 5 to 10. You can only exit after clearing the dungeon or dying. Your current level is 1. Do you wish to enter? Lin Luo decisively replied, Confirm entry. Following a brief loading sequence, Lin Luo finally appeared on a desolate, barren land. Standing before him were thousands of green goblins, ready to pounce. He stared at a nearby goblin holding a club, and the system immediately displayed its stats. Red-eyed goblin, level, 5, health, 300, defense, 30, attack power, 40, experience points, 15, skill, red eyes, frenzied breeding. When health falls below 20%, or when encountering a female adventurer, attack speed increases by 30%. Lin Luo extended his hand. Magic crackled like lightning along his fingers, and he immediately summoned his stand. Activate 100 Battle Wish. Come forth, Black Emperor. The system announced. 100 Battle Wish effect active. Critical hit rate increased by 20%. Immediately after, he pointed forward, proudly commanding, Black Emperor, obliterate them. The Black Emperor instantly channeled mana into its raised fist. As it slammed its fist into the goblin ahead, the system flashed. Your stand, the Black Emperor, dealt 770 critical damage to the red-eyed goblin. Surges of magic power swirled around the Black Emperor. The goblins were also waiting to pounce on him. You've killed a red-eyed goblin, gaining 150 experience points. Defeating a higher-level monster grants a 500% experience bonus from the Wish effect. 100 battles monster slaying grants an additional 200 experience points. Next, the Black Emperor unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Nearly every single blow wiped out a goblin. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has dealt 390 critical damage points to the red-eyed goblin. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has dealt 390 critical damage points to the red-eyed goblin. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has dealt 770 critical damage points to the red-eyed goblin. After a brief fight, a pillar of golden light beamed down from the sky onto Lin Luo. A bright golden notification screen popped up. You have killed 15 red-eyed goblins, accumulating 2,250 experience points. Defeating monsters 4 levels higher grants a 500% experience bonus from the Wish effect, and the 100 Battles effect grants another 200% experience bonus. Lin Luo clenched his fists, smiling with absolute satisfaction. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. Current experience, 700 out of 1,600. Lin Luo looked up with a smile and muttered, "The Black Emperor's plunder skill can only be used 7 times. These monsters are way too weak. I'll save it for later. Let me check my free attribute points and skill points." The golden system screen popped up again. You have 4 times 5 free attribute points and 2 times 5 free skill points. Would you like to allocate them now? Lin Luo fell silent after reading it. An assassin's weapons can be coated with poison. Plus, after the second-class advancement, agility can be converted into attack power, so I'll go with agility. As for skills, I'll dump them all into swiftness, the skill related to agility. With his mind made up, he spoke aloud. Allocate 16 points to agility, 4 points to strength, and upgrade the swiftness skill to level 10. Immediately, the golden system confirmed the allocation. Strength, 9 plus 4. Constitution, 9. Agility, 10 plus 21. Swiftness, level 11. Agility increases by 15. When moving and fighting, stamina consumption will be reduced to 40%. Lin Luo stood amidst the swirling dust. Behind him, the Black Emperor stood like a guardian deity protecting him. Compared to Shadow Slay and Phantom Slash, the stamina consumption reduction from swiftness was way better, bringing it down to 40%. I don't want to waste attribute points on Constitution, but I still need to save stamina, so investing in swiftness is the most optimal choice. He recalled his past life. Back then, after everyone entered the dungeons, they realized that even the smallest ones stretched for thousands of meters. On top of that, you had to fight. People would run out of stamina in no time. As a result, anyone with low constitution ended up becoming a drag. While he was lost in thought, the Black Emperor effortlessly wiped out another goblin. As for the loot, once the boss is dead, everything is gathered into a single treasure chest, so there's absolutely no need to pick things up one by one. The Black Emperor continued to charge ahead, taking down several more goblins as their agonizing screams echoed everywhere. Just like that, Lin Luo was now shrouded in a faint golden glow, with mysterious runes floating before him, along with the flow of magic. Level 6, Wolfskin Goblins, Level 7 Stonehead Goblins, and Level 8 Frostbone Goblins. The monsters are getting stronger and stronger, but fortunately, I've already reached Level 7. Lin Luo let the Black Emperor do the fighting while he strolled leisurely, deep in thought. Dealing with these small fry was a piece of cake. Then, a faint, dangerous smirk crept onto his face, like a predator about to catch its prey. Next up is the dungeon boss. An image of a giant red goblin sitting on a throne flashed through his mind. But to get there, he would have to tear through hundreds of thousands of blue and red-eyed goblins. Just then, out of nowhere, 2 girls captured by the goblins appeared, screaming desperately for help. "Help! Somebody save us!" Lin Luo, with the Black Emperor by his side, scanned the area and silently assessed the situation. Hobgoblins, elite goblins, and flame goblins. There's quite a crowd. Too bad they are nowhere near the Black Emperor's level. Immediately, a massive goblin wielding a club charged at him with a roar. Lin Luo's face darkened as he clenched his fists, muttering, "Even though they're just human NPCs, seeing this still pisses me off." He instantly ordered his stand, who raised his fists, ready for battle. "Wipe them out, Black Emperor." With just a single punch, that goblin was sent flying, smashing hard into the wall. Agonizing screams echoed through the cave. Then, 2 magic-wielding goblins appeared, summoning a deadly, dark blue skull illusion. Lin Luo instantly sensed the approaching magic surge, immediately leaping backward with the Black Emperor, simultaneously casting a protective barrier. A violent explosion erupted, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that completely obscured the view. But in a split second, the Black Emperor's fists were already in their faces. Before the 2 goblins could even react, his stand punched them into the air. The blue goblins lay scattered all over the ground. Lin Luo proudly pointed his finger at the boss in open defiance. "You're the only one left. Bring it on." The Black Emperor began gathering magic energy, warily eyeing the boss. Not backing down, The boss roared as its magic flared up like a blazing fire behind its back. Right after that, Hak Huang charges in to attack first. He gives the boss's cheek an affectionate stroke, making it cough up blood and scream in agony. With just a single blow, the boss that was standing right there is instantly flattened on the ground. Lam Lak looks down from above and mocks it, too weak, but hey, the only good goblin is a dead goblin. The golden system screen quickly pops up, showing a total of 83 kills, including vile goblins, hobgoblins, goblin shamans, flame goblins, goblin heart moon guardians, battle-scarred goblins, plus bonuses for killing high-level monsters, bringing the total experience gain to 9,700 points. Congratulations, the player has reached level 9. Current experience points, 7,340 out of 12,800. The green goblins all around also begin to digitize, eventually turning into a swirling vortex of magical energy that rises high into the sky. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, updating the treasure chest rewards. Lam Lak smiles and commands. Activate Lucky Wish. The system confirms his luck has increased 10 times over. A vibrant purple chest emerges, followed by a notification. Goblin Lair cleared on Nightmare difficulty. Damage taken, 0. Clear time, 5 minutes. Solo clear bonus. Triple evaluation score multiplier. Being 4 levels below the minimum recommended level grants an additional 5 times multiplier. Total dungeon clear score, 1,500 points. Triple S rank. Congratulations, you have obtained a supreme gold tier treasure chest from the Goblin Lair. Lam Lak reads the notification and lets out a triumphant smile. It worked out exactly as he planned. The damage taken and clear time determine the base score, while the party size and level difference determine the final multiplier. For example, lower damage and a faster clear time yield a higher base score. Fewer party members and a lower level will multiply that score. The final evaluation rank depends entirely on these points. This is how players achieve A, S, double S, and triple S ranks, with each rank corresponding to a specific point range. Normally, even on Nightmare difficulty, this low-level dungeon would only yield a black iron chest at best. Treasure chest qualities are divided into bronze, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, sacred, earth, heaven, and immortal tiers. Within each of these major tiers, there are 3 subcategories: common, rare, and supreme. He strokes the lid of the chest, absolutely thrilled. Thanks to his boosted wish, he managed to skip 8 quality tiers to secure a gold chest. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Without wasting another second, he shouts, "Open chest." Instantly, a flood of weapons, magic elixirs, and gold coins pours out of it. He inspects his hard-earned loot, analyzing each item. High-grade recovery potions are always nice to have, but the black iron and silver gear are basically trash, and that silver tier magic spell is way too low level to be useful. Still, with 10 times the luck, he actually scored 2 highly usable gold tier items. After sorting through the pile, he decides to inspect the attributes of the Guardian's Dagger. The stats for the Guardian's Dagger pop up. Quality, Supreme Gold Tier. Level Requirement, Level Siegs. Class Restriction, Assassin. Attack Power, plus 60. Critical Hit Rate, plus 5%. Critical Hit Damage, plus 10%. Sharpness Effect, ignores 10 points of enemy defense. Bleeding Effect, after breaking defense, inflicts 5 bleeding damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Lam Lak holds the dagger, his mind racing as he recalls its terrifying history in his past life. This thing was a straight-up legendary weapon in the previous timeline. It boasts 40 more attack power than a level 10 bronze dagger, along with 3 bonus attributes and a deadly bleeding effect. Riding the high, he looks over to inspect the attributes of the Guardian's armor. The system panel pops up again. Guardian's Armor. Quality, Common Gold Tier. Level Requirement, Level Siegs. Class Restriction, None. Usable by all classes. Physical Defense, plus 25. Magic Defense, plus 23. Health Pool, plus 200. Sharp Weapon Damage Reduction, minus 7 points. Evasion Rate, plus 10%. He equips the armor, pleasantly surprised to find that it has an appearance hiding feature. He smiles and mutters to himself, boosts my health, increases defense, and reduces incoming damage. Now this is a sweet piece of gear. Just then, the system finishes loading and displays a prompt. Character data allocation successful. Please enter your in-game character name. A reminder pops up, warning him that this name will be shown publicly whenever he explores dungeons or secret realms. Without a second thought, he types in his chosen name, Ha Kwangde. Instantly, a massive global announcement flashes across everyone's screen. Congratulations to player Ha Kwangde for becoming the first player in the world to solo clear a nightmare-level dungeon. Reward: 110, draw fate roulette ticket. Out in the real world, players stare at the screen, completely blown away. Holy crap, a global announcement? Who the hell is Ha Kwangde? How insanely overpowered do you have to be to solo a nightmare dungeon? I wonder if he is handsome. And that fate roulette reward sounds absolutely crazy. Just like that, his fanbase is already starting to grow. Some are even screaming, I want to have Ha Kwangde's babies. Meanwhile, Tai Keep looks at the announcement, squinting in pure disbelief. Something is not right. I clearly remember that in my past life, this announcement did not pop up until late tonight, and the player who got it was supposed to be Grey Wolf. Frowning, he turns to the Lord of Time standing beside him to double-check. Lord of Time, are you absolutely sure the time shuttle won't alter the course of history? She replies instantly, Master, the time shuttle merely transports your soul back to your past body. It absolutely cannot alter history. Hearing her words, Taiji couldn't help but stroke his chin, lost in thought. So there are two possibilities. 1. This world's Black Emperor plundered your power to grow stronger and clear the dungeon. Or 2. A future Black Emperor plundered your power and traveled back to the present to clear the dungeon? The Lord of Time suddenly chimed in, but my ability can't boost physical strength. How could he clear the dungeon all by himself? He was just as puzzled. That is also something I can't figure out. But he quickly brushed the doubt aside and focused on a more pressing matter. But no matter what, we must find him as quickly as possible. If he gets stronger faster than us, we'll be in big trouble. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, the subject of their discussion, was testing his luck with 10 draw spins. In his past life, 3 years of hard work only got him 5 spins on the wheel. Ready to roll, he used them immediately, closing his eyes and calling out, Come on out, Lord of Wishes. It's showtime. He summoned his trusty assistant, a young man wearing a purple robe and holding a glowing golden book. Greetings. It is my honor to serve you, my great master. Lin Luo asked him to analyze how to make the most profitable wish. The Lord of Wishes began. Congratulations, master, on getting the Wheel of Destiny draw. This is a precious reward that can only be obtained from nightmare-grade dungeons or inside the Babel Tower. He then began a serious analysis. As far as I know, the Wheel of Destiny contains items ranging from SSS, SS, all the way to A, B, C, D, E, and F grade. Many of these items cannot be dropped in dungeons. Furthermore, the drop rates for these items vary greatly. Among them, F-grade items have the highest drop rate at 40%, while SSS is the rarest, at only 0.01%. After explaining all of that, the Lord of Wishes gestured and concluded, So, even with 10 times the luck and 10 consecutive spins, you might not even get a single item above S-grade. Pointing at the Lord of Wishes, Lin Luo asked, What if we use your wishing ability? The Lord of Wishes immediately offered him a few service packages. To guarantee a specific SSS item, you would fall into a deep sleep for 6 months. For a random SSS item, you would sleep for 6 days. For at least one SS item, it costs 190 energy points. And for at least one S-grade item, it only costs 10. Hearing this, Lin Luo stroked his chin, weighing his options. Falling asleep would get in the way of plundering other people's talents. That was too high a price. It seemed an S-grade item was the safest bet. Then he asked, What if we go for at least 2 items above S-grade? The Lord of Wishes calmly replied, 10 energy points. Seeing that cost, he made a decision right away. Let's just go with 1 item above S-grade. With the order given, the Lord of Wishes immediately got to work, and his glowing book flew open. Holding his staff in one hand and flipping through the pages with the other, he chanted a spell before announcing, Master, your wish has been granted. Hearing this, he coolly shouted, Spin! The glowing golden prayer card shattered and vanished at his command. Following that, a lucky wheel filled with various kinds of spirit stones appeared. The pointer on the wheel spun round and round. He shouted to stop. After spinning for a moment, it finally landed on a small, diamond-shaped green stone. A notification popped up, congratulating the player on receiving the 10 rewards listed below. Right below was a list of the 19 spoils he had just won from his gacha pulls. He carefully examined the effects of each item and couldn't help but marvel. A binding crystal, which increases his avatar's movement range, and a limit crystal, which increases the avatar's maximum energy, and a berserk crystal that temporarily upgrades the avatar. He managed to pull all of them. His luck wasn't bad at all. Even so, he wasn't completely satisfied. Holding 2 pieces of white crystal, he thought to himself, too bad only the limit crystal is double S grade. The other crystals are much weaker. Still, I should make the most of what I have. He crushed them in his hand, shattering them into pieces. With a confident smile on his face, another notification popped up on the screen. The system notified him that by using 1 D grade and 1 E grade reality crystal, he would inherit 3% plus 1% of his in-dungeon stats after exiting. Done with that, he turned to his avatar, tossing 2 green crystals to the Black Emperor. Black Emperor, these 2 binding crystals are yours. Crush them. The avatar complied immediately, releasing dozens of green energy beams as they shattered. A system prompt popped up, stating that the avatar's movement range had been extended to 6 meters. Lin Luo silently calculated what to do with his remaining items. The Soul Ascension Crystal could be used immediately, and the Berserk Crystal and Longevity Pill could be brought out. That left the Energy Heart and the Limit Crystal. Pondering his options, he held the 2 blue crystals in his hand, waving them teasingly in front of the Lord of Wishes, as if to tempt him. He pretended to mutter to himself, "Now, who should I give these 2 avatar items to?" With zero self-control, the Lord of Wishes fell straight into the trap like a mouse. His eyes lit up, and he began to drool with greed. "Great Master, I highly suggest you let me use them first. That way, you'll never have to worry about my energy again." Getting the reassuring answer he wanted, Lin Luo tossed them over. "Fine, they're yours then." He stared at them intently, not forgetting to flatter his master. "My great master, you have truly made a wise decision." Squeezing the 2 crystal shards in both hands, the Lord of Prayers absorbed the energy as it flooded into his body, raising his energy to 190 out of 300. With an energy recovery speed of 100%, it recovers 1 point every hour, doubling the recovery speed. Over here, he sank into deep thought once again. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough reality crystals, so he could only bring out 4% of his stat points, and without space crystals, any gear he was wearing couldn't be brought out either. With his hands in his pockets, he kept his patience. He could only take it 1 step at a time. Then, Lam Lac stepped out of the portal. Around him, a crowd of people was buzzing with chatter. "This dungeon is way too hard. Yeah, what a waste of a revive. If I'd known, I wouldn't have even come in." He walked right through the crowd, calculating his next move as he went. Since the others are still too weak, this is the perfect opportunity for me to grow rapidly, leaving them far behind. A moment later, his next destination popped into his head. Next, I should head to the Tower of Heaven to snatch the global first clear. The floors there are endless. The massive green tower was teeming with people. Some were bragging about reaching the 3rd floor, while others were searching, asking, "Any cute girls want to team up?" Others were recruiting, "Any archers? We need one more." Lam Lac quietly listened as 2 guys chatted behind him. "I heard the highest cleared floor globally is only floor 8. At that, he couldn't help but think. In this Tower of Heaven, clearing every 10 floors gets you a lucky spin ticket. I have to make the most of my time. Just then, a beautiful and charming girl walked up to him, giving a flirty wink. "Hey handsome, wanna team up?" He didn't care at all, closing his eyes and walking right past her like a stranger, leaving her completely stunned. "Teaming up? No thanks. Having teammates will only slow down my clear speed." Entering the Tower of Heaven, he muttered, "A level 1 kobold only gives 4 experience points. The Tower of Heaven is incredibly generous to beginners." At his summon, the Black Emperor appeared. "Come out, Black Emperor, let's get to work." Immediately, his stand unleashed a flurry of 1,000 punches, sending the beastmen flying. A notification popped up, "You have cleared the 1st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Clear time, 20 seconds. First, clear reward, 5 fate fragments." He calmly walked up the stairs. After quickly looting a mountain of beastmen corpses, the Black Emperor rushed to catch up. The system chimed, "Congratulations. You have set a new global record for clearing the 1st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Your alias, Black Emperor, is now known to players worldwide." The moment he stepped up, 2 stronger-looking beastmen blocked his path. With glowing red eyes, they cracked their knuckles menacingly. Lam Lac didn't flinch. With his hands still in his pockets, he confidently challenged them. "All of you monsters, come at me at once. I'm busy." Global announcements flashed continuously for everyone to see. Player Black Emperor has cleared the second floor of the Tower of Heaven in 30 seconds, setting a new record. Player Black Emperor has cleared the third floor in 40 seconds, setting a new record for the third floor of the Tower of Heaven. Player Black Emperor has cleared the fourth floor in 52 seconds, setting another new record. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. This Black Emperor is too fast. Right in front of them was his latest record-breaking notification. Player Black Emperor has cleared the 8th floor of the Tower of Heaven in 88 seconds, setting a new record. Others chimed in, yeah, he's breaking records on every single floor, and he's doing it all solo. Who on earth is this guy? Meanwhile, he had already reached the 10th gate. The system warned, once you enter the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven, you cannot leave until you clear it or die. However, with his memories of his past life and his current strength, he was highly confident. He remembered that in his past life, the first person to clear the 10th floor was Tet Juju. Since I'm here now, I have to clear at least the 10th and 20th floors. Before him stood a giant wolf restrained by heavy chains. Its status window popped up. Kobold Lord Yerfin, level 10, attack, 90, defense, 70, health, 5,000, experience, 200, skill 1, frenzied slash, frantically slashing the target while increasing attack speed by 30%, skill 2, wild call, summoning 10 kobold guards, skill 3, berserk. When health falls below 2,000, it changes its weapon grip and attack patterns. But those flimsy iron chains obviously couldn't restrain it. It unleashed a frenzied slash. Although he managed to dodge, he couldn't help but remark on it, a frenzied slash paired with a massive cleaver. Getting hit by that definitely wouldn't feel good, right? Thinking this, he leaped back. Now, it was the Black Emperor's turn to shine. His stand raised its fists, ready to charge in. In an instant, the Black Emperor closed in on the kobold wolf and rained a relentless barrage of punches on it, shouting aura 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 with every strike. The wolf flexed and unleashed a burst of power, and the sheer pressure sent him flying back. He watched his stand get sent flying, utterly shocked that the Black Emperor was actually pushed back. Meanwhile, the werewolf radiated a furious aura, activating its berserk mode, and brought its twin blades crashing down on the Black Emperor right in front of it. In a flash, the Black Emperor teleported behind it and unleashed a devastating blow. His fist slammed straight into its distorted, completely defenseless face. The kobold's massive body collapsed right in front of him. An instant notification popped up. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first in the world to solo the 10th floor of the heaven-reaching tower. Your reward is one 10-draw ticket for the destiny wheel. Smiling faintly, he calmly muttered, and it is done. A massive holographic screen projected across the sky, broadcasting a global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first in the world to solo the 10th floor of the heaven-reaching tower. Rewarded one 10-draw ticket for the destiny wheel. This immediately threw the world into a frenzy. Are you kidding me? Black Emperor is on the global announcement again, and it is the 10th floor. This guy is insanely fast. Meanwhile, in Country J, 2 or 3 people in white lab coats, looking like scientists, were closely examining a stone tablet. It seemed the global dungeon announcement from earlier had triggered some hidden mechanism within it. The writing on the tablet states that once the first player on Blue Star reaches level 20 and undergoes their second-class advancement, rat-class calamities will begin manifesting in the real world across the globe. After reading it, one of them couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is a rat-class calamity? Does it mean dungeon and secret realm monsters will actually cross over into reality? A purple-haired girl lightly pushed up her glasses and turned around to ask, when the calamity hits, I fear a chaotic era will begin. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Is there any way we can track down this Black Emperor? Meanwhile, the prayer wheel materialized once more, its needle spinning rapidly. Lin Luo hoped that with the boost from the Lord of Prayer, he could pull some top-tier loot. Then, he shouted, "Stop!" The needle abruptly halted on a blue-white stone fragment, and a system message popped up. Congratulations, player. You have received the following 10 rewards. Along with that, a list of the items he just received appeared. He was quite satisfied. An S-rank item, the spatial crystal. With this, he could actually bring in-game items back into the real world. As he spoke, he crushed another crystal fragment in his hand. By using the reality crystal directly, I can bring 7% of my stats back to the real world. With that, he handed 2 other crystal fragments to the Black Emperor. These are mana crystals to upgrade defense and strength, and here are 2 life crystals. They are all yours. His stand instantly clenched its fists and crushed them. A notification immediately followed. Strength, 205 points. Intellect, 1. Defense, 50, 980 points. Turning back, he ignored the rising smoke behind him and continued to inspect his inventory. I have 2 Destiny Wheel tickets left and 175 Destiny fragments. It's much more worth it to save up 10 tickets before making a wish. I also need to gather a few more Destiny fragments to trade for useful items in the shop. Looking at the gear inside his inventory, he finally decided to sell his gear before moving to the next floor. The sooner he sold it, the higher the price. He tapped on the armor displayed on his holographic panel. The suggested price was 3,200 gold. Since in-game currency and real-world money were fully linked, this was a massive deal. Right now, the exchange rate was about 1 gold coin to $5 or $6, and even basic black iron gear cost several hundred gold. He typed in the number 6, listing it at the maximum exchange rate of 1 gold to $6. Next was the second item, with a suggested price of 2,300 gold, the Novice Frostbone Staff, a rare, silver-grade weapon. It had a level 5 requirement. Class restriction, Warrior, attack power 26, and a 5% magic crit bonus. He calculated that for 2 rare silver-grade weapons with top-tier magic stats, he should list them for 2,300, 4,100, and 4,000 gold. Just then, a notification popped up. Your listed items have been sold. You received a total of 8,400 gold. He stared in utter shock, his eyes wide open. Wait, they're already sold? That is $5 million in real money. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his heart ached. He had completely underestimated the wealth of top-tier players worldwide. It was a rookie mistake. He should have listed them one by one, but he did not dwell on the grief for long. Quickly closing the system menu, he turned and walked away. After all, grinding gear was a walk in the park for him. His next goal was to climb the tower and reach level 20. Combined with his class advancement quest, it would probably take him the whole night, but once he completed it, he would be able to seize an S-rank talent. Suddenly, his mind drifted back to the dark guilds from his past life. Smiling Coffin, Monarcha, and the Baki Association are the 3 most notoriously evil guilds to emerge once the chaotic era begins. The Baki Association has one of its 8 leaders, Bai Hongli, known as Rainy Knight, blade in hand, no umbrella. Meanwhile, in Monar, CA, their Sanguine Guardians, the Blood Witch, and the Glacial Wrath are Li Wanying and Lu Jianing. Finally, the Smiling Coffin officers, Zhou Yu, Hu Jinming, and Guo Tao, are all awakened S-rank talent powerhouses. A look of fierce determination washed over his face as he clenched his fists tight. Once I hunt these people down, I'll have to head to Sin City. That place targets the people of Huaxia, filled with vile scum whose sins couldn't be redeemed even if they died thousands of times. A chilling flash of killing intent gleamed in his purple eyes. As for the bastards who murdered my brother and me in my past life, they were probably just hired rogue players without even an S-rank talent. Once I finish my most critical tasks, I'll track down the mastermind behind them and make them pay for my past life. Meanwhile, in a different location, Ah Sing, the manager of the Hangcheng Green Tiger Villa, was typing away on his computer. He muttered to himself about how Huaxia's anti-fraud awareness was getting too high, making it harder than ever to lure people to Southeast Asia with high-paying job scams. On his screen was a fake recruitment website he had just set up. But these days, registering as a legitimate company was the only way to successfully run a scam again. He flashed a sinister smile, planning to recruit some people in Huaxia first. After letting them work for a bit, he would organize a group outing and wipe them out halfway. Right on cue, it seemed like someone took the bait and called. He greedily picked up the phone, thinking another cash cow had taken the bait. Once he reeled them in and made a fortune, the boss would definitely reward him. It was a gloomy place, crawling with dry bones, skeleton soldiers, and flickering wisps. The system announced, "Welcome player to the 11th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Skeleton soldier, level 10. 1000 HP, defense 100, attack 90, 83 experience points. Passive skill, tetanus, slash. The large blades held by these undead had rusted from being buried deep in the rotting soil for so long. Any adventurer who gets injured will lose 3 HP per second for 5 seconds. Lin Luo walked quietly behind the Black Emperor, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Each floor of the Tower of Heaven only rewards fate shards, which can then be exchanged directly for gear. Man, I miss this. In my past life, I used to spend so much time here grinding for skeleton gear. Right after that, he ordered an attack, leaving absolutely no survivors. The Black Emperor went into overdrive, smashing the skeletons to pieces while roaring, "Aura! Aura!" Suddenly, an armored skeleton soldier, riding a skeletal horse, charged right at his back. It was a level 17 skeleton commander. It swung its blade down, but he caught the edge of the blade with his bare hands. "Did you seriously look down on me just because I'm only level 13? With that thought, he unleashed his shadow assassination skill, instantly slipping behind the beast and piercing right through it. The boss collapsed and burst into flames. A notification popped up. "You have cleared the 11th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Clear time, 1 minute and 35 seconds. First clear reward, 85 fate shards." He glanced at the loot on the ground with a smug smile. With 3 years of accumulated combat experience, there aren't many things at this level that can threaten me. Let's aim for the 20th floor first. After 8 minutes, he reached the 20th floor. Standing before him was a majestic skeleton general, leaning on a massive sword, Skeleton Lord Tryndamere. Level 20, attack 250, defense 220, 15,000 HP, and 2,500 experience points. His eyes burned with a fiery glow, his teeth gritted in sheer fury as his skill panel popped up. Nether Summoning, a skill that summons a skeleton army the moment he draws his sword. Great Sword Shatter, a charged attack that deals 400 physical damage, while knocking back the target 3 meters. He also had Iron Skeletal Armor, which blocked 5% of physical damage. Facing Lin Luo, he swung his sword and roared, "Awaken, my servants. Rise from hell, and fight for me once more." The ultimate Nether Summoning skill activated, and thousands of skeletons of all kinds clawed their way out of the ground, ready to aid their leader. With a completely fearless face, he held his dagger in front of his chest, estimating there were at least over 200 skeleton warriors. The difficulty of this floor easily surpassed the previous 19 floors. Without another word, the skeleton army charged straight at him. The Black Emperor, however, went to town on them, snapping their bones like twigs while shouting at the top of his lungs. One after another, the skeletons snapped in half and collapsed to the ground. The Black Emperor then charged fiercely toward the skeleton lord. As the Black Emperor threw a punch, Tryndamere swiftly swung his massive greatsword. Down below, Lin Luo was surrounded in a tight circle by the remaining weaklings. He gritted his teeth, staying alert while calculating his next move. "This won't do. Even if I can win like this, there is a high chance I'll get hurt. So," he shouted, "come forth, Lord of Prayer." A young man in a purple robe holding a staff and a book immediately appeared. Lin Luo spoke clearly, "I make my prayer." Next, the Black Emperor was fully protected. Right up until they defeated Skeleton Lord Tryndamere, the summon immediately cast a spell, his entire body glowing like a star. "Great Master, your wish has been granted," Lin Luo muttered. Using this exploit actually worked. He turned around in disbelief, shocked that a prayer could actually do that. Following his wish, the Black Emperor instantly went berserk, his power surging violently. Skeleton Lord Tryndamere suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure and was left utterly confused. Right after making his prayer, Lin Luo had already swung his blade, decapitating a skeleton soldier so fast it made the Lord of Prayer watch in absolute terror. He commanded, "Go all out. Black Emperor, your master can take care of himself." Hearing his master's words, his summon didn't hesitate for a second. He charged straight at Tryndamere, roaring, "Aura!" His fist clashed directly against the greatsword in an epic head-on collision. The shockwave erupted, sending a thick cloud of dust and debris everywhere, blinding everyone. Emerging safely from the smoke, Tryndamere mocked his opponent, calling him a heap of broken bones. "This is the fate of all invaders." Lin Luo stared toward the shockwave, slightly worried, and muttered under his breath, "Black Emperor." As the smoke cleared, it revealed a massive hole in the stone wall. You could see the entire landscape outside, with the ground split clean in half. The Dark Lord stood in silence, his eyes still burning with fire as he stared ahead. Suddenly, a small piece of stone fell from above, landing with a soft thud right on his helmet. Completely unscathed, the Black Emperor appeared behind him and slammed a heavy fist right into his head. Aura. Watching the Black Emperor, Lin Luo cheered in excitement. "I knew it." Seizing the moment while Tryndamere was caught off guard and pinned down, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, leaving him completely helpless as his health plummeted. "Aura! Aura!" His HP kept dropping by 580 points. He looked at the health bar of the level 20 Skull Lord, Tryndamere, which was still over half full, aiming for a 100% critical hit. A moment later, the Black Emperor's power erupted, instantly dropping Trindamir's health to less than 1/3. He was stunned by the sudden, explosive burst of damage. Slicing down another minion with one hand, he couldn't help but marvel, thinking this was the absolute right way to use the bone-shattering prayer. This is what evil deserves. The Black Emperor threw one last devastating punch with a mighty roar, and a system notification flashed instantly. You have successfully defeated Skull Lord Trindamir. As the system alerts flooded the screen, overlevel kill bonus, plus 700% experience, buff effects, wishes, and battle-hardened bonuses, plus 200 experience points. You have cleared the 20th floor of the Tower of Ascension. Clear time, 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Congratulations on reaching level 14. Lin Luo quickly grabbed the Black Emperor's shoulder and called out to him. Stop now, Black Emperor. We have more important things to do. Hearing this, his summon looked back in confusion. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the golden leaderboard lit up once again with a global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for being the first to clear the 20th floor of the Tower of Ascension. Reward: 1 ticket for a 10. Draw on the Wheel of Destiny. Everyone started gossiping and speculating about this incredibly strong yet mysterious figure. Floor 20? That is insane. Is he actually going to keep climbing? No way. He is probably half dead by now. Completely unaware of the commotion outside, Lin Luo kept pushing forward, continuing his climb. At that moment, the Black Emperor was busy smashing another monster's face in. A notification popped up. You have cleared the 21st floor of the Tower of Ascension. Lin Luo recalled that floors 21 to 29 were all mazes. Another notification appeared. You have cleared the 25th floor of the Tower of Ascension. He kept recalling the shortest paths from his past life's memories, just so he could face the massive level 30 floor boss as quickly as possible. Then, the screen flashed again. You have cleared the 29th floor of the Tower of Ascension. By the time he reached the massive gates of the 30th floor, the system alerts were still chiming. Congratulations on reaching level 15. Welcome to the 30th floor of the Tower of Ascension. Warning: your level is too low. It is highly recommended that you return later. Lin Luo crossed his arms, completely ignoring the warning. Well, I recommend that you keep your recommendations to yourself. As the Black Emperor threw open the heavy gates, inside stood the level 30 boss, Taurus King Minotaurus. Lin Luo smiled, thinking that a boss of this caliber was finally worthy of his active skill, forced plunder. Just then, a giant golden hammer slammed into the ground, shattering the floor. Leaning his foot on the head of his hammer, the Taurus King looked down at the tiny creature before him with pure disdain. A level 15? Foolish human. Do you have any idea what you are up against? Instead of answering, Lin Luo casually crossed his arms and retorted, Your palace is actually one giant trap, isn't it? The king froze, completely caught guard by his words. Seeing his reaction, Lin Luo wasted no time and ordered his hidden summon. Go get him, Black Emperor. Minotaurus raised his massive hammer to crush the tiny figure in front of him with his skill, frenzied dance. But the Black Emperor leaped high into the air, dodging it just in time. Lin Luo analyzed the situation. Based on his past life's experience, the maze from floors 21 to 29 was not supposed to be cleared this quickly. As the Black Emperor soared high above, Lin Luo's thoughts raced. Usually, any monsters that players bypass in the maze would be summoned as reinforcements by the king himself. The boss reached out to snatch the mid-air Black Emperor, but missed completely as his target swiftly touched down on the ground. Infuriated, Minotaurus slammed his hammer down violently, triggering Earth Shatter, which sent massive fissures tearing through the ground. But Lin Luo remained completely calm. In his past life, countless players fell into this massive trap, but he had a trick of his own up his sleeve. Smiling knowingly, he called out, Lord of Prayer, time to get to work. The spirit immediately manifested right behind Lin Luo. Master, what are your orders? Lin Luo raised his hand and commanded, Pray that every single one of the Black Emperor's attacks lands a critical hit. Instantly, a voice echoed, Your wish has been granted. The moment the words left his mouth, a devastating fist from the Black Emperor smashed right into the king's face, sending blood spraying and dealing 450 damage. Lin Luo's summon followed up with a relentless barrage of punches right to the boss's body, continuously shaving off 450 health with each blow. Panicking, the boss quickly chanted his ultimate command, My soldiers, hear my call, protect your king. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed as he focused entirely on the boss. He is starting. With that, Lin Luo immediately activated Forced Plunder. a dark purple aura swirling around his hand. He commanded, "Black Emperor, let's show him what we've got." While his summon kept raining down punches, Lin Luo began stealing the king's attributes one by one. System alerts popped up in rapid succession. Successfully plundered Earth Shatter skill, 30% of its power. Plundered 1200 health points. Successfully plundered Frenzied Dance skill with 30% of its power. Plundered 106 attack points. Having his strength drained away made the king grit his teeth in absolute rage, spitting out, "You despicable human." But before he could say another word, the Black Emperor stomped him hard into the ground, completely shutting him up. By the time he finished plundering the last of the boss's attributes, the alerts read, "Successfully plundered King's Decree skill with 30% of its power. Plundered 23 speed points." Feeling the sheer rush of power coursing through his veins, Lin Luo let out a satisfied laugh. "Man, stealing power feels amazing, and my level just keeps on rising. Congratulations on reaching level 16, congratulations on reaching level 17, congratulations on reaching level 18. Just then, Minotaurus's minions finally swarmed in like a disrupted beehive, roaring, "Kill! Kill them all!" The Black Emperor turned around in confusion. Lin Luo glanced over and explained, "The monsters from the other floors arrived just in time. I just plundered this skill, and practice is always better than theory." With that, he raised his hand high and used it right away. "My warriors, by my command, retreat!" Lin Luo's arm continuously glowed with a brilliant golden aura as he activated the king's command. He wanted to see how good this plundered skill really was. Heavy hammers crashed to the ground as the monster bulls stared blankly, feeling as if something was invading their minds. Lin Luo smirked slyly, a purple, kingly aura constantly radiating from him like a true sovereign. Once the smoke completely cleared, all the monster bulls got down on their knees, bowing respectfully before him. Back in the beginner dungeon, the Mushroom Secret Realm, a man's eyes glowed with brilliant gold as he activated King's Domain, commanding, "All of you, get on your knees." Not only humans, but even the level 8 Mushroom King succumbed to this power. Suddenly, someone started clapping. Taiji smiled and praised him warmly. As expected of the S-rank talent, the Emperor's eyes. "I've heard of you for a long time, Mr. Hui Tailong," Taiji secretly calculated. "With his help, I'll definitely be able to defeat the Black Emperor." Tailang glanced back coldly. "Who are you? Why aren't you affected by my Emperor's eyes?" He stepped forward and introduced himself. "My name is Yu Taiji. I'm a man who exists outside of time, and I'm someone who can make you stronger." Tailang warily looked at the outstretched hand. "You exist outside of time? Then why look for me?" But Taiji proactively grabbed his hand, wearing a confident smile. "Because I need your help. You're the only one who can make monsters bow down." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a crowd of monster bulls knelt down and shouted in unison, "Greetings, great king." Lin Luo was thrilled by the sight, and immediately summoned the Black Emperor. Receiving the command, the Black Emperor instantly threw a powerful fist forward. The ground-shaking strike caused such a massive shockwave that every single monster bull was sent flying. Thick dust billowed into the air as the dazed monsters reeled from the brutal onslaught. Lin Luo covered his mouth and coughed, complaining about all the smoke. A pillar of light beamed down alongside system notifications. "Congratulations on reaching level 19, congratulations on reaching level 20, congratulations on reaching level 22. You have cleared the 30th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Time, 16 minutes and 29 seconds. A massive notification popped up in midair. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first individual to clear the 30th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Lin Luo felt great listening to the other players' chatter. Floor 30. Where on earth did this powerhouse, Black Emperor, come from? He smirked, buzzing with excitement. Next up, it's time for my second-class advancement. The sign of a tomato noodle shop stood out under the gentle glow of the sunset. Lin Luo slurped his noodles while pondering. The second-class advancement quest for an assassin will definitely be much harder than a warrior's. My past life's experience won't be of any use here. I just have to face it head-on. Suddenly, right across from him, a red-haired guy slapped a girl hard across the face. "Damn it, you useless healer, you're only holding us back," the girl cried out in pain. Lin Luo calmly observed the group. Radiating a thuggish vibe, they turned out to be his former co-workers. A memory of their time in the meeting room flashed in his mind. "Do you guys know? Lin Luo's brother is a thief and is already in prison," a bald guy sneered. "Huh? My desk is right next to Lin Luo's. He didn't steal my stuff, did he?" The red-haired guy chimed in. "Better be careful." A purple-haired guy added mockingly, Lin Luo is just an unwanted bastard. His brother literally picked him out of a trash heap. Lin Luo felt disgusted, recalling how this gang was nothing but the lapdogs of the managers who used to constantly oppress him. Qin Xiaomei fell to her knees and pleaded, "I'm so sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry." The guy, Zhang Wei, showed absolutely no mercy and kicked her again. "What good is an apology now? Xiaoji died because of you," she cried out in pain. Lin Luo took a sip of his noodle soup. No wonder they're down a member. Turns out someone died. Then, one of them ordered, "Boss, 3 bowls of noodles and a few side dishes, please." The captain gritted his teeth in frustration. "Drag her over here and make her keep healing me." The bald guy viciously kicked her bloody body. "Get up already. Quit playing dead," she stammered. "Back when the manager was still here, you didn't treat me like this." He brushed her hair aside. "Oh? Still think you're the manager's woman? Where's your precious manager now?" Lin Luo couldn't help but mock them in his head while eating. "The manager lives on forever in your hearts, doesn't he?" The bald guy sneered, dragging her along the ground. "You used to be the manager's dog, but now you're our dog." Lin Luo chewed on his golden noodles, observing the scene silently. They used to get along so well back then. But now that the world has changed, their relationships have changed too. Xiaomei leaned over to heal Zhang Wei, looking completely out of place next to the rest of the group who were discussing their plans. "Captain, now that Xiaoji is dead, our squad is short-handed. What should we do?" The guy opposite him suggested, "Let's quickly recruit someone. We still need to clear the 2nd floor of the Tongtian Tower." Suddenly, Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow as if noticing something. Carrying his plate, he walked over and greeted, "Long time no see, Lin Luo?" Xiaomei gasped in shock when she heard the name. "Lin Luo?" The red-haired captain put on a friendly act, slinging an arm around his shoulder and making cheap small talk. "Hey, old coworker, where have you been since you got fired? I've really missed you." Then, he placed a neatly arranged plate of food right in front of him. "Here, eat up. Don't make life so hard on yourself." Without even giving Lam Lack a chance to reply, he kept badgering him, acting like they were best buddies. "So, what kind of talent did you awaken? Stick with me, and I'll show you how to make some real money. Otherwise, how are you ever going to deserve Envu 2? Memories from his past life suddenly flashed back. He had said the exact same thing back then. The only difference was that Lam Lack had been naive enough to actually drink with him. In his past life, after getting locked up for 10 days for beating up his manager, Trung Vai contacted him right after his release. He had shared all the details of his talent with him. Looking back at his naive self, he remembered telling him his talent was called Plunder, and that it was only F rank. But Truong V just treated him like a total joke. Truong V immediately went around gossiping, saying that Kid Lam Lack was indeed a bastard raised by a thief, and that even his talent was related to stealing. His lackeys mocked him, laughing at how it was only a measly F rank, while the girl beside them couldn't help but chime in. Talk about instant karma. He and his brother never did anything good growing up, so this is exactly what they deserve. But in this life, Lam Lack flatly refused. "Sorry, I don't do parties." Truong Vai kept his cool, thinking, "No party? Does this kid really think he can clear the tower all by himself?" But then, his arrogant and overbearing look returned. "A poor kid like you actually thinks he can become a big shot like the Black Emperor?" Seeing this, Tu Mai quickly made up her mind and ran after Lam Lack. "Wait up." She tried to act seductive, wrapping her arms tightly around his leg. "Brother Lack, please save me. I will do anything you want." Tu Mai grabbed Lam Lack's hand and with a fake shy look, pressed it against her chest. "Brother Lack, please take me with you." But without a second thought, he instantly pulled his hand back. "You've got the wrong guy. I can't help you." Seeing this, Truong Vai fumed, a dark aura flaring around him as he stormed over. "Well, aren't you a shameless little leech?" Gritting his teeth, he violently grabbed her by the hair. "You'll just throw yourself at anyone, won't you? Did you even stop to think if a loser like Lam Lack actually has the strength to save you?" He yanked harder, making her shriek in pain. The brown-haired lackey walked over and sneered. "How high do you think Lam Lack's talent is, anyway? I bet it's not even as high as mine." The bald guy joined in on the mockery. "Aren't those 2 brothers just low-life thieves living off the On family's charity? What kind of strength could 2 freeloading thieves possibly have?" The On family felt sorry for him, and yet he still had the nerve to hit on their daughter. Talk about having no shame. Truong V yanked Tu Mai's hair back even harder, continuing his mockery. "If I knew the On family had such a soft spot for thieves, I would have broken into their place myself. Who knows, maybe I could have sparked some romance with Envu 2 too." Lam Lak's eyes went ice cold as he glared down at him. I highly advise you to keep her name out of your mouth. Truong Vai raised an eyebrow, mockingly asking, Oh? Which 3 words would those be? He leaned in close to his ear. Are you talking about freeloading or envu too? A pathetic toad like you dreaming of swan meat. Lam Lak's fists clenched in rage, and the Black Emperor's shadow trembled with anger. Truong Vi turned to walk away, throwing one last sneer over his shoulder. Boys, it looks like this brat doesn't realize times have changed. Why don't you show him what the law of the fist is all about? The lackeys eagerly got into a fighting stance. I just brought my dungeon attributes into the real world, so this is the perfect chance to test them on him. The brown-haired guy chimed in, Watch out, brat. These fists of mine were forged in the dungeons, and they can be downright lethal. The bald guy lunged forward first, his fist crackling with electricity. Don't think your priest father is here to save you this time. If you don't want to die, get down on your knees and call me daddy. With a slight lean backward, Lam Lak easily dodged the incoming punch. He immediately countered with a brutal blow of his own, making him spit blood. Then, with a swift swing of both hands, he easily knocked the other 2 thugs off their feet. Lam Lak's cold, sharp gaze swept over the troublemakers. Having lived 2 lives, I know what the law of the fist means, far better than any of you. Watching from the sidelines, Tiu Mai couldn't help but gasp in awe. He is so strong. Truong Vai gritted his teeth in frustration as he watched his lackeys drop one by one. You useless pieces of trash. You can't even handle a single guy? He pulled a sharp knife from his pocket, channeled a surge of red energy into it, and lunged forward. You're dead. Lam Lak calmly stepped to the right to dodge, then delivered a devastating uppercut that made him cough up blood. He followed up with a powerful kick that sent Truong Vi flying, without even using his talent. The lackeys watched in absolute shock as their boss soared right past them. Lam Lak casually dusted off his hands. What a bunch of weaklings. Beating you guys is just getting my hands dirty. The bald guy's face turned pale with fear. How is Lam Lak this strong? Just what rank did he awaken? The brown-haired guy beside him stammered. He has to be at least A rank, maybe even S rank. This made him hesitate. So what should we do? The other guy quickly caught on, replying, I know what we have to do. They immediately dropped to their knees, bowing. Boss Lak, the bald guy pleaded. Is your team looking for members? The brown-haired guy quickly added, We'll do whatever you want. Absolutely anything. Lam Lak raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, I already told you guys. I don't do parties. But you just wouldn't listen. The brown-haired guy clasped his hands, begging, Boss Lak, we were completely deaf. We are so sorry. The bald guy bowed flat on the ground. Boss Lak, we were completely blinded by greed. We are so sorry. Behind the curtain, a white-haired man had been watching the whole scene. He hadn't expected to find such a powerful fighter in a tiny noodle shop. This was Bok Hong Liet, one of the 8 hall leaders of the Bat Kai Guild. He, an S-rank talent user, turned around and gave an order to his subordinate. Find a few of our smartest guys and have them keep a close eye on that kid. Understood, hall leader. Meanwhile, Lam Lak walked away, giving his final warning. Stay on your knees. You don't stand up until Zhang Wei wakes up. Got it? The brown-haired thug stammered in a daze. Yes, we got it. The bald guy closed his eyes and nodded quickly. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei was staring at Lin Luo with pure infatuation. This was the kind of powerful man she had always dreamed of. So she quickly crawled over, desperate to cling to him. Lin Luo. I'm so sorry for how I treated you back at the office. But I swear, my manager forced me to do all of it. I know you're not mad at me, right? He looked irritated, rubbed his nose, and pulled his hand away. She stubbornly rubbed her cheek against his arm and pleaded, Please take me with you, Lin Luo. I'll make it up to you 100 times over. But Lin Luo coldly yanked his arm back. Have some self-respect, he said. She sat on the ground, clenching her fists in bitter rage. Did this useless loser Lin really just turn his life around? I'm the hottest girl at the office. Deigning to be with you was doing you a massive favor. The brown-haired guy sneered. Hey, Xiao Mei, do you really think you can seduce just anyone? The bald guy chimed in mockingly. Our boss Luo already has Wen Yuqi in his heart. Don't waste your energy. Xiao Mei whipped her head around in a rage and shrieked. What makes Wen Yuqi any better than me? The brown-haired guy chuckled. You're not even fit to carry Wen Yuqi's shoes. The bald guy laughed out loud. Yeah, you're not even worthy of catching her piss. The 2 men were stunned by her sudden transformation as she stood up, completely fearless. Say that one more time. I dare you. Lin Luo is gone. There's no one to protect you now, the bald guy sneered, stepping forward. Oh yeah, that's right, the brown-haired guy agreed, forcing himself to stand up straight. Damn it, Lin Luo hit us so hard, I can barely move. Seeing their weakness, Xiao Mei felt a surge of triumph. Her chance for payback had arrived, and she unleashed a brutal slap right across his face. All the love you bastards gave me, I'm giving it all back to you today. Without giving him a second to breathe, she slapped him again. Still got the strength to fight back? You're dead. Watching from afar, Hong Li smiled with amusement. Now, this woman is interesting. The lackey beside him stared with greedy eyes. Damn, she's actually pretty hot too, he said casually. Then recruit her into our guild. Haven't the boys been complaining about the lack of female players? The underling replied excitedly. Got it. Thanks, boss. Hong Li took another sip of his coffee. One more thing. Get some info out of her about that kid from earlier. Find his weakness so we can control him. Yes, sir. The underling immediately obeyed. On the other side, Xiao Mei had finished thrashing the thugs. Lin Luo, sooner or later, I will grind you under my heel. Suddenly, a voice called out. Excuse me, have you ever heard of our Baki guild? She gasped in surprise. The Baki guild? Isn't that a super famous guild? The man made an offer. I'm scouting for players with high potential among the general public. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining us? Xiao Mei didn't hesitate for a single second. Yes, absolutely. I would love to. She quickly signed her name in the logbook, still unable to resist gloating. Oh, Lin Luo. Lin Luo, just look at how a major guild treats people. This is the massive gap between a dirt-poor peasant and a natural-born noble. The recruiter spoke with utmost respect. Qin Xiao Mei, Miss Qin, right? We're family now, she cheered happily. Senior, please, just call me Xiao Mei. Then he casually probed further. Xiao Mei, who was that kid who just left? He seemed incredibly rude. Playing dumb, she put on a pitiful act. Senior, his name is Lin Luo. He's a former co-worker of mine. He toyed with my feelings. The man guided her away as he asked, does he have any weaknesses? Maybe our guild can get some payback for you. Xiao Mei muttered to herself. Weakness. Her face twisted with pure hatred. His weakness is a woman named Wen Yuqi. Outside the shops, Lin Luo walked down a quiet, empty street. The stalker reported over the phone. That guy Lin Luo is heading toward the East Plaza. The voice on the other end ordered him to keep tailing him. Keep a close eye on him. Yes, sir, the stalker replied. The voice on the other end chuckled. I've got some good news for you. The branch leader told me to recruit that girl downstairs. We're gonna have some real fun later, the stalker agreed. The branch leader is truly the best. He always knows exactly what the boys need. Lin Luo had noticed him long ago, wondering, who exactly is this punk following me around? The voice on the other end continued. That girl told us Lin Luo's weakness is a woman named Wen Yuqi. The branch leader wants to make Lin Luo submit. This woman is the key to controlling Lin Luo. The stalker immediately replied, got it. The other side quickly issued more orders. Once you figure out Lin Luo's next move, go look into this Wen Yuqi girl. The stalker complied. Roger that. As soon as he hung up, he kept following close behind. But Lin Luo suddenly spun around, catching him completely off guard. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow with a confident smirk, wanting to see who was brave enough to pull this. The stalker tried to casually walk past him. Have I seen him somewhere before? He had absolutely no memory of him. As the stalker quickened his pace, his head slammed right into the armor of the Black Emperor. With a loud shout, the Black Emperor punched him straight in the face, sending him flying. He slammed hard into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and demanded, spit it out. Who sent you? The stalker quickly protested. You got the wrong guy. I'm just passing by. Lin Luo cut him off. You've been following me since the noodle shop. Does that sound like passing by to you? He grabbed the stalker's ear, looking at the purple earring, and realized he was a member of the Baki Guild. His eyes narrowed. Based on his past life's timeline, the Baki Guild shouldn't have shown up this early. Squeezing the guy's face hard, he threatened him, I'll give you one last chance. What's your objective? The stalker remained stubborn, stammering. I told you, I was just passing by. You attacked a hunter. Lin Luo's face grew serious as he thought it through. The Baki Guild's death-sworn soldiers were notoriously tight-lipped. This guy was clearly one of them. Torturing him further would just waste time. A familiar figure holding a scepter materialized as he called out, Lord of Wishes, it's time to work. He asked, Master, what are your orders? Lin Luo pointed at the death-sworn soldier. I wish for him to reveal why he's tracking me. The Lord of Wishes immediately activated his scepter, unleashing his wishing book skill. Master, your wish has been granted. The moment those words fell, the guy started spilling everything. My name is Sun Lang. I'm a death-sworn soldier under hall leader Bai Hongli of the Baki Guild. We recruited a female player at the noodle shop. Lin Luo paused. The noodle shop? Was it Qin Xiaomei? That female player revealed the background of a powerful figure. His name is Lin Luo. On the hall leader's orders, I trailed Lin Luo and investigated a woman named Wen Yuzi. Lin Luo rubbed his chin, deep in thought. To think the Baki Guild recruited Qin Xiaomei, Sun Lang spilled every single detail. This Wen Yuzi is Lin Luo's weakness. The hall leader plans to use her to blackmail Lin Luo and force him to become his loyal puppet. Hearing this shocked him to the core. Qin Xiaomei, that toxic woman. She's still trying to screw me over like this. Grim memories flashed through his mind. In his past life, 3 years after the cataclysm, Bai Hongli was the one who murdered Sister Wen. Back then, Lin Luo lay on the ground, beaten and broken. To avenge Sister Wen, he had risked his life everywhere to upgrade his talent, only to end up dying at the hands of a demonic beast. Glancing at the Black Emperor, who was punching Sun Lang in the face, Lin Luo made up his mind. He had to kill Bai Hongli before the Baki Guild could locate Sister Wen. Lin Luo turned to his stand. All right, Black Emperor, get rid of the body. The Black Emperor grabbed the corpse and turned it upside down. While it was disposing of the body, Lin Luo turned to the Lord of Wishes and asked, Lord of Wishes, if I wish for the Baki Guild to stay away from Wen Yuzi, how much time can you guarantee? The Lord of Wishes replied, Master, with my current abilities, I can only guarantee 24 hours at most. Lin Luo thought to himself, I have to successfully complete my class change first to guarantee my victory over Bai Hongli. He told the Lord of Wishes, 24 hours is plenty. He then ordered, Lord of Wishes, grant my wish. The Lord of Wishes raised his scepter and replied, Very well, Master. Your wish is now granted. Lin Luo left with the Black Emperor, saying, Let's head to the second class change dungeon first. He teleported to the Assassin's Alliance dungeon and sized up the glowing obelisk in front of him. Man, this high-level dungeon area is completely deserted. Stepping into the portal, he wondered what challenges lay ahead, hoping everything would go smoothly. Once inside, thick mist instantly surrounded him. The system showed the profile of an NPC. Name, Gaiman. Identity, Level 30, Assassin Second Class Change Instructor. Class, Solitary Rogue. The man spoke up, adventurer from afar. I can feel the immense power surging within you. Are you ready to unlock the secrets of a higher realm? Lin Luo replied, I am ready. Please show me the way, instructor. In his mind though, he thought, man, this NPC's dialogue is so cliché. The man opened a massive gate and announced, then go forth. Enter the ice plains and hunt 30 horned snowmen, along with one sharp beak of the Penguin King. The ice plains are fraught with danger. I pray you return alive. Hearing the quest details, Lin Luo accepted. As he stepped inside, fierce, freezing snow blasted right into his face, forcing his way forward. He thought, the quality of this dungeon is definitely on a whole different level compared to the warrior's second-class change dungeon. Suddenly, a massive monster loomed behind him. Sensing the threat, Lin Luo whipped around and spotted a level 2 black snowman. The monster swung its giant fist downward. Watching the heavy strike coming at him, Lin Luo smirked, completely unfazed. Not bad for a second-class change dungeon monster. It actually knows how to pull off a sneak attack. Lin Luo yelled out to summon his stand. Black Emperor! His stand materialized instantly and caught the monster's fist mid-air. Sitting on the Black Emperor's shoulder, Lin Luo looked around and smirked. Ah, so that's what a horned snowman looks like. The black snowman let out a ferocious roar, and Lin Luo gave the command, Black Emperor, crush it. Obeying the order, his stand unleashed a barrage of punches right into the monster's face with a fierce battle cry, slamming it violently into the ground. The moment the monster melted away, a system notification popped up. You have obtained 1 snowman horn. Lin Luo smiled. This is exactly what we need. But just as he was about to pick up the horn, the Black Emperor glanced sideways, alerting him of a new threat. An entire mob of snowmen was charging straight toward them, their sheer numbers completely surrounding them. Lin Luo grinned and taunted. Oh? Did you guys decide to dye yourselves white today? Drawing his sword, he declared, the real fight starts now. Pressing his back against the Black Emperor's, Lin Luo asked, Ready, Black Emperor? The two of them charged forward, diving headfirst into the horde of monsters. He shouted to his stand, "They're slow. Let's focus our attacks and shatter them one by one. I don't care if they're black snowmen or white snowmen, as long as they drop their horns." A single slash, and another snowman was dead. A notification popped up as the monster died, showing he had obtained a snowman horn. Lin Luo then moved on to the next monster ahead. The Black Emperor charged forward, smashing the monster's arm. Before it could even react, Lin Luo swung his sword and sliced off its other arm. The snowman stared in disbelief at its missing hands. Lin Luo rushed forward and shouted his command, "Black Emperor, lift me up." He leaped onto the Black Emperor's hand to build momentum. Launching himself high into the air, he lunged straight at the armless snowman as he roared, "Take this!" With one swift cut, the snowman was sliced clean in half. A notification popped up. Snowman horn obtained. He landed gracefully, slamming his sword deep into the snow. The ground cracked under the impact, blasting the remaining snowmen back. Lin Luo spun around and ordered, "Black Emperor, they are stunned. Wipe them out." Hearing the command, his stand unleashed its furious dance of fury. The Black Emperor smashed directly into a snowman's head, shattering its jaw, and another notification popped up. Snowman horn obtained. The Black Emperor then rammed straight through another snowman, leaving a gaping hole in its chest, triggering yet another notification. Snowman horn obtained. The Black Emperor continuously accelerated, tearing through the snowmen and causing notifications to flood the screen. Snowman horn obtained. Lin Luo opened his inventory to check. He only needed 30 snowman horns, but he already had 37. Watching countless more snowmen emerge from behind, Lin Luo muttered, "Why does it feel like these snowmen just keep spawning forever? What is the catch here?" Meanwhile, a crowned penguin, none other than the level 20 Penguin King, sat nearby, watching and sneering. "Foolish human. Let us see how long you last before you drop dead from exhaustion." The Penguin King casually held a glass of red wine. Suddenly, he raised his glass high and shouted, "Return to me, souls of the dark snowmen." Something splashed right in front of Lin Luo, catching him off guard. He reached out to catch the strange, water-like substance, wondering what it was. Suddenly, the liquid slithered out of his hand, condensing at a single point in mid-air. The essence gathered back into the Penguin King's wine glass. With a satisfied smirk, he chanted, "Rise again, my dark snowman warriors." The spectacle left Lin Luo standing frozen in sheer disbelief. A surge of power shattered a thick layer of ice, and from the deep crevice arose a jagged block of ice. A moment later, a massive snowman materialized right before Lin Luo. He began to piece it together. So, that energy from earlier was used to resurrect the dark snowmen? In the distance, those surges of energy continued to flare. Had Lin Luo finally figured out the snowmen's weakness? "I get it now. No wonder they are endless." Ignoring the newly spawned snowman, he barked an order. "Black Emperor, on me." The Black Emperor instantly pivoted and followed Lin Luo. Moving with blinding speed, his stand scooped Lin Luo up. Still sitting comfortably, the Penguin King muttered, "Dark snowman, protect your king." Hearing the king call for reinforcements, Lin Luo calmly told the Black Emperor, "Throw me to the top of the mountain." Without hesitation, the Black Emperor launched him into the air. Clenching his daggers, Lin Luo hurtled toward the Penguin King and unleashed his phantom slash. The attack struck the king dead on. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his ear. He grinned in relief. The quest was complete. Within seconds, the giant snowmen began to melt away. Seeing this, Lin Luo smirked, "Just as I thought. To defeat the army, you have to take out the king first." Lin Luo stood before Jamin and handed over the items. "Here is what you requested. I have gathered enough." Jamin nodded approvingly. "Excellent. You have proven your strength to me." He calmly looked at the cards in his hand. These 3 cards represent the second advancement classes for a standard assassin, rogue, windrunner, and shadow apostle. However, your potential goes far beyond this. There is a much more powerful hidden class. Are you willing to take the risk? Lin Luo agreed without a second thought. "Of course I am." Deep down, he was thrilled. After all, the hidden class was his ultimate goal. Jamin's expression suddenly turned eerie, and his voice grew heavy. "But if you fail the class change, you will die. Are you still willing?" Lin Luo stood there, contemplating. He knew the second class change was critical. Even so, he answered with absolute resolve. "No matter how high the risk, it is worth it. Even if it means death, I am willing." Pleased with his answer, Jamin burst into laughter. "As expected of the first adventurer I have met. I like your audacity." Lin Luo kept a stoic face, thinking, if others could unlock hidden classes in my past life, then I, Lin Luo, can definitely do it in this life. Jamin stretched out his hands, his voice echoing, "There is no turning back now. You have no way out. I will send you into the void, where all the hidden classes reside." As soon as his voice trailed off, Lin Luo was already standing in an entirely different dimension. Jamin's voice echoed, "Now, choose wisely." Lin Luo stood in the quiet dimension, his eyes fixed on the cards hovering past him. Looking down at his hands, he took in his surroundings. This was the void. Lamlak stood there wondering, "Wait, what? There's nothing here." Suddenly, his foot tripped over something. A brilliant flash of light burst out, forcing Lamlak to instinctively shield his eyes. More and more pillars of light erupted all around him. Suddenly, a wave of realization hit him. "Ah, I get it now." Lamlak reached out to touch a red pillar of light. The system notification chimed. Class, Outlaw, Specialty, Lawless Desperado. Aura, Fusion of Light and Shadow. Attributes, Strength, 2. Constitution, 2. Speed, 6. At that moment, Lamlak thought to himself, "So this is the Outlaw class recommended by the Lord of Prayers." He kept walking through the endless space. Then what are the other two? The system panel chimed once again. Class, Shadow Assassin. Specialty, Shadow Clone, Shadow Manipulation, Shadow Curse. Attributes, Strength, 3, Constitution, 2, Speed, 10. Lamlak thought, whether it's the attributes or the skills, this Shadow Assassin is way stronger than the Outlaw. He slowly pulled his hand back, a wide smile spreading across his face. So, the color of the pillar represents the class's rarity. He suddenly turned around. That golden pillar of light over there must represent the highest tier class. Lamlak reached out and touched the golden pillar. The system notification chimed once again. Class, Storm Blade Master, Tier, Legendary, Specialty, Sonic Sword Breath, Gale Sword Wall, Infinite Sword Chi. Attributes, Strength, 4, Constitution, 2, Speed, 14. This time, Lamlak was much calmer. He thought to himself, a legendary class. Suddenly, his jaw dropped in shock. A class of this tier is insanely rare. I didn't even hear about it in my past life. But that shocked expression quickly faded. He regained his calm composure. If I can change my class to a legendary one, wiping out an evil organization like the Baki Society will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, Lamlak muttered, "Wait a minute." His mind raced. Why on earth did the Lord of Prayers hide this legendary class from me? He bellowed, "Lord of Prayers, get your ass out here right now." The figure materialized as usual and replied, "Master, I am at your service." Lamlak thought to himself, this kind of sentient summon really makes me uneasy. Lamlak immediately turned around to cross-examine him. "Spit it out. Why did you lie to me?" Holding a book in his hand with a solemn, majestic air, the prayer puppet spoke, "My esteemed master, how could I ever dare to deceive you?" However, he seemed a bit nervous bringing this up. Recommending the outlaw class was the safest, most thoroughly researched choice I made for you. Lamlak scoffed. The safest? Lamlak thought, annoyed at this puppet, who dared to make decisions for him. The prayer puppet quickly added, "Master, please look at the stats for the Stormblade Master class change." Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Talent compatibility, 1%. Class change success rate, 0.5%. Meanwhile, the puppet continued to babble on. This class only has a 1% compatibility rate with your talent, and the success rate is a measly 0.5%, Lamlak thought. Yeah, that really is insanely low. The prayer puppet walked over to the red pillar of light, trying his best to persuade him. Look at the stats for the Shadow Assassin class change. He was abruptly cut off by the system announcement. Talent compatibility, 22%. Success rate, 9%. Even so, he kept pressing. Though it's much higher than the Stormblade Master, it's still far from safe. With a serious look, Lamlak asked, "Then what are the stats for the outlaw?" The prayer puppet kept pleading his case. "Master, see for yourself. These are the stats for the outlaw. Isn't this the absolute safest choice?" Suddenly, the system interface popped up. Talent compatibility, 89%. Class change success rate, 98%. Lamlak nodded in agreement. It really is the highest. Your calculations were correct. The prayer puppet felt incredibly relieved and bowed. "Thank you for your understanding, Master." But a smirk slowly played on Lamlak's lips as he laid down his terms. But who said I wanted the safest option? Because in his heart, he knew he had to go for the one with the biggest payoff. The prayer puppet blurted out. Huh? Lam Lack continued to state his demands. I want you to remember this. From now on, just tell me the pros and cons of each choice. Don't make decisions for me, got it? The prayer puppet quickly nodded. Understood, master. Just as Lam Lack turned to walk toward the golden pillar, the puppet called after him, quickly voicing his concern. I have one more question, the master said. The talent compatibility is only 1%. If the class change succeeds, will I still get 100% of the class's power? The puppet quickly replied, Of course you will. As long as the class change is successful, you will obtain 100% of its power. However, the prayer puppet's eyes grew solemn, and his voice trembled. But, if you fail, the best case scenario is that your mind will be severely weakened for 20 days. And the worst case scenario, the two of them seem to be on the exact same page, finishing each other's thoughts, is death, right? Yes. Lam Lack calmly confirmed his own suspicion. Honestly, having my mind weakened for 20 days is no different from dying anyway, because everyone else would leave me in the dust. But there was still something he didn't quite get. Since they couldn't save Sister Wen within 24 hours, the Wishing Master asked, So are you still? Suddenly, Lin Luo reached his hand out toward the Wishing Master and said, Old Chi, you might be smart, but when you calculated the success rate, did you forget to include yourself? This made him stammer. Lin Luo smiled and said, I wish. The Wishing Master quickly replied, Master, I'm here. As Lin Luo stepped into the golden beam of light, he made his wish. I wish for this class change into a Tempest Swordmaster to be a guaranteed success. This made him incredibly happy. I get it now. So you weren't just taking a blind risk, Master. You had a plan all along. The Wishing Master raised the staff in his hand high. He called out, Respected Master, your wish has been granted. The Book of Wishes glowed. As Lin Luo sat inside the golden pillar of light, the system notification rang out. Class change success rate. 100%. He thought to himself, See? Wasn't that easy? The system announced that the class change was underway, and he sat there gathering his energy. Once it was finished, he emerged. Gaemon was completely stunned when he saw Lin Luo radiating a mysterious golden light. This Tempest Swordmaster class was an incredibly rare, ancient legacy, and he actually dared to choose it. He watched as Lin Luo began to transform, bursting into a loud laugh. Even those with the strongest SSS rank talent aren't guaranteed to succeed at this class change. This is going to be quite a show. Earlier, the Wishing Master had poured every ounce of his energy into Lin Luo. Sitting inside, Lin Luo thought to himself, If I want to obtain the ancient legacy of the Tempest Swordmaster, a ferocious face suddenly materialized behind him. I must comprehend the true essence of the tempest and death. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Before him, Lin Luo saw a man playing a bamboo flute, loyal to the wind, loyal to the sword, and loyal to the heart. Beneath the man's feet lay countless fallen lives. Death is my constant companion, yet I do not fear it. Guide the sword with the heart. Listen to the whispering wind. Suddenly, he drew his sword with absolute resolve. The wind is the sword. The sword is the wind. In the blink of an eye, the man lunged into the crowd below, his tempest blade growing stronger with every strike. His leap shook the heavens and the earth, sending shockwaves through the crowd below. In an instant, they withered into dry skeletons. Only by facing death can one become truly invincible. With a swift click, the man sheathed his sword. This was the only true powerhouse subclass among assassins, the Tempest Swordmaster. On the outside, Lin Luo was still sitting there, tempering his mind and spirit. The Wishing Master called out to him in a soft voice. Master, my energy is completely depleted. I am about to fall into a deep sleep. As Lin Luo sat enveloped in the golden light, the Wishing Master lingered for a moment before fading away to warn him. From here on out, it's all up to you. Within the illusion, he suddenly lost his footing and fell off a cliff, tumbling down onto a circular platform, floating in the void. Back in reality, Lin Luo also lost his balance and fell flat on the ground under Gaemon's watchful eye. Surprised, Gaemon took a step toward him. As Lin Luo lay unconscious on the cold ground, Gaemon sneered, I knew it. This is the price you arrogant brats pay for your reckless choices. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed, Attention world. The first player globally to complete the second class change has been born. Gaemon murmured softly. What a shame. You were only off by a few seconds. Seeing Lin Luo regain consciousness, he said, If you hadn't been so greedy and just picked a simpler class, that global first place spot would have been yours. Too bad someone else beat you to it. Lin Luo let out a soft cough. Gaiman asked mockingly, "Oh, you're still breathing?" Lin Luo slowly pulled himself up. Despite his injuries, he smirked and asked confidently, "What makes you so sure that global first place player isn't me?" His words caught the older man off guard. "What do you mean? Don't tell me. You actually succeeded?" The cigarette fell right out of Gaiman's mouth and onto the rug. He watched in disbelief as Lin Luo chugged a red bottle, a high-grade stamina recovery potion. Seeing Lin Luo glow with a vibrant green light and completely restore his energy, Gaiman asked, bewildered, "Did you seriously complete a class change just by chugging potions?" But Lin Luo only offered a mysterious smile, leaving Gaiman burning with curiosity as he urged him, "Come on, tell me, how on earth did you pull it off?" Lin Luo simply glanced down and remarked, "Hey Teach, aren't you feeling a bit hot?" By the time Gaiman looked down in confusion, the fallen cigarette had set the rug ablaze. He jumped up in a panic, stomping frantically to put out the flames. "Hot! Ow, that hurts!" Lin Luo glanced back, knowing he didn't have time to waste chatting with him, and quickly headed toward the door. Old Chi had fallen asleep. Once he eliminated Bai Hongli, he still had to find a way to save Old Chi quickly. The sky outside was pitch black and dotted with stars. It was already late. Checking his screen, it read 9:37 p.m. with 4 unread messages. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. The class change took 5 hours, which meant he had to eliminate Bai Hongli within 19 hours. He tapped the notification, and a series of messages from Qin Xiaomei popped up. "Brother Luo, thank you so much for helping me teach Zhang Wei a lesson. I'd love to treat you to dinner to show my appreciation. Please make sure to come to the location pinned below tomorrow at noon." It was a pin for FQI Japanese restaurant. Lin Luo sneered. "Qin Xiaomei, since when are you this nice? You're just setting up a trap for the Baki Association, aren't you?" Wearing a look of total disdain, he walked her to the door while plotting his next move. "But I can't wait until tomorrow noon. Plus, we need to choose the perfect spot to make our move." In a room thick with lustful tension, she shyly whispered, "Oh, Hallmaster, you are by far the strongest man I've ever been with." Finally, a glimmer of hope entered Xiaomei's life. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification. "You have 3 unread messages." She snuggled back into the chest of Hong Lai, who had just sat up. "Hallmaster, ignore those messages. Let's keep going." He simply said, "It's Lin Luo," he replied. On the screen was a message from Lin Luo. "I'm busy tomorrow. If you want to meet, come to the Dongjiao beach tonight at 10:30. Along with a pinned location. Hong Lai spoke up. He changed the location. In less than 30 seconds, he was fully dressed. "Clean yourself up. We're leaving right now." This sudden rush left Xiaomei clenching her fists in sheer anger. Damn that Lin Luo, always ruining my plans. Meanwhile, in another location, 2 people were closely examining a stone tablet engraved with mysterious writing. The first person to complete their second-class advancement has emerged. In 24 hours, a rat-level calamity will strike. The blonde-haired man looked puzzled. "Master, what do you think this rat-level calamity could be?" The man beside him speculated. "If the sacred stone tablet itself is issuing a warning, then it's bound to be a catastrophe of epic proportions." Then, he sternly ordered, "Send this information to all nations so they can prepare." The blonde-haired man immediately obeyed. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Lin Luo was sitting quietly, gazing at the ethereal coastline under a dreamy night sky lit by a crescent moon. His phone buzzed with an updated notification. "Curfew starts at 8:13 p.m. on November 11th. Starting tomorrow, a global nighttime curfew will be enforced. All outdoor activities are strictly suspended. The end of the curfew will be announced at a later date." He muttered the word curfew under his breath, as memories of the very first curfew from his past life came rushing back. If I remember correctly, it was because of the rat-level calamity. Then, his eyes widened in shock as he did the math. But wait. Why is it 5 days earlier, in this life? Lost in thought by the shore, Lin Luo recalled that the first rat-level calamity in his past life was the dimensional insect apocalypse. Most of the monsters were between level 1 and level 20. For awakened individuals, this insect plague was actually a massive opportunity, because slaying the insect race granted quadruple experience points. In fact, several major guilds rose to power during that very insect disaster. But for ordinary people, this plague was an absolute death sentence, because it would last for 15 entire days. In my past life, I couldn't protect a single person who stood up for me. Instead, I was nothing but a burden, holding them back. But in this life, I finally have the power to protect them. Lin Luo remembered a time when he was beaten until his nose bled. Ever since he was a kid, he had lived a pretty reckless and clumsy life, and she would gently scold him, "And you're still laughing?" Yusi had angrily grabbed his hand and dragged him along, saying, "Come on, I'm going to teach them a lesson for you." He thought to himself, "Sister Wen taught me so much." As she gently applied medicine to young Lin Luo's wounds, she whispered, "You have to learn how to protect yourself from now on, okay?" He clenched his fists, and I must protect Sister Wen, too. Then he remembered how he had once tried to steal from the Wen family's store. But after the Wens found out about their dire situation, they didn't hold it against them at all. Even after he was sent to an orphanage, they always kept an eye on him and supported him as he grew up. He remembered them standing together like a real family of four. As Yuchi teased him, "Hey, little shorty, you're not even as tall as me yet." And even when he grew up, she would show up holding a bouquet of flowers, her warm voice congratulating him, "Luo, congratulations on finishing your exams." Looking back, every single milestone in his life had Sister Wen's shadow in it. He remembered Yuchi adjusting his tie for him, saying, "Do your absolute best at work, okay, Luo?" Suddenly, a horrifying vision of her collapsing in a blood-red space flashed before his eyes. But when Sister Wen needed protection the most, I wasn't there for her. The current Lin Luo gritted his teeth in sheer, burning hatred, his heart overflowing with absolute determination. "Bai Hongli. In this life, I will kill you first." Meanwhile, a black car was speeding down a deserted road. A phone suddenly rang out with a beep-beep, forcing Hongli to pull it out. The moment he looked at the screen, he gasped in surprise. The person on the other end called him Kudo Sawa. He respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." To be precise, his name was Kudo Sawa, a citizen of Sakura country, with the Chinese alias Bai Hongli. He was a core member of the Baki Association, a group dedicated to the restoration of Sakura country. Hearing this, Xiaomei secretly wondered, could someone as incredibly powerful as the Hallmaster actually have someone he fears? The voice on the other end delivered a piece of news. The engagement between Princess Kako and Lord Miyamoto will take place next month. Make sure you're prepared. He widened his eyes and stuttered in response. Yes, sir." The person on the phone went on to remind him, "Lord Miyamoto, who awakened a triple S-class talent, is the greatest hope for our country's restoration. You S-class members must actively gather spirit ascension crystals and strive to upgrade your talents as quickly as possible." Shaking, Hong Lai repeated, "Understood." Once the call disconnected, he gripped his phone so hard his knuckles turned white. "Miyamoto Musashi, how dare you steal what is mine?" A dark aura of pure, unadulterated hatred began to radiate from Hong Li's body. "Princess Kako belongs to me, and the future of the Baki Association is mine as well." Resting his chin on his hand, he began to calculate his next move. "I must reach triple S class within a single month. I need a massive amount of spirit ascension crystals." His eyes narrowed with chilling resolve. Even someone with a bit of skill like Lin Luo will end up as nothing more than a slave mining crystals for me. Folding his arms and leaning back into his seat, he commanded, "Qin Xiaomei, starting tomorrow, I'm putting a group of guys under your command. I'll handle the surveillance of Wen Yuqi. As long as we can capture Wen Yuqi, then regardless of whether Lin Luo agrees tonight or not, he will have no choice but to work himself to death for me." She quickly replied, "Understood." Hong Lai smirked, continuing with a tone of sheer, cold disdain. "I won't be showing my face later. Once you meet Lam Lak, I trust you know exactly what to say without me having to hold your hand, right?" She was highly confident in herself. "Please don't worry, Guildmaster. Tumai will absolutely drag Lam Lak into the Eight Flags Guild." Hong Liat burst into a satisfied laugh. "You're a clever girl, so show me what you've got." Tantu Mai slowly walked over to where Lam Lak was lying down. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. If she could wrap the Guildmaster himself around her little finger, there was no way she couldn't handle this guy. She ran toward Lam Lak, flashing a bright, flirtatious smile. "Oh, brother Lak." Lam Lak turned around in surprise, only to see her leaping right at him. "Here I come." Lam Lak simply pulled his legs back, which unexpectedly caused her to fall face first onto the ground. She looked up at him and whined, "Brother Lak, you made me fall. That really hurt." He stood up, looking down at her as he questioned, "Where is Bok Hong Liat?" Tan Mai gasped inwardly, her heart skipping a beat. How on earth did he know the Guildmaster's name? Putting on a cute, innocent face, she looked up at him. Brother Lack, what are you talking about? Lam Lack leaned in close, his face inches from hers as his voice dropped. Bok Hong Liet, the leader of your 8 Flags Guild. Panicking, she clenched her fists tightly and replied in a weak, trembling voice, the 8 Flags Guild. I did join the 8 Flags Guild, but I've never actually met the guildmaster in person. I've only heard his name mentioned. Finding this completely pointless, he turned his head and walked away, having no interest in wasting his breath on her. Tan Tu, Mai started to panic but desperately tried to call him back. Brother Lack, please listen to me. She ran after him. She ran over, grabbing his arm as she weakly explained. I really never met that Bai Hongli guy, but this time, I asked you out specifically to invite you to join our group. He turned to look at her, but his attention was on the phone pressed to his ear. Not thinking much of it, Qin Xiaomei eagerly continued, the Baki Association is a great backer. As long as you're willing to join, resources, men, money, you can have whatever you want. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Bai Hongli barked into his phone, I sent you to tail Lin Luo. Why did it take you this long to answer? On this end, Lin Luo sneered into the receiver, because she's already dead. I killed her. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out across Bai Hongli's forehead. What? You're Lin Luo? Bai Hongli froze as the voice echoed from the speaker. Come on out, Bai Hongli. I know you're here. With that, Lin Luo threw the phone straight into the ocean. Qin Xiaomei stood there, unable to explain herself. So, you knew all along? He calmly replied. I know everything. Bai Hongli stepped out, clapping and laughing loudly. As expected of the talent I personally selected, you truly are extraordinary, he bragged smugly. Lin Luo, join my Baki Association. I'll lead you to achieve great things. Lin Luo scoffed. Great things? He looked at Bai Hongli and sneered. Are you talking about your nation restoration plan? Kudo Taku. The man froze instantly upon hearing Lin Luo say that name. How? How do you know that? Lin Luo swiftly drew his blade, his tone cold and threatening. All of you deserve to die. As Lin Luo's avatar, Black Emperor, leaped out, Lin Luo smirked with confidence. Kaguya manifested, shielding Bai Hongli. He called out anxiously, Damn it! Kaguya, pull back! Don't push yourself! She obeyed. Yes. Black Emperor launched a surprise attack at Kaguya, but she quickly dodged it. Whoosh! Kaguya completely evaded Black Emperor's ultimate moves. Lin Luo gritted his teeth in surprise. She actually kept up with Black Emperor's speed. On top of that, her defense is incredibly high. None of Black Emperor's attacks are dealing any real damage. He recalled his avatar, Black Emperor, thinking, not a bad avatar, but if the host is dead, even the strongest avatar is useless. Bai Hongli pointed at Lin Luo, laughing provocatively. You can't even break my avatar's defense, and you think you can kill me? Knowing he couldn't afford to lose, Lin Luo quickly formulated a plan. I can't hide my strength anymore. I have to take him down as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Bai Hongli was also plotting his counterattack. Even though Kaguya isn't hurt, her energy is constantly draining. If I switch her to another form, the chances of defeating him are still very high. With both sides sharing the same goal, they both wanted to end this fight quickly. Bai Hongli ordered his Kaguya, switch to Blade Dance form and cut down his avatar. Lin Luo smiled confidently. With Black Emperor's next move, there's no way the host can dodge. Hya! Kaguya drew her sword and lunged straight at Black Emperor. Black Emperor swiftly dodged the attack. Then, he lunged straight at Bai Hongli, catching him completely off guard. Damn it, his target is me. Even if Kaguya stabs his avatar, this punch will still land on me. Deciding to risk it all, he commanded Kaguya, Fine. Let's see who's faster. Kaguya, go straight for his real body. Hearing the command, Kaguya immediately lunged at Lin Luo. Black Emperor threw a heavy fist straight into Bai Hongli's face, sending him rolling across the ground. On the other side, Kaguya managed to raise her blade right in front of Lin Luo's face. Struggling back to his feet, Bai Hongli wiped the blood from his face, looked at Lin Luo, and sneered, how can a mere fist match a long blade? Kaguya slashed her sword toward Lin Luo, but strangely, she only sliced through a puff of smoke. He was gone. Bai Hongli stared in shock while Kaguya looked around in confusion. How is this possible? How could a normal human have this kind of speed and reflexes? I'll admit, you're a bit different, Lin Luo said, appearing casually behind Bai Hongli with his hands in his pockets. Your reflexes are fast, and your avatar's power is strong. But unfortunately for you, Bai Hongli whipped around to look at Lin Luo, only to turn back and gasp as Black Emperor's fist came hurtling toward his face. As the fist slammed hard into him, Lin Luo wore a sinister smile. The strong survive, the losers die. Hands in his pockets, Lin Luo looked down at Bai Hongli, who was now lying motionless on the ground. Sister Wen, I've finally avenged you with my own hands. He opened his palm and activated his talent, triggering his S-Class plundering talent. Your S-Class plundering talent has been activated. Please select one of the 4 available attributes: talent effect, skill effect, or soul power to plunder. Once it was activated, he fell into deep thought, feeling a bit anxious. My current talents aren't that strong. I need more S-Class talents right now. Standing in the center of a magic circle surrounded by a purple glow, Lin Luo chose to plunder the talent effect. Congratulations, you have plundered the S-Class talent, Rainy Night. S-Class Rainy Night. Effects. 1. In rainy weather, standing under an umbrella completely blocks all detection. 2. In the dark, you can directly influence the weather, causing localized rain in a small area. 3. On a rainy night, Kaguya's attack speed is increased by 20%. Kaguya's new avatar takes the form of a beautiful girl with long white hair holding a paper umbrella. The system details the stats of this S-rank stand, Kaguya. Her strength is at 120, compared to a mere 10 for an average human. Speed, 200. Intelligence, 30. Defense, 30. HP, 4,500. Energy, 180 out of 180. Energy recovery rate, every 10 minutes, recovering 1 point. Growth, 130. Action range, 20 meters. Rain Night Umbrella. Defense is boosted to 400 points. Any excess damage will only deplete energy, with every 100 points of damage blocked, consuming 1 energy point. Rain Night Blade. Attacks deal an additional 200 points of true damage, consuming 2 energy points per second. During a rainy night, the state of the Rain Night Blade. Energy consumption is reduced by 50%. Cooldown, none. She looks toward Lin Luo and says, Master. Lin Luo remains silent, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplates. When the Rain Night talent is paired with the Kaguya stand, it doesn't just grant high defense and high attack power. Even her speed far surpasses the Black Emperor. She is the perfect fusion of offense and defense. Lin Luo now has Kaguya, whose intelligence is 30, compared to the Black Emperor's intelligence of just 1. Since her own stat has reached 30, she can fight completely on her own, without him needing to control or direct her. He reaches his hand out to Kaguya. I look forward to working with you. She happily replies, Do not worry, Master. I will protect you with everything I have. From Bai Hongli's lifeless body on the ground, a faint wisp of energy begins to rise. Seeing that energy, Lin Luo remembers that killing someone has a small chance of dropping their items. This time, it's an equipment drop. He reaches out, and the energy condenses into an item that looks just like a compass. A Destiny Roulette single draw wheel. Awesome. This is exactly enough for 2 10-pull draws. He grips the item in his hand and looks around. The Wishmaster isn't showing up. It seems his previous wish took too much out of him, leaving him completely drained and unable to be summoned. If I remember correctly, there's a rare item that can restore energy in the Forest Sanctuary Dungeon's Martial Arts Plaza. Kaguya asks Lin Luo, Master, are we heading to the dungeon now? Lin Luo smiles. No, I have to go somewhere much more important first. The scene shifts. A young woman is anxiously biting her nails as she makes a phone call. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. This is Princess Yoshiko. She stares at her phone, gripped by fear. What's going on? No, Kudo. His phone has never been unreachable like this before. A servant approaches and calls out, Princess Yoshiko, it is time for the meeting with Lord Musashi arranged by the elders. She turns back, her gaze instantly sharpening. Those wretched old fools, just to rebuild their nation, they want to force me to marry Musashi of the Orochi group? She sits in her room, staring out into the dark night sky. If only I didn't have to come back here. Memories flood back of the happy days when she and Kudo went shopping together, wandering around Huaxia with him. That 1 year spent with him was the absolute happiest time of my life. The princess stares at her phone, her anxiety mounting. Yes, if Kudo were here, he would definitely take me away and help me escape this place. She tries calling him one more time, but she gets the same response. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Kudo, where on earth are you right now? Meanwhile, Lin Luo walks back toward his villa, looking up at a window where the lights are still burning bright. Bai Hongli was one of the 8 leaders of the Orochi group. His death is bound to cause massive shockwaves. While the Orochi group is busy hunting for the killer, Wen Yuqi should be safe for now. Kaguya follows closely behind, gossiping. So, is this Wen Yuqi, the woman you love, master? She slowly leans in closer. I believe the term is girlfriend? Lin Luo blushes with embarrassment. No, she's not. At least, not yet. Taking advantage of his shyness, Kaguya inches even closer. So she will be in the future, right? She wears a playful, teasing smile. Master stood watch here all night. Wen Yuqi must be incredibly important to you. Lin Luo clenches his fist, his gaze fixed on the villa. He says with absolute certainty, yes, she is very important. In his mind, he recalls the faces of his loved ones, smiling and waving at him. Xiao Luo, Lin Luo. He clenches his fist in determination. In this life, I must become stronger to protect those who matter to me. I will never let the tragedies of my past life happen again. He turns and calls out to Kaguya, let's go. She looks confused. Go where? He walks away without looking back. To the forest sanctuary, to level up. Outside a large building, a guard stops him, and Kaguya. Excuse me, I'd like to go in. The guard tries to warn him. Kid, have you really thought this through? The danger level of this dungeon is extremely high. It requires you to be at least level 30. And once you start, there's no backing out halfway. Yeah, I know. Seeing his determination, the guard has no choice but to let him through. All right then, please present your credentials. Lin Luo hands over his ID, which displays his title. Black Emperor. The guards gasp in shock. Black Emperor. Wait, that name sounds familiar. Are you the Black Emperor who kept getting those global announcements? Lin Luo casually puts his hands in his pockets. Can I go in now? Yes, of course. The guard leans in and whispers some advice into Lin Luo's ear. Bro, take it from me. Don't throw your life away just to show off in front of a pretty girl. In this dungeon, everyone only gets 3 revives. You need to value your life. Thanks, but I know what I'm doing. As the guard watches Lin Luo and Kaguya walk away, he can't help but sigh. No matter how great the hero, they always fall for a pretty face. A slimy green creature suddenly appears, but Kaguya swiftly slices it with her blade. System alert. Your stand, Kaguya, has defeated a level 30 clown monster while being 8 levels underleveled. Congratulations, you have received one. Eyeing 60,000 experience points, she slices right through the green monster's head and stabs it, leading the charge. Lin Luo lies back on a green lounge chair, watching Kaguya's performance. He turns to the Black Emperor and says, having a pretty girl lead me around isn't half bad. Meanwhile, Kaguya has already finished off the monster. She reports to Lin Luo, Master, all enemies in this area have been completely wiped out. He stands up, highly satisfied. He tells Kaguya and the Black Emperor that their mission in this secret realm is to help the elves defend their camp and hold off the enemies outside. The image of a white-trunked tree appears. The elven race's divine crystal fragments are just like the superpowered crystals of the divine stone tree, which can restore a stand's energy. She ponders for a moment, then asks Lin Luo, so, if we help the elves defend their camp, will they give us this as a gift? He replies, normally, yes. That's how it would go. He thinks to himself, but in his past life, some players figured out a different strategy. If they wait for the clowns to break through the elves' defenses before wiping them out, they can harvest a massive amount of crystal fragments. Lin Luo turns and walks away, saying, but we still have to wait a bit longer. This leaves Kaguya and the Black Emperor standing there thoroughly confused, wondering what they're waiting for. He smiles and explains, we're waiting for the perfect moment. Getting a small reward is nothing compared to hogging all the resources for ourselves. Just then, a fiery projectile slams into the city wall, blasting it to pieces. The locals scream, the wall is breached. Everyone, fall back. He immediately calls out to Kaguya to make a run for it with him. Let's go, Kaguya. Next up is our turn. Small blobs of slime are moving in one direction, merging together to form a giant slime monster. Level 430, with 100,000 health and 350,000 experience points. Looking at its ultimate skill, Purple Destruction Beam, when it enters an extremely enraged state, it will spit a lethal beam from its mouth. dealing 800 points of damage to the target over a range of 800 meters, while causing the entire hit area to decay. The monster looks terrifying, but Kaguya uses her blade to slice it right open. Lin Luo and his team are highly confident they are much stronger than in his memories. Talk about a jackpot! The monster roars in anger. Human, how dare you steal my food? You must have a death wish. He plucks the purple gem, completely restoring energy for both himself and the Black Emperor. With his energy fully replenished, he calls out, "Wake up, Lord of Wishes." The Black Emperor is thrilled and highly satisfied, saying, "Such abundant energy. Thank you, my master." Lin Luo's stands are deeply grateful to him. "Lord of Wishes, grant my wish. Make it so the Black Emperor's next attacks are all critical hits, until the clown leader is dead." The Lord of Wishes replies, "My great master." The Lord of Wishes answers your call. The energy consumption depends on how difficult the wish is to fulfill. Cooldown? There is no cooldown. As you wish, master. Lin Luo commands his stands to charge forward and engage the giant beast in battle. Lin Luo looks at Kaguya and shouts out tactical instructions, saying, "Kaguya, Taiwu Knight stance. Shield the Black Emperor from all attacks, so he can focus entirely on attacking." Kaguya obediently listens to him, tossing her umbrella over. Understood. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor, Lin Luo's stand catches the umbrella, holding it up to block a heavy punch from the monster. Just then, small goblins suddenly appear out of nowhere. Each of them is armed with meteor hammers and spiked iron balls, relentlessly launching attacks at Kaguya. Though they are numerous, and their attacks are incredibly vicious, they are no match for her. Kaguya is as quick as a flash, dodging every single hammer strike. She and Lin Luo's stand leap back and forth, dodging the giant beast's attacks. After an intense clash, the system suddenly chimes. Your stand, Kaguya, has dealt 200 points of true damage to the ugly commander. Your stand, Black Emperor, has dealt 370 points of true damage to the ugly commander. Successfully triggered Plunder, stealing 27,900 health points. Infuriated by the damage inflicted by the two, the beast hurls a massive spiked iron ball straight at them. They slowly land back on the ground. The beast gathers all its strength, roaring loudly as it absorbs all the life force from its surroundings. A massive sphere of green energy condenses in front of its mouth, looking absolutely terrifying. Lin Luo stands nearby, observing the battle. Sensing how critical the situation has become, worry is clearly written all over his handsome face. He shouts, "It's the purple destruction beam. Kaguya, focus entirely on defense." The beast's body floats in midair as it unleashes the concentrated energy beam straight at Kaguya and Lin Luo's stand. The two remain incredibly calm, as Kaguya quickly grabs her umbrella to block the incoming attack. The Black Emperor stands right behind, backing Kaguya up. Though the umbrella looks ordinary, its power is anything but normal. Within moments, the green energy beam begins to fade, eventually dissolving into thin air. Kaguya slowly lowers her umbrella, scanning the area. Lin Luo still can't put his mind at ease, sweat dripping down his face as he watches the intense struggle. Lin Luo thinks to himself, though Kaguya can unleash incredible defense, she drains her energy way too fast. And that purple destruction beam is no joke. Even the Black Emperor is running low on energy now. He grabs a stone in front of him, crushes it with all his might, and commands the Black Emperor, strike while its ultimate is on cooldown, go all out. Receiving his master's command, the Black Emperor focuses his entire strength, getting into stance to launch a devastating attack. And then, the beast took a barrage of relentless strikes from the Black Emperor, its face contorting in pure agony. Successfully triggered Plunder. Successfully plundered 30% of the power from the Violet Destruction Light skill. Successfully triggered Plunder. Successfully plundered 150 attack points. Successfully triggered Plunder. Successfully plundered 36 speed points. Sensing the beast's weakened state, the Black Emperor lunged forward to deliver the decisive blow, completely shattering its body. Shards of liquid sprayed everywhere from the monster's ruptured body. With the beast finally defeated, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have slain the ugly chieftain, earning 9.5 million experience points. For defeating a monster 13 levels above yours, you receive a 1400% experience bonus. Under the effect of Wish, 100 battles, you receive an additional 200% experience points. Lin Luo let out a happy smile, ecstatic to have completed the mission. He smiled to himself. With this massive amount of experience, he could finally unlock his third-class skill, Myriad Sword's Return. Lin Luo raised his hand and tapped the myriad swords return button. Instantly, his body was lifted off the ground, enveloped in a strange, mystical glow. On the ground, the splattered liquid suddenly began to shift, slowly shaping into razor-sharp, jagged teeth. Guided by some unseen force, they bared their sharp fangs and lunged straight at him. Facing such a dire threat, Lin Luo simply let out a confident smirk. Dozens of spatial rifts tore open, and countless razor-sharp blades surged out a literal sea of 10,000 swords. Lin Luo raised his hand, channeling the surrounding light. "Bow down," he yelled. Instantly, beams of light pierced straight through the open jaws of the mini-monsters, as his body gently drifted back down to the ground. Lin Luo pulled back his hand and looked at his palm, smiling in satisfaction at his newly boosted attack power. His own combat strength was now on par with his stand. Sure, it felt amazing, but his mana bar was practically empty. The proud grin on his face instantly withered like a wet noodle the moment he saw his remaining mana. Talk about looking cool for a second, only to completely drain the tank. He began to recall his past memories. If I remember correctly, after a mage's first-class advancement, they get 2 recovery skills: mana recovery and mana absorption. One boosts passive mana regeneration, while the other literally leeches mana from monsters. A look of sheer determination filled his eyes. Lin Luo silently resolved that as soon as he had the time, he absolutely had to get his hands on these skills. After all, he didn't want such a badass skill to be reduced to a one-time life-saving ultimate that he could only pull out once in a blue moon. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Lin Luo took a leisurely stroll while eyeing the glittering crystals hanging from the branches. "Let's see how many divine crystal shards we can get out of this." With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his power to harvest the crystals. Under the sudden, intense impact, a cascade of crystals rained down. Lin Luo caught them deftly, gazing happily at the loot in his hands. Over 100 shards. That's equivalent to 5 SSS-grade divine crystals. But as they say, you can have too much of a good thing. Overusing these crystals definitely isn't a smart move. Lin Luo sighed. This is the catch with clearing high-level dungeons. If he levels up too quickly, his next drop of divine crystal shards won't be nearly as abundant. Whatever. Why waste brain cells worrying about that right now? With a shrug, his cheerful smile returned. All right. Next up is the thrilling 10-pull on the Wheel of Destiny. Come on out, Lord of Wishes. The moment he was summoned, the Lord of Wishes materialized. Placing a hand over his chest, he bowed respectfully to Lin Luo. "Greetings, my beloved master." Lin Luo walked over, threw an arm around his shoulder, and said in a friendly tone, "Old Chi, you've got to show me some love this time. Don't pull another stunt like last time, giving me 2 S-grade longevity pills." The Lord of Wishes didn't argue. He simply replied with a gentle smile, "Master, I suggest adding a restrictive clause to your wish next time. It would yield much better results." A moment later, Lin Luo stepped forward and tossed the crystals into the air, activating the Wheel of Destiny. For the next 10 pulls, a high-tier item above S-grade is guaranteed to appear. And make sure there are absolutely no longevity pills among those S-grade or higher items, Lin Luo added. Together, he and the Lord of Wishes stood by, watching the Wheel of Destiny spin. After a short moment, a brilliant, golden crystal drifted over and hovered right above Lin Luo's palm. He stared at it, transfixed, his face beaming with absolute joy. Incredible. A legendary golden cooldown reduction crystal. This baby can permanently cut my talent's cooldown in half. Clenching his fist, a burst of intense light erupted, wrapping his entire body in its warmth. Lin Luo grinned. At this rate, I can plunder 2 S-grade or higher talents every single day. He then shifted his gaze to the light purple crystal floating nearby. The other one is a mana crystal. It was an S-grade intelligence crystal, granting a flat 10-point boost to intelligence. The Lord of Wishes stepped closer, leaning in to whisper a suggestion. "My esteemed master, I suggest you give this crystal to the one who needs it most." Under that suggestion, a list of potential candidates appeared on the interface. Under intelligence stats, 180, 30, and 1. Lin Luo turned to him with a raised eyebrow. "Lord of Prayers, what does this intelligence stat actually do?" He calmly replied, "Honored master, intelligence is not the same as wisdom or being smart. Instead, it represents the speed of processing information." The Lord of Prayers added, "The higher your intelligence, the faster you can learn new knowledge and gain experience. Whether your intelligence is 1 or 30, these abilities will show a massive difference in combat and interaction." Hearing this explanation from the Lord of Prayers, Lin Luo fell into deep thought. He was struggling to decide who should get this crystal shard. The Black Emperor relied solely on raw attack power, but as the monster levels kept rising, he was no longer as dominant as before. Staring intently at the glittering crystal in his hand, he realized the one who needed it most right now was indeed the Black Emperor. Snapping out of his thoughts, he tossed the crystal to his avatar. "Take it, Black Emperor." Upon receiving the crystal from Lin Luo, the Black Emperor quickly crushed it in his hand. The Black Emperor's entire body lit up as a massive surge of power flowed deep into him. His eyes flared into a vivid crimson, looking absolutely terrifying. Having received such a valuable gift, the Black Emperor's respect for Lin Luo grew even deeper. Placing a hand over his chest, he bowed deeply. "Master, thank you for your grace. I will clear every obstacle in your path." Looking him straight in the eyes, Lin Luo spoke softly. "You have grown. From now on, you do not need me to micromanage your battles." "Yes, Master," the Black Emperor replied respectfully. Lin Luo scratched his head, looking a bit thoughtful. Gaining experience normally still was not as fast as directly plundering it. Then, he suddenly tossed the remaining 2 crystals toward the Lord of Prayers. "Lord of Prayers, use these 2 limit crystals to increase your energy cap and then locate an S-rank talent target for me." Swoosh! His face was filled with absolute joy as he caught the 2 crystals. He quickly absorbed their energy, not forgetting to say, "Understood, my great master." The scene then shifts to a nearby apartment building. Yang was now covered in wounds, his entire body sent flying straight into a trash can, with blood coughing up from his mouth. Zhou Yu, with a smug, punchable face, stood with his hands on his hips and barked at Yang. "Yang, we are classmates, so do not push your luck. Since you awakened an A-rank talent, we will leave you alone from now on." Although utterly exhausted, Yang forced himself back up to confront the gang. His hands burst into flames. "Pushing my luck?" He charged at Zhou Yu with his blazing fists. "When you guys beat me and pissed on my head, did you think about not pushing it?" Just as his fist was about to smash into Zhou Yu's face, a giant tentacle suddenly wrapped around his wrist. "What?" Yang gasped in shock. Countless massive tentacles erupted from Zhou Yu's body as a smug sneer spread across his face. He barked, Yang, do not push your limits. Did you really think you were the only one with a hidden talent? If it were not for how ugly this avatar is, I would have killed you a long time ago." Panic was clearly written all over Yang's face. How is this possible? Out of thousands of people, barely anyone gets an S-rank talent. How could a violent thug like you have one? He suddenly realized something and screamed, "Is evil really always one step ahead?" Every detail of the battle between Yang and Zhou Yu was being monitored by Lin Luo. He wore a mysterious smile. "Perfect, my next target for plundering." Meanwhile, Yang was backed into a tight corner. Zhou Yu mocked him. "What is wrong, little Yang? Not acting tough anymore?" His 2 lackeys chimed in to egg him on. "Yeah, go ahead and try to mess with our boss Joe again. Did you think awakening an A-rank talent made you hot stuff? Boss Joe is S-rank." But Zhou Yu was not satisfied yet. He used his tentacles to squeeze Yang tightly. "Today, you are going to feed my green demon." Under the crushing pressure, Yang's face contorted in agony. At this critical moment, as his life hung by a thread, a voice suddenly echoed from nearby, saving his life. "It is so late. What do you think you are doing?" A pink-haired woman dressed formally stepped forward to stop them. "Classmate, you cannot just use your powerful talent to bully other students." Recognizing the familiar face, Yang cried out, "Miss Chen." One of Zhou Yu's lackeys spun around, his face turning pale with fear as he gasped, "Boss Zhou, the teacher is here." Unlike his panicked lackeys, Zhou Yu remained surprisingly calm, his voice showing zero tension. Why panic? Zhou Yu truly feared nothing in this world. He turned around, directing his tentacles toward Miss Chen. "Since my secret is out, I have nothing to worry about anymore." Countless tentacles shot forward, surrounding her. Unprepared for such rebellious behavior, Miss Chen cried out in panic, "Classmate, what do you think you are doing?" Zhou Yu leaned in close, caressing her beautiful face. A wicked grin spread across his face. "You have always been the fantasy of every boy here. What do you think I want to do?" Tentacles began crawling up Miss Chen's pale thighs. Right then, Zhou Yu showed his sheer depravity, sliding his tentacles right up under her skirt. Terrified and deeply embarrassed, Miss Chen's cheeks flushed bright red. Yang couldn't take it anymore. Absolutely furious, he snapped and started cursing the bastard out. "Zhou Yu, you animal." But Zhou Yu was completely focused on the fresh meat in front of him, not even bothering to pay attention to him. "Little Yang, wait until I'm done having my fun, then I'll clean you up." But suddenly, in that exact moment, his tentacles were sliced into 100 pieces. Miss Chen fell straight to the ground, finally free from that scumbag Zhou Yu. Seeing his fun ruined, Zhou Yu roared, "Who the hell is there?" Zhou Yu's 2 lackeys were slashed across the neck at lightning speed. It happened so fast he couldn't even see who did it. Still trying to act tough, Zhou Yu barked angrily, "Get the hell out here. Stop playing mind games." Footsteps echoed from the darkness as a handsome face emerged. Lin Luo and Kaguya strolled in calmly. He spoke first. "So, you're Zhou Yu?" Sensing a massive wave of power coming from him, Zhou Yu asked in shock. "I don't recall our school having any awakened above S-class. Who the hell are you?" Lin Luo didn't even bother to answer. He simply snapped his fingers and summoned a familiar name, Prayer Doll. Instantly, the prayer paper doll materialized behind Lin Luo's back. "I order that the 3 of us will not take any damage." The summon obediently complied. "As you wish, master." Seeing that he was being ignored and feeling completely insulted, he barked out, "Damn it! I asked you a question. Who the hell are you?" Lin Luo let out a confident smirk. "It doesn't matter who I am. I'll give you 3 seconds to think of your last words." His anger reaching its boiling point, Zhou Yu stopped wasting his breath. Bracing himself to attack, he spat. "I gave you a chance, you arrogant bastard. Who doesn't have a summon? I'll also give you 3 seconds. Get lost, or I'll wipe you out too." Meanwhile, Lin Luo remained completely unbothered. "Black Emperor, take him down." Zhou Yu's jaw dropped when he saw another summon appear. "Just how many summons do you have?" But as soon as Black Emperor swung his fist, tentacles grabbed him tight, wrapping around his entire body. He looked in curiosity at the things wrapping around his body, thinking he had the upper hand. Zhou Yu sneered, "So what if you have more summons? Green Demon, devour him." But Lin Luo wasn't about to let him gloat. He calmly called out, "Kaguya." Hearing her name, she instantly dashed forward, using her blade to slice through Zhou Yu's tentacles like butter. Rainy Night Blade. She spun around, swiftly severing every single remaining tentacle in her path. Severed tentacles rained down onto the ground. Having finally realized what true power felt like, Zhou Yu collapsed in sheer terror, desperately begging them to stop. "Wait, I'm a victim too. It was Yang Yang who bullied my brothers. I was only doing this to protect my friends and uphold justice." Hearing this blatant lie, Yang Yang yelled out in shock, "Zhou Yu, shut your mouth and stop lying." Lin Luo wasn't buying a single word of his garbage. "Save your breath. A lowlife who dropped out of school like you gets a little bit of power and immediately uses it to terrorize others. Instead of wasting police resources down the road, it's much better if you just die by my hands right now." Realizing he couldn't talk his way out of this, Zhou Yu turned to beg Miss Chen, the very woman he was about to assault moments ago. "Teacher, you have to save me. I have to get into a top university." Her face was pale with horror, as if she was witnessing a total nightmare. While Miss Chen was still in shock, Kaguya raised her blade and delivered a clean, fatal slash to Zhou Yu. He immediately lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, Miss Chen let out a terrified scream. Lin Luo slowly walked over to Zhou Yu's corpse, completely ignoring her presence. "I despise scumbags who use their power to commit evil. Your death is well-deserved." He began to extract his talent, activating his S-rank talent, Plunder, and successfully stole the target's power. Lin Luo looked at his newly acquired talent with a hint of doubt, thinking to himself, "This talent is." Just then, Yang Yang shyly walked over to Lin Luo, speaking with the utmost respect. "Thank you so much. May I know your name?" Lin Luo didn't give his real name. Instead, he gave the name of his summon, Black Emperor. Having wrapped up the trouble here, Lin Luo, Kaguya, and Black Emperor turned to leave. He even suggested, "Let's go grab a late-night snack." Yang Yang stood frozen, watching Lin Luo walk away with eyes full of pure admiration. "Black Emperor, one day, I will definitely become just like you." Meanwhile, Lin Luo walked on, deep in thought. "I found it a bit strange before. Perfect fusion. The description of this talent is way too vague." Thinking of this, he immediately pulled up his system interface. S-rank talent. Perfect fusion. Effect. Extract and perfectly fuse the essence of 2 random existences together, while fully retaining their individual characteristics. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. After staring at the screen in silence for a moment, Lin Luo began making his calculations. With such a long cooldown, it certainly isn't the best time to test it out. Nothing beats testing it out in actual combat. With that thought, Lin Luo immediately called out to summon the green demon. Right as he said that, a cloud of black smoke mixed with a trace of green teleported right next to him. With a smug look on his face, Lin Luo muttered to himself, who knew this kind of upgrade was even possible? It is like having more than a dozen extra retractable arms, and he can even feel everything through them. With that, he turned his gaze back to the system screen in front of him. S-grade system. Strength is 100, which is 10 times that of a normal person. Speed is 100, intelligence is 2, defense is 150, and health is 6,000. These are the stats for just a single arm. With 15 arms in total, here are the combined stats of all the arms. Energy is at 200 out of 200. Energy recovery speed is 1 point per hour. Growth rate is 120. Range of action is 5 meters. Fusion status is imperfect. Can temporarily fuse 2 distinct entities together. Each fusion costs 10 points of energy. Features highly elastic skin that is resistant to blunt weapons. Grants 50% damage reduction against spells and magic attacks. However, when hit by sharp weapons, damage taken increases by 20%. With 0 cooldown, the green demon behind him reached out to help Lin Luo tap on the system screen. Looking closely at the system stats, Lin Luo realized something. No wonder the Black Emperor's attacks were not doing much, while Princess Kaguya managed to take him down in an instant. With that realization, a dark, sinister grin crept onto his face. But he kept analyzing. Despite that, with its high attack frequency and extra defense against magic, it still makes for a decent avatar. After a brief moment of hard work, Lin Luo could finally relax. He stretched his arms with a look of pure satisfaction. Everything is taken care of. Come on out, guys. Fried chicken is on me. As Lin Luo was basking in his victory, the Black Emperor, the Lord of Wishes, and Princess Kaguya suddenly materialized right before him. Thank you, Master. You are the greatest. Eating fried chicken is truly a brilliant decision. Fried chicken. I love fried chicken the most. Hearing this, Lin Luo was more determined than ever. He quickly pulled out his phone, tapping away with rapid-fire speed. Once the fried chicken was ordered, Lin Luo let out a sigh of relief. It is done. Now we wait. When the waitress saw the absurd amount of food Lin Luo had ordered, she was so shocked that she rushed over to double-check. Excuse me, sir, did you really order 300 chicken wraps, 400 spicy burgers, 20 tender beef crunch wraps, 100 cod burgers, and 400 cups of Coke? Despite the waitress staring at him in sheer disbelief, Lin Luo simply shrugged and gave a 2-word reply. That is right. Hearing the confirmation straight from his mouth, the waitress looked a bit embarrassed as she explained their situation. But our store does not have that much in stock right now. Hearing that, Lin Luo just glanced at her and gave a resigned sigh. Just bring out whatever you have then. After placing the order, Lin Luo fell into deep thought. If I remember correctly, a global food crisis will hit in 6 months. Spatial crystals can keep food perfectly fresh, just like the moment it was put in. So I might as well hoard some supplies while I can. While Lin Luo was still deep in thought, Princess Kaguya suddenly called out in a panic. Master, look, the fog outside is getting thicker and thicker. Hearing this, Lin Luo also lost his cool with a look of sheer surprise flashing across his face. He quickly collected his thoughts and muttered grimly. Before he could even finish his sentence, his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Lin Luo stared at his screen, his face turning pale as he read the alert. It is a rat-level disaster. An otherworldly proto-insect calamity. Just outside, 2 mutated spiders with glowing red eyes lunged forward aggressively. A second later, a woman carrying her toddler rushed inside, screaming in absolute terror. Help! Somebody help us! Please, save my baby! Before she could even finish, a hairy spider leg reached out and snagged her coat. Feeling its sharp grasp, she shrieked in terror. In her arms, the child's eyes welled up with tears, completely petrified. Less than a second later, the massive spider knocked her to the ground, hissing and baring its razor-sharp fangs. Not daring to waste a single second, she crawled forward frantically, pleading for help. No, please, no, save us. Her shirt was instantly shredded by the force of the monster's pull. Just when it seemed like the mother and child were about to meet a gruesome end, a miracle happened. Lin Luo suddenly leaped in, shielding the mother and child with a look of pure determination. While the woman stared at him in utter shock, Lin Luo remained completely calm, slowly stepping forward. Dust and smoke filled the air, but despite facing a towering beast, Lin Luo stood tall and walked straight toward it with absolute confidence. He quickly called out, "Lord of Wishes, I make a wish. Within 10 meters of me, let all white bones disintegrate." Standing right behind Lin Luo, the Lord of Wishes heard his command and respectfully replied, "As you wish, my revered master." An instant later, a blinding pillar of light crashed down from the pitch-black sky. The brilliant light severely wounded the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo immediately launched his next strike to finish it off. Wind Sword Chi. Before he could even fully unleash his skill, the monster in front of him was sliced right in half. The moment it died, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, player. You have slain a level 7 long-legged spider monster, gaining 640 experience points, 9,400% calamity experience, wish points, and 200% battle-hardened bonus experience." Looking at his massive gains, Lamlak stared at the slain monster, realizing a fundamental truth. Just as I thought. Even though they don't drop any items or gear, they grant 4 times the experience points. But before Lamlak could dwell on it, the silhouettes of 2 massive, big-nosed monsters appeared in the distance. On top of that, they were shrouded in filthy, swirling black smoke. Lamlak calmly glanced in their direction and issued a cold command. "Black Emperor, Kaguya, get out there and level up." Without needing another word, Kaguya instantly appeared and sliced the monster into absolute mush. Immediately after, a system notification popped up. System notification. "Congratulations, player. Your avatar Kaguya has slain a level 3 giant worm. You have gained 64 experience points, with an 800% experience boost." And it wasn't just Kaguya, the Black Emperor was also putting in some serious work. Another system notification popped up. "Congratulations, player. Your avatar Black Emperor has slain a level 3 giant worm. You have gained 64 experience points, with an 800% experience boost." Monsters were now spawning endlessly all over the city. Meanwhile, in some dark corner, Mr. Liu spoke with a sinister grin. "Old Du, is this the mutant dragonfly fusion form? It looks pretty terrifying." Hearing this, Du Tai Keep simply stared into the empty space ahead and replied coldly, "To ordinary people, this calamity is a nightmare, but to awakened ones with powerful talents like us, it's an absolute goldmine." Mr. Liu let out a smug chuckle before asking a question. "Because of the 4 times experience multiplier, right?" Faced with the question, Du Tai Keep calmly turned his head and replied, "Exactly." In the original timeline, the first player to achieve their second-class advancement appeared 6 days after the global awakening, but yesterday, that Black Emperor already completed his second-class advancement. That's why this first-wave trial was pushed forward. Saying this, he glanced out the window at the mutated monsters outside. "But that's fine. I brought you all together to build the strongest team possible. By exploiting their light-seeking nature, we can easily reach level 20 and complete our second-class advancement in no time." The moment he finished speaking, a massive claw shattered the window frame in front of them. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Liu and his group of 4 jumped right out of the window. Let's see who can rack up the most kills. Meanwhile, Lamlak and his companions were caught in a tense, high-stakes standoff with the surrounding monsters. After that massive slaughter, the insect swarm seemed too terrified to approach, overriding their basic instincts for now. But this peace was only temporary. With that in mind, Lamlak turned to his summons and commanded, "Black Emperor, Kaguya, you 2 guard this place." He then casually walked back into the shop as if nothing had happened, asking, "Is my takeout order ready yet?" "Yes, everything is right here." Lamlak quickly grabbed the food to head out, but not before warning the survivors inside about the grim reality outside. "For the next 10 days, it's highly unlikely that anyone will come to rescue you, so you absolutely must not go outside. Wait for help here. Ration the food and water in the shop, and you should be able to hold out." The woman Lamlak had just saved mustered up all her courage and pleaded in a trembling voice, "Mister, please, take us with you." Hearing her plea, Lamlak turned back and gave a blunt explanation. "Following me will only put you in more danger. The streets are crawling with man-eating bugs. Once I leave, turn off all the lights immediately and block out these windows. Without any light, they won't try to break in." With that, Lamlak turned and walked away with a firm resolve, leaving them with one final word. "Have faith in our nation. Rescue will definitely come." Suddenly, Lamlak froze, a sudden wave of dread washing over his face. He thought to himself, what is this terrible feeling? Did I forget something important? The outside world was bleak and covered in thick, billowing smoke, which only added to his growing unease. Oh no. Since my rebirth has altered the timeline, could Sis Wen be in danger because she can't handle the changes? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a young woman was being cornered by a massive, terrifying monster with 2 glowing red eyes. Just in the nick of time, Mr. Lu flew in and unleashed his heavenly sage avatar to save her. The moment the skill activated, a glowing, ethereal figure charged forward without a single moment of hesitation. Within seconds, the terrifying monster was utterly crushed by that overwhelming force. Mr. Lu quickly approached the young woman, putting on a gentle facade as he reached out his hand to help her up. My fair lady, this humble Taoist has saved your life today. Tell me, how do you plan to repay me? But right at that moment, another colossal force surged toward them. The Emperor's Eye. Absolute plunder of life and death. The person who just made that move was none other than Hui Tai Lang. With a sinister look on his face, he walked over and said, Master Lu, let me give you a hand. Mr. Lu turned toward Hui Tai Lang and scolded him. Hui Tai Lang, stealing my EXP like this is not cool. Despite Mr. Lu's complaints, Hui Tai Lang casually replied, Master Lu, isn't it obvious that I'm just trying to help? As they were bickering, another voice interrupted their conversation. Since this monster is already dead, I'm sure you won't mind if I make use of its useless corpse. Right after saying that, he walked up to the slain monster and whispered to it, For your king, rise. Seeing this, Mr. Lu turned to Old Tu and gave a thumbs up in admiration. So this is the S-tier Shadow Monarch talent? Old Tu, you found yourself a really powerful teammate. Meanwhile, Lam Lac was desperately running from the monsters swarming above. Spotting a figure flashing past, Mr. Lu couldn't help but feel surprised. He stared at Lam Lac with pure suspicion, wondering, could he be just like us, farming monsters to level up? Hearing this, Hui Tai Lang quickly chimed in. Ordinary people can't foresee the future. Maybe he just has enough skill to fight his way out and escape. It's not completely impossible. While the two continued to doubt, Old Tu looked suspicious, silently staring in that direction. Meanwhile, Lam Lac kept pushing forward regardless of the danger. He thought to himself, according to the original timeline, Sister An should have survived this disaster safely. He then stopped in front of a door. He desperately prayed in his heart, Please open up. I just need to check. I just need to make sure her family is safe. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside. Is that you, Vu Tu? The next second, Aunt Lai opened the door with a surprised look on her face. Little Lamb? Seeing her, Lam Lac was so anxious that he immediately blurted out a question. Aunt Lai, where is Sister An? Is she not home? Hearing his question, Aunt Lai became visibly worried and replied, It's way past her working hours, and Vu Tu is still not back. I don't know if something bad happened to her. Now the outside is covered in thick white fog, and there is no phone signal. What should we do? Hearing this felt like a bolt from the blue for Lam Lac. His face grew more tense than ever. Just as I feared, Sister An isn't back yet. Something must have gone wrong. Realizing this, Lam Lac quickly told Aunt Lai in a raised, urgent voice, Auntie, please don't panic. I'm going to look for Sister An right now. Promise me that no matter what you hear out there, do not open the door, and absolutely do not open the windows. Seeing how tense he was, Aunt Lai could only nod frantically. Okay. Outside the building, a thick, pitch-black fog was rolling in. Damn it. With the way things are right now, if someone hasn't awakened a combat talent or inherited dungeon power, running into the insect swarm means certain death. With that thought, he plunged into the thick fog without hesitation. Sister An, you must stay safe. As Lam Lac was running anxiously, the voice of the Black Emperor echoed in his ear. Master, there's someone over here. As soon as those words were spoken, the bloodied, lifeless body of a woman appeared before them on the road. At the sight of this, Lam Lac's expression grew even darker. She's already gone. This disaster is far more dangerous than I thought. I have to find Sister An immediately. With that, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Lord of Prayer, show me the location of An Vu Tu immediately. As soon as he spoke, the Lord of Prayer materialized behind him. A second later, a book began rapidly flipping its pages, emitting a blinding light. Beneath Lam Lac's feet, alongside a golden glow, a red dot and a green dot began to shine. Staring at the glowing dots, Lam Lac clenched his fists and thought with determination, Vu Tu, wait for me. Meanwhile, chaos reigned elsewhere as monsters popped up everywhere. Inside a cramped room, 3 terrified people were huddling, and a blonde girl began to speak with a trembling voice. "Vu Tu, what should we do? We're trapped in here." "Don't worry, Van. The agents from the investigation bureau will definitely come to rescue us." While they were comforting each other, the man sitting next to them held his head in his hands, his face pale as a ghost and his lips trembling. "The apocalypse is here. We're all doomed. Nobody is getting out of here alive. Nobody." Suddenly, he stopped talking, his eyes bulging as he stared in their direction. The next second, he lunged straight at Vu Tu and the blonde girl, making them scream in sheer terror. "What are you doing?" He aggressively lunged at them while they desperately tried to dodge. "What am I doing?" "Making the most of our final moments, of course. We're trapped here waiting to die anyway. This is fate." Vu Tu was so terrified that she could barely stammer out her words. "Calm down." But the girl next to her fiercely barked back. "You shameless piece of garbage. Go look in a mirror. Even if you were the last man on Earth, I wouldn't even spare you a glance." Instead of backing down, his excitement grew even wilder as he lunged forward, grabbing both of Vu Tu's hands. "Save your breath. I wouldn't even look at someone like you." Seeing this, the girl standing nearby panicked and rushed over to stop him. "You creep, let her go." He shoved her hand away, pushing her to the ground with total disgust. "Get lost." Then, he turned back to Yusi with a sleazy grin. "Hey beautiful, I am still a virgin. Let me have some fun so I can die with no regrets." As he spoke, he unzipped his pants to expose himself. Yuchi could only struggle helplessly, her tears flowing non-stop. "Let me go, let me go." Losing all patience, the scumbag pinned her arm down and forcefully kissed Yuchi on her cheek. "You piece of trash, doing this the hard way, huh?" In the next second, he pinned Yusi to the ground. Yuchi could only weep in sheer despair. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. The man froze in fear, stopping his assault as he muttered to himself, "The beasts! They are breaking in." Less than a second later, an unseen force kicked him straight in the face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Just then, a familiar figure approached Yusi, making her gasp in shock. Lin Luo, helping Yusi up, Lin Luo gave her a gentle, apologetic smile. "Sister Wen, I am sorry. I am late." The man who had just been smacked by Lin Luo staggered to his feet, but he was still acting tough. "Are you insane? The beasts are breaking in, and we are all going to die." Hearing this, Lin Luo only gave him a cold, emotionless glance before calling out, "Black Emperor." Without waiting for Lin Luo to say another word, the Black Emperor swiftly lunged forward and grabbed the guy by the throat without mercy. The man turned pale with absolute terror. "Let me go." Lin Luo stared at him with a freezing glare and demanded, "What did you do to her?" His face turned blue from a lack of oxygen, but he still stubbornly refused to answer. "Help me." Seeing his hesitation only infuriated Lin Luo, who growled in a low, menacing voice. Along with his shout, the Black Emperor tightened his grip on the man's throat. Terrified, the man stammered desperately, "I will talk. I will talk." As soon as those words left his mouth, the Black Emperor let go, letting him crash heavily to the floor. The moment he was freed, he crawled over and grabbed Lin Luo's leg, begging for forgiveness. Boss, I was wrong. I didn't do anything to her. Please spare me. I will turn myself in. I will go straight to the police." Looking down at him, Lin Luo's eyes grew cold and filled with disgust. He raised 2 fingers and said, "I will give you 2 choices. Either I beat you to death right now, or you get the hell out of here and try your luck. Choose." Hearing this, his legs turned to jelly, but he didn't forget to thank Lin Luo. "Thank you for sparing my life, boss." He quickly made his choice. "I am going out." As soon as he saw the man step outside, Lin Luo uttered a prayer. "Lord of prayers, I pray that within 5 minutes, 200 bugs will appear right next to him." Standing behind him, the Lord of Prayers quickly replied, "As you wish, master." The moment the guy stepped outside, he sneered triumphantly, looking back at Lin Luo's group. He thought to himself, "What an idiot. The glass is broken, so none of you will survive anyway. Lucky for me, I know a hiding spot nearby. Just wait to die, fools." Little did he know, countless blinding beams of light were suddenly appearing all around him. Suddenly, a massive bug lunged forward and knocked him to the ground. In the next second, thousands of other bugs flew in at terrifying speed, making him scramble backward in pure panic. Before he could even react, the swarms of bugs instantly tore him to pieces without mercy, ending his life in agonizing pain. Back inside, Lin Luo pulled Yuchi into a warm hug and comforted her. "Sister Wen, you are safe now." Once she calmed down, Yuchi looked up at Lin Luo with lingering distress and asked, Lin Luo, did you really just let him go like that? Hearing this, Lin Luo calmly replied, how could I? He dared to hurt the most important person in my life. His face was completely relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Yet, only by feeding him to countless bugs could he pay for even 1/100th of his sins. Hearing his words, Yusi blushed as red as a tomato and thanked him shyly. Lin Luo, thank you. While the two were having their moment, Kaguya suddenly materialized, breaking the romantic atmosphere. Master, is she the one who is going to be your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, both of them blushed furiously. Flustered, Lin Luo quickly turned around and shouted at Kaguya in embarrassment. Kaguya, don't talk nonsense. Kaguya gave him a skeptical look, glancing at Yuchi beside him as she replied, I'm not talking nonsense. You clearly said before that she is very important to you. Then she innocently asked Lin Luo, Master, don't you like her? Put on the spot, Lin Luo could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Well, Lin Luo waved his hands in a flustered denial. Of course not. Of course, that's not what I... Nearby, Wenwen slowly opened her eyes and woke up, likely disturbed by the loud noise. Hearing the sound, Wen Yuchi looked over. She was surprised to see a familiar figure and quickly ran to hug her. Wenwen! She gently helped Wenwen sit up and asked with concern, Are you okay? Wenwen replied softly, I'm fine. My head just hurts a little. Van glanced over and saw Lam Lak. Terrified, she instantly clung to Vutu and screamed at the top of her lungs. Knowing Van was in a complete state of panic, Vutu gently held her, patting her back to calm her down. Van, don't worry. It's okay. He's my friend. Lam Lak actually saved us. Van stole a glance at Lam Lak, utterly captivated by how handsome he was. You're so good looking, Van stammered. Meanwhile, Lam Lak shoved his hands into his pockets and walked ahead. He glanced back and warned them, This place isn't safe to hang around. We need to move, now. Soon, they arrived outside an apartment. Vutu knocked softly and called out, Mom, open up. Hearing her daughter's familiar voice, Aunt Lai rushed to swing the door open, her face lighting up with pure joy. Vutu, you're home. Are you hurt? Seeing that face and hearing that voice, Vutu couldn't hold back. She threw her arms around her loving mother, hugging her tightly. The three of them stepped inside. Aunt Lai set a cup of hot tea on the table for Lam Lak and asked, How is Van doing now? Vutu calmly replied, She's doing fine, Mom. Lam Lak and I made sure she got home safe first. Aunt Lai turned to look at him with deep gratitude in her eyes. Lam Lak, we really owe you one this time. Thank you so much. Hearing Aunt Lei's praise, Lam Lak couldn't hide his satisfaction and flashed a bright smile. Meanwhile, Vutu looked around the quiet apartment and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Aunt Lai sighed. Your dad's office ordered everyone to stay put and wait for further instructions. Hearing this, Lam Lak's face darkened with concern. Wait at the office? Lam Lak started putting the pieces together. He remembered that Uncle An worked at the city administrative center. That building had massive, wide-open glass entrance doors. If the bright lights of the building ended up attracting the monsters, there would be absolutely nothing to stop them from swarming straight inside. He leaped to his feet. Ready to head out, he turned to the two women and said, Aunt Lai, Vutu, I'm heading over to Uncle An's office right now to check on him. Vutu stood up, clearly not wanting Lam Lak to put himself in danger again. No, you can't, she said anxiously. It's way too dangerous out there. What if you... Before she could even finish, Lam Lak cut in to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I promise I'll bring Uncle An back home safe and sound. Shortly after, Lam Lak arrived at the office building where Vutu's father worked. The entire area was crawling with the insectoid swarm. Scanning the perimeter, he muttered, Looks like the swarm has already breached this place. Suddenly, a strange chill ran down his spine. Lam Lak looked left and right, highly alert. What is this intense, suffocating pressure, he thought. Monsters in an E-rank calamity are supposed to cap out at level 20. There is no way a regular beast could emit this kind of overwhelming pressure. Right then, a massive explosion rocked the building, instantly catching his attention. Lam Lak looked up, a rare look of concern crossing his handsome face. Oh, it's a wormhole guardian. After quickly assessing the situation, he began to analyze the situation. An E-rank disaster usually ranges from levels 1 to 20. However, monsters that guard the wormhole are always scaled significantly higher than the rift itself. These elite beasts are known as wormhole guardians. The only way to seal the rift and end the calamity in this area is to eliminate the Guardian. Lam Lak recalled that in his past life, during the chaotic era, the government offered massive rewards to anyone who could clear out a wormhole Guardian. He stared toward the massive silhouette of the wormhole Guardian, thinking wryly, since I ran into it here, this thing has got to be at least level 30. I honestly can't tell if I'm lucky or just cursed. Shaking the thoughts from his head, Lam Lak sprinted straight into the building, muttering to himself, but a beast that massive is still pretty terrifying. I need to prep a bit before taking it on. First things first, I've got to rescue Uncle An. Meanwhile, Old Ko and Uncle An were running for their absolute lives, desperately trying to shake off a pursuing beast. Run! Move faster! Panting heavily, they reached an office door and ducked inside without a second thought. The second they crossed the threshold, Uncle An slammed the door shut. Still trembling with fear, he screamed at Old Coco, "Help me drag this cabinet over here to block the door. If that thing gets in, we're dead meat." Working together, they quickly shoved the heavy cabinet against the door. Both men then collapsed onto the floor right next to it, holding their breath and not daring to make a single sound. But the beast outside had no intention of letting them go. It began violently clawing and pounding against the door, filling the room with absolute terror. The two older men shivered violently, paralyzed with fear as they stared at the door. Suddenly, the glass window pane shattered into pieces. Both of them let out a blood-curdling scream. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying noise outside finally died down. Old Ko whispered to Uncle An, "On, wait, did that monster leave?" Uncle An nodded silently, agreeing. I think so. Is it dead?" Just as they began to hope, a familiar voice called out from the hallway, "Uncle An, it's Lam Lak. Are you in there?" Recognizing the voice, Uncle An gasped. "Lam Lak? It's really you?" Dropping their guard, they quickly pulled the cabinet back and unlocked the door. There stood Lam Lak, casually standing on top of the giant monster's corpse. He waved at Vutu's dad with a grin and said, "Uncle An, long time no see." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a furious roar echoed. "Damn it." A system notification flashed. Dungeon cleared by player. Black Emperor. Clear time, 1 hour and 52 minutes. Dungeon refresh time, 18 hours remaining. Tai Kiep clenched his fist so hard, his knuckles turned white. He ground his teeth in sheer rage, his face twisted with absolute fury. The Linzong Sanctuary dungeon was supposed to provide this energy, but the Black Emperor beat us to it. He thought to himself, just to gather these top awakened, I've already lost several global achievements to him. And now, even the dungeons are being cleared before we can get to them. The purple-haired guy next to him spoke up. He cleared a level 30 dungeon all by himself for 30 years. Fighting for so long without a break inside the dungeon. Can his avatar's energy even handle it? Taiji's face darkened. Anyone would be furious after having their achievements constantly stolen like this. Trying to keep his cool, he told the guy, this dungeon uses a standard clearing method, so the energy consumption isn't that high. You just need to slip in at the right moment to help the NPCs. I just didn't expect someone to beat us to it. Master Liao began to speculate. Sir, it seems this Black Emperor is just like you, a regressor from the future. Taiji seemed to agree with the old man's theory. That must be it. But I still don't know how he managed to steal my powers, or how he even went back in time with me. Taiji observed the expressions of the people standing beside him and thought, for S-rank awakened like us, our only weakness is that our avatars are too powerful and constantly need energy replenishment. Without hesitating for another second, he turned around and said as he walked, time is of the essence. I know a few other dungeons. I don't believe he can clear them all. This suffocating feeling of frustration absolutely disgusted Taiji. He loosened his tie with a quick tug. He made up his mind. Black Emperor, sooner or later, I will confront you face to face. True to his word, Lin Luo safely brought Yusi back. After learning that he had killed that monster all by himself, Auntie Li was utterly shocked. Lin Luo, what on earth is going on? How did you get so strong? You're literally like a superhero in the movies. A worm bigger than a buffalo, and you killed it in a flash. He proudly showed off his abilities while explaining everything to them. Uncle Wen, it's because I awakened an S-rank talent. Uncle Wen's jaw dropped, unable to believe his ears. Is an S-rank talent really that powerful? I only awakened a D-rank robust talent, which speeds up my stamina recovery, but at most, it just lets me climb 5 flights of stairs without gasping for breath. Auntie Li, standing beside her husband, shared his amazement. Mine is just a C-rank intelligence talent, which gives me a much better memory. They even said this talent could prevent me from going senile in my old age. Yusi suddenly walked over out of nowhere, gently placed her hand on his shoulder, and said excitedly, "I'm much better than both of you. I awakened an A-rank talent, Heavenly Voice. This talent makes my singing sound incredible, and it can even restore everyone's stamina and grant useful buffs." Auntie Lee then turned to Lin Luo and asked, "Oh right, Lin Luo, what kind of talent did you awaken?" Lin Luo looked a bit put on the spot by her question. Sensing his awkwardness, Yuchi quickly stepped in to rescue him. "Mom, why are you asking about his personal business?" Realizing she had been a bit nosy, Auntie Lee quickly apologized. Right, my bad. Lin Luo is all grown up now, I shouldn't be prying into his secrets." Lin Luo didn't mind at all and gave her a warm smile. "It's fine, Auntie Lee. The talent I awakened is called Divine Justice. It's a highly offensive type of talent." Yuchi looked at Lin Luo with admiration and praised him. "Lin Luo, you are so amazing. If you're free, could you carry me through some dungeons? I'm too scared to go alone." Without hesitation, he readily agreed to her request. Looking at the talented young man in front of him, Uncle Wen expressed his deep admiration. Every generation has its geniuses. Now that the world has changed so drastically, there's definitely a place for you at the top. Lin Luo, you must seize this opportunity. Receiving the praise, Lin Luo replied firmly, "I will, Uncle Wen." After chatting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Uncle Wen stood up and suggested, "All right, Lin Luo has had a long day. We happen to have a spare guest room. Lin Luo, why don't you stay over for the night?" Hearing this, Lin Luo was quite surprised, a hint of embarrassment flushing his face. "I don't think that's very convenient." But Yuchi didn't even give him a chance to refuse. She grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the room. "Come on. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Let me show you to your room. Life really is full of unexpected turns." Uncle Wen stared after Lin Luo. He never would have guessed that after losing touch for so many years, the boy from the orphanage would end up saving their lives. A little later, after taking a shower, Lin Luo sat on the bed, lost in thought. To think I'd save Sister Yusi and Uncle Wen in this lifetime and even end up staying at their place. But I can't stay here forever. My brother is still waiting for me to rescue him. Lin Luo's shredded, perfectly toned physique was absolutely mesmerizing. The water droplets clinging to his body only enhanced his natural charm. Drying his hair, he muttered, "But I can't stay here forever. My brother is still waiting for me to save him." He began to plan his next moves. The most urgent task right now was to boost his strength and quickly find the next S-rank avatar. The scene shifts to a dark and rather creepy place. Jin Ming was currently using a summoning ritual to call upon the Demon King of Fear to help him achieve his goals. A look of pure satisfaction washed over his face as he watched his plan unfold. "With the fear and despair of all living beings, I summon you. Come forth, Demon King of Fear." A hand slowly emerges. Right after, the entire body of the Demon King of Fear materializes. It opens its filthy, disgusting mouth and mutters, What a delicious aroma." He looks up at the colossal creature before him. This is an S-rank stand. My very own S-rank stand." The Demon King of Fear stands with its arms crossed, puffing out its chest and asserting its absolute dominance over him. "Go, my servant. Sacrifice the fear and despair of living souls to me, and I shall grant you absolute power." Standing nearby, Xinyue can't help but tremble in terror as she watches her father act like this. The little girl softly calls out, "Daddy." Hearing his daughter's voice, Jinming snaps out of it, and that terrifying expression on his face instantly vanishes. Coming back to his senses, he looks at Xinyue with warm, gentle eyes and softly pats her head. With a gentle touch, he says, "Be a good girl, sweetie. Daddy is going out to buy you some delicious food. Can you wait at home for me, nice and quiet?" Hearing this, Xinyue obediently replies, "Okay, Daddy. I'll stay home and wait for you to come back." With that, Jinming and his new stand stride out of the house. Xinyue casts a fearful look at the monstrous stand. Once Jinming leaves, the little girl tightly hugs her teddy bear and curls up in a corner. Meanwhile, switching over to Lin Luo, he is currently standing on the rooftop of a building. He and the Lord of Prayers are chatting. As Lin Luo speaks, Guanmu smiles. "Lu Ming and Zhou Yu, 2 of the 15 executives, have already been killed by me. That leaves 2 others who are confirmed to have awakened S-rank stands, Hu Jinming and Guo Tao. With that, Lin Luo orders, Lord of Prayers, send me Hu Jinming's location." Receiving the order, the Lord of Prayers immediately complies. As you wish, my master. Having obtained what he wanted, Lin Luo praises him. Excellent. Lin Luo doesn't linger any longer, and leaps down instantly, a look of sheer excitement written all over his face. He is fully prepared for an exciting confrontation ahead. Let the hunt begin. Meanwhile, on Jinming's side, the system displays a notification regarding his stand. Your stand, the Demon King of Fear, has slain a level 6 giant needle wasp. You receive 300 plus 400% Calamity EXP. Slaying a monster 4 levels higher grants a 500% EXP bonus. Your stand, the Demon King of Fear, has slain a demon-faced spider. Level 7. You receive 400 plus 400% Calamity EXP. Slaying a monster 3 levels higher grants a 400% EXP bonus. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up to level 3. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up to level 4. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up to level 5. Jinming is now thoroughly basking in the overwhelming ecstasy brought by the Demon King of Fear. Is this the true power of an S-rank stand? I don't even have to lift a finger to level up this fast. A sinister smile creeps onto his face. Let's see who dares to mock me now. And that wretched woman who abandoned her husband and child. Sooner or later, I will make her regret it. But the Demon King of Fear feels its current strength is still far from enough. It approaches Jinming and commands, "Servant, my strength is still too weak. The souls of these monsters are pathetic, and the fear they produce isn't even enough to satisfy my hunger." Trembling slightly, he asks, "Then, where can we find enough fear?" It slowly replies, "Humans. Only the fear born from human souls is the ultimate feast for me." The moment Hu Jinming hears the word humans, his face turns pale, and cold sweat pours down. Kill humans? The Demon King of Fear lowers its voice, whispering insidious words into his ear. The fiend murmurs, "Servant, do you not crave even greater, more absolute power?" Those words feel like a hypnotic spell. The fear he felt just a moment ago completely vanishes, replaced by a consuming hatred that takes over his mind. Jinming obediently replies, "As you command, master." The two of them head toward the neighboring houses. The front door of one home is utterly smashed to pieces by the Demon King. A family of 3, terrified and cornered, backs away in fear. The wife tightly clutches her newborn baby in her arms, while her husband desperately grips a knife, yelling at the intruders, Who the hell are you people?" Jinming points at the 3 of them and turns to his stand. Is this good enough? Just scaring them a bit should generate plenty of fear, right? The Demon King inhales the scent of panic in the air. Ah, so sweet, so intense, this exquisite stench of terror. To protect his wife and child, the husband doesn't hesitate to charge forward. "You monster, I'll kill you." Seeing this, his wife is consumed by panic and screams, "Honey," before he can even lay a hand on it. The husband is impaled straight through by the Demon King, blood spraying everywhere. His wife stands frozen, completely devastated by the horrific sight. The Demon King licks the fresh blood off its hand, looking thoroughly satisfied. Feasting on human terror is indeed far superior to those pathetic monsters. At this point, Jinming hasn't completely lost his sanity yet. He steals a glance at the creature, wondering what kind of monster his stand truly is. The Demon King crouches down, starting to absorb the energy from the husband's corpse. But even after devouring it, it still feels unsatisfied. It glares at the wife who is still clutching her baby, and snarls, "Not enough. I want more." Jinming can't take it anymore. He steps in front of the mother and child, yelling at the Demon King, "Stop! Why are you killing people? I summoned you to slay the monsters outside and help me level up." Unconvinced, the Demon King reaches out and grabs him. With a sinister grin, it sneers at Jinming, "Servant, I am born from the despair and fear deep within your soul. I am a genius. Once I have had my fun, I will naturally reward you with absolute unmatched power." The Demon King furiously sends him flying to the side. "Put away that fake mercy of yours." Wanting to enjoy the sweet fruits of victory without getting his hands dirty, Jinming is targeted as the Demon King unleashes another soul-snatching spell. And just like that, it begins whispering words laced with dark magic. "This woman, she will die by your hand." Although Jinming's intentions are twisted, a shred of his conscience still remains. Hearing his double say this, he quickly refuses. No, but even so, the entity refuses to let Jinming off the hook, relentlessly driving him toward the mother and child cowering nearby. The shadow's demonic energy completely envelops Jinming, gradually seizing control of his mind. Look at that. Jinming's face completely changes, and his eyes grow incredibly sharp. He steps forward and picks up the dagger from the ground. Without a shred of mercy, he raises the dagger high, ready to end the mother and child. The mother tightly hugs her child, pleading through terrified eyes. Please, I beg you, spare my child. But Hu Jinming's mind is completely dominated by the demonic spell, and any trace of his original kindness is gone. He lunges forward, mercilessly stabbing them over and over again. Agonizing screams echo through the air. Lin Luo finally arrives, but it is already too late. The mother lies dying on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. Hearing a sound behind him, Jinming slowly turns around. Staring at the horrific scene, Lin Luo's rage boils over as he growls, "You bastards!" Lin Luo's face darkens, his fury reaching its absolute boiling point. He coldly commands his summon, Black Emperor, slaughter these beasts. Receiving the order, the Black Emperor immediately charges forward. The Demon King shows no fear at all. Instead, he gets excited, thrilled to encounter such a powerful soul. It braces itself, ready to unleash a devastating strike. Such intense emotions. How sweet it will be when you drown in despair. With a sweep of his hand, the Demon King blows the Black Emperor away, then launches himself forward with explosive speed. It turns out the Demon King's true target is Lin Luo. It charges straight at him, thinking he will make a delicious treat. Caught off guard by this sudden shift, Lin Luo stands frozen in place. The beast unleashes a blast of crimson energy directly at Lin Luo. Just as it seems he is about to be swallowed whole, a familiar umbrella suddenly shields him. Lin Luo looks in shock at the figure who just saved his life. The monster's power is truly terrifying. Even he couldn't react to its strike in time. Lin Luo thinks to himself, "That was incredibly fast. If it wasn't for Kaguya, I wouldn't have been able to react in time." Without a second thought, he roars. "Black Emperor!" Hearing its master's call, the Black Emperor lunges forward to strike, its recent wounds rapidly healing in an instant. The beast gloats, "I am the ultimate Demon King of fear." With that, it swings a massive fist directly at the Black Emperor. "Die!" Seeing that the Black Emperor is struggling to hold its ground, Lin Luo quickly commands in this critical moment, "Kaguya, Rainy Night Blade." Receiving her master's command, Kaguya obediently complies, whispering, "Understood." The beast glances at Kaguya, pure disdain filling its eyes. "An insect like you. Get lost." With an earth-shaking roar, Kaguya is blown far away. Fortunately, Lin Luo moves quickly and catches her just in time. By now, the Black Emperor is completely exhausted, collapsed flat on the ground. The beast seizes the opportunity, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. "Kid, prepare to die." Seeing the Black Emperor in mortal danger, Lin Luo swiftly makes his move. The green demon unleashes a swarm of tentacles that tightly bind the beast's arm. What on earth is this? They bind it tightly, tentacles wrapping around its entire body, squeezing hard. Seizing the opening, Kaguya rushes forward and thrusts her blade straight into the monster's abdomen. Horrified, the beast gasps, "No, this is impossible. How is my protective demonic aura?" Flames erupt from the tentacles, engulfing the monster's entire body in fire. Lin Luo strolls over, completely unbothered. "Did you really think you were that good?" Even as it burns, cornered and pathetic, its mouth remains incredibly stubborn. "I will not die. I am the fear born from the souls of all living beings." Even as it burns to ashes, it screams, "As long as fear exists, I will return." Talk about all bark and no bite. Its entire body now disintegrates into thin air. Lin Luo merely stands there, looking down with cold disdain. "Even if you return, you will only be fit to kneel at my feet." With Kaguya, the Black Emperor, and Lin Luo standing together, they look like an invincible trio. He silently reflects, Kaguya's attacks deal true damage. The moment the Black Emperor and the Green Demon coordinated to pin it down, its defeat was already sealed. While deep in thought, a sudden, desperate scream catches his attention. The scream comes from Jinming. Terrified and hysterical, he is desperately crawling on the ground. No way, what have I done? Tears stream down his face like a river as he stares blankly at his own hands. "I killed them. I actually killed them." Lin Luo slowly walks over and speaks. Hearing a voice right in front of him before his death, he slowly raised his head, staring at the terrifying face before him as his eyes turned blood red. Any last words? Seeing this terrifying sight, Jinming couldn't hide his sheer terror and instantly fell to his knees. I didn't mean to. I was being controlled. I didn't want to kill anyone. Please, let me go." But Lin Luo just summoned a sharp dagger in his hand, cold-eyeing the man. An eye for an eye, a A life for a life. You understand this simple truth without me having to explain it, right? Besides, as long as you're under its control, your stand will just run wild and cause chaos again. As if realizing the harsh truth, his face went completely blank. You're right. A life for a life. Before drawing his final breath, he raised his head, looking straight into Lin Luo's eyes with a desperate plea. I only have one last request. My daughter. Please. Tell her that her daddy had to go to a very far place. Tell her that once she grows up, I'll come back to find her. Lin Luo remained silent, delivering a swift, fatal stab. Jinming collapsed weakly onto Lin Luo's shoulder, as a hint of pity flickered across Lin Luo's face. He whispered gently to the dying man, Don't worry, I will take care of your daughter for you. Tears streamed down Jinming's face, filled with immense gratitude. With his absolute last breath, he squeezed out a final, faint thank you. As blood pooled across the cold ground, the system interface flashed, activating his S-rank talent, Plunder. Please choose one of the following 4 targets to extract. Attribute, talent effect, skill effect, or soul power. Plundering completed. With the deed done, Lin Luo silently began to analyze the situation. It actually took 3 of my major stands fighting together to take him down. This guy's talent must have been at least S-rank, and looking at his state just now, that demon stand seems to know how to backlash and control its owner. If I choose his soul power, I can directly upgrade an S-rank talent to SS rank. Lin Luo walked over to Jinming's lifeless body and absorbed his entire power, activating his S-rank talent, Plunder. He thought to himself, just because Hu Jinming couldn't tame this demon doesn't mean I can't. All of Jinming's power surged directly into Lin Luo's body. Extraction successful, target's talent plundered. Congratulations! You have acquired the S-rank talent, Emotion Instigator. The system announced once again, Emotion Instigator, S-rank talent effect. 1. Emotion detection. Can perceive the emotions of any living being within 300,000 meters. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Emotion instigation. Can amplify the emotions of any living being within 30 meters by 10 times. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Looking at the system notifications, he murmured, the cooldown is fast and the range is terrifyingly massive, but if it can only detect emotions, that's a bit too. Lin Luo started to think, no, that can't be right. An S-rank talent is definitely not that simple. Just like Yu Ye, it should be able to enhance the stand's power. He turned around and called out, come forth, my stand. Suddenly, the sky turned dark as thunder clapped loudly. Earth-shaking rumbling echoed as a massive surge of power enveloped his entire body. Then, a tiny egg materialized. Staring at the small egg resting in his palm, Lin Luo couldn't believe his eyes and cried out in panic. What on earth is this? Where is my demon? Lin Luo brought the egg close to his face to examine it. What? What is this? He quickly pulled up the system info of the object. Stand. Fetal movement. Grade. S. Rank. Strength. 0. Speed. 0. Intelligence. 0. Defense. 20. HP. 1000. Energy. 0. Energy recovery speed. 0. Development potential. 400. Range. 10 meters. The stand will absorb a specific primary emotion chosen by the host within a 300,000-mile radius as nourishment for its birth. Cost. 0. Cooldown. None. He sighed in frustration. Except for its maxed-out growth potential, every other stat is basically 0. Anxiety was written all over his handsome face. Nourishment. Absorbing a specific emotion chosen by the host? Could it be that this stand doesn't have a fixed form or ability, but instead depends entirely on my own choice? Without wasting another second, Lin Luo shut his eyes tightly. I have to try it first. Emotion detection. Activate. A thick white fog enveloped the entire city, and frantic voices echoed everywhere. When will this white fog clear up? The monsters outside are too terrifying. Someone please save me. Why can't we contact the outside world? What should we do? My mom's illness is acting up again, and the phone won't go through. Lin Luo's consciousness hovered in the air, deeply sensing everything around him. The chaotic noises overwhelmed his mind, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. As the emotion detection time ran out, he opened his eyes, wide with deep-seated panic. Lin Luo collapsed exhaustedly onto the ground, his face pale with lingering fear. He let out a long, heavy sigh. Thank goodness this ability only lasts 5 seconds. With such a massive influx of information, only a mage with high mental power could handle this burden effortlessly. He stared intently at the tiny egg in his hand as a sudden realization dawned on him. Right now, the entire city is blocked by the thick white fog, crawled with monsters, and filled with absolute terror. It seems Hu Jinming chose fear as the primary nutrient, which was why his fetal movement birthed an uncontrollable demon stand. Lin Luo slowly muttered. Although the power of a fear demon king is absolutely terrifying, but it's a double-edged sword. I should wait for my emotional sensing to recover and try it a few more times to see if there's a better option. Calling out a familiar name, he watched as the prayer lord spoke. I know the location of Hu Jinming's daughter, Hu Xinyue. The scene shifts to a small, dark room where Hu Jinming's daughter is currently huddling in a corner, thinking about her dad. Dad, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Suddenly, a knock on the door caught her attention. A warm voice echoed, Is that you, Xinyu? I'm a friend of your dad's, a friend of the family. Without a shred of suspicion, the little girl swung the door wide open, revealing a handsome, angelic face. After getting to know each other, the two sat across a table piled high with fast food. Holding a burger in her small hands, Xinyue looked up and asked, Lin Luo, when is my dad coming back? Lin Luo didn't tell her the truth. Instead, he stuck to what Hu Jinming had instructed him to say. Your dad has to stay behind to protect Hang City, so he won't be able to come home for a while. He asked me to come and look after you. Hearing this, Xinyue's eyes lit up, her face glowing with immense pride. I knew it. My dad is super strong. Lin Luo rested his chin on his hand, looking at the little girl and asking, Xinyu, aren't you afraid that I might be a con artist? Xinyu replied with total confidence. My talent is emotional sensing. I can feel that you only have pure, good intentions, Lin Luo. He looked quite surprised by her words. The little girl looked at him with her adorable face and sparkling eyes. That's why I know you really are a good friend of my dad's. A moment later, Lin Luo prepared to leave. Before stepping out, he cast a lingering look back at Xinyue, while the little girl cheerfully waved goodbye. Lin Luo thought sadly, Hu Jinming was truly a tragic soul. Once his bones turn to dust, I'll find a good family to adopt his daughter. Stepping out of the building, he fell deep into thought. With the world currently in total chaos, there were bound to be countless people like Hu Jinming who couldn't control themselves. What even was justice? What was right or wrong anymore? As Lin Luo kept walking, he thought, societal norms don't matter anymore. I must take control of my own destiny. His eyes filled with fierce determination. I, Lin Luo, will definitely create the future ruler of Wuxia. Anyone who stands in my way will end up as mere bones beneath my feet. The scene then shifts to Lingyan Temple. As soon as they arrived, the purple-haired guy asked Yu Taiji if this was indeed where the wormhole guardian would appear. Yu Taiji confirmed it. Yes, based on my memories of my past life, it should appear right here. Once we hunt down the wormhole guardian, the threat to Hang City will be mitigated. We should be able to complete our second-class advancement soon. Hearing their conversation, Celestial Master Lu chimed in with his own suggestion. Before we find the wormhole guardian, I think our 5-man squad needs a leader. What do you think? Yu Taiji observed his expression, immediately reading his true intentions. He spoke up. It seems Celestial Master Lu wants to be the leader. Master Lu looked at him with a calculating gaze. We are probably the strongest awakened in Hang City. I can easily take down the other 3. But as for you, his eyes grew sharp. I can't see through you. Yu Taiji didn't react to Master Lu's words and simply replied calmly, while we are indeed the ones with the highest talent in Hang City, the Black Emperor has a massive advantage. His strength might not be inferior to ours. Right now, we still need my past life's memories to guide our leveling, so it's best we don't start any infighting. Annoyed that Yu Taiji seemed to be overhyping the Black Emperor's power, Master Lu said with irritation. Aren't you giving that Black Emperor way too much credit? Let's be real. In your past life, you hadn't even heard of this guy. Both of us are triple S class. Could he really be stronger than us? Master Lu put on a friendly front, draping an arm over Yu Taiji's shoulder with a broad grin. If you're that afraid of the Black Emperor, what if I help you kill him and reclaim your ability? Wouldn't that prove I'm more fit to be the leader than you? Clearly disgusted by the old man, Yu Taiji stepped back, brushing off his friendly gesture. The Black Emperor stole my ability, and I will get it back myself sooner or later. I don't need your help. Realizing he couldn't convince him, Master Lu secretly plotted. He wondered if killing the Black Emperor would also allow him to steal Yu Taiji's ability. At the very least, I can't let him reclaim his power. If he restores his true form, it won't be easy for me to seize control. Once I complete my second-class advancement, I must kill the Black Emperor first. Ignoring Master Lu, Yu Taiji turned and gave an order to Ying. Ying, scan the area. Ying obediently complied, focusing his mind to sense their surroundings. After a moment, he spoke up. Within 1,000 miles, the strongest lifeform is a level 7 giant mantis. Hearing Ying's report, Master Lu scowled at Yu Taiji. No way, kid. What's the deal with this? Hui Tailang hung his head in despair, his voice sounding utterly drained. The last dungeon was ruined by the Black Emperor, and now we've made this trip for nothing. Yu Taiji clenched his fists in anger. Damn it. It seems the early outbreak of the rat plague caused the location of the dimensional wormhole to shift, unlike in my past life. The scene shifts to an apartment complex where a terrifying beast is currently running wild. The system interface pops up to show the stats of the Void King worm. Level 34, speed 140, defense 450, HP 1 million, and 600,000 experience points. Looking at the massive insect army nesting inside the Void King worm, once it is attacked, this swarm will immediately deploy to eliminate the enemy. This king worm roars. Once its health drops below 30%, it will unleash a continuous, echoing roar, summoning every single insect within a 10,000-meter radius to protect it. As Lin Luo runs, he closely analyzes the beast. It is clearly just a rank D, level 34 monster, yet its HP is 10 times higher than normal, and it is accompanied by an ugly level 35 commander. With both of its skills summoning lackeys in a relentless swarm tactic, no wonder in his past life, Hang City had to deploy a massive army and heavy warheads just to kill it. Lin Luo begins to strategize. Aside from its massive, intimidating size and its incredible ability to summon lackeys, its other stats are not as formidable as they seem. Besides, such high attributes make it the perfect target for the Black Emperor to plunder. Princess Kaguya and the Black Emperor rush toward the beast, their battle spirit burning hot inside them. Running behind them, Lin Luo shouts, "The talent I just plundered is a growth type. Princess Kaguya, Black Emperor, I am counting on you." They reply in unison, "Understood, Master." Just as the Black Emperor is about to strike, a system notification pops up, warning that the Wormhole Guardian's body is covered in extra-dimensional spatial energy, causing your avatar's abilities to become ineffective. He looks up in shock, realizing this cheap bastard is playing dirty. Suddenly, a sound from behind catches Lin Luo's attention. He turns his head to look. What is that sound? Out of nowhere, countless flying wasps begin to swarm toward them. He stands there silently observing the smaller monsters. Even though they are low-level creatures, if I actually get buried under this sea of bugs, I cannot guarantee my own safety. But a massive swarm of monsters also means a massive amount of experience points. Lin Luo thinks, a grin spreading across his face. Bring it on. The rougher the waves, the more valuable the catch. Princess Kaguya, Black Emperor. Hearing his call, she immediately charges in, using her blade to slice the bugs to pieces. Not wanting to be outdone by Princess Kaguya, the Black Emperor uses his power to pulverize the bodies of those small creatures. Meanwhile, Lin Luo tightly grips his dagger, ready to join the fight with his Gale Sword aura. A system notification arrives. Your avatar Princess Kaguya has killed a level 3 giant emperor worm. You have received 64 experience points, plus an 800% experience bonus. Your avatar Black Emperor has killed a level 6 giant pincer beetle. You have received 160 experience points, plus an 800% experience bonus. Killed a venomous armored sharpjaw spider. You have received 640 experience points, plus an 800% experience bonus. Just then, a helicopter flies toward them, and a voice echoes from inside. Hello everyone, I am reporter Yao Mushi. On board the helicopter, Mushi and her cameraman are recording the entire battle. Holding the microphone, Muxi speaks with a tense, anxious voice. As you can see, Hang City is currently engulfed in a thick white fog. Even though this disaster has cut off all signals throughout the city, Yao Mushi will continue to bring you updates from the front lines. The cameraman anxiously yells to her, Mushi, look over there. Quick. Mushi quickly looks in the direction he is pointing. Dear viewers, we can see a colossal monster emerging from the sea of clouds. Let's zoom in our camera lens a bit. After observing for a moment, she suddenly realizes something and gasps, Wait, it looks like someone is actually fighting on the back of that monster. Mushi's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the sight. This is unbelievable. Even though we are now in the era of global class awakening, everyone's level is still very low. How could anyone possibly fight a mountain-sized monster like this? Unable to waste another second, Muxi urgently instructs the pilot, "Quick! Fly closer. I must capture this heroic battle. I want all of Hang City, no, all of Wuxia, and even everyone on Earth to witness his bravery." After a fierce period of combat, the three of them form a tight circle, standing back to back. Lin Luo senses that the situation is turning grim, thinking to himself, there are too many of them. The Black Emperor and Princess Kaguya have drained too much energy. He immediately crushes a crystal to replenish their power. Black Emperor, Princess Kaguya, energy replenishment incoming. Do not let these bugs get any closer. Re-energized, Princess Kaguya and the Black Emperor flare up with a surge of power. Understood. As Lin Luo deals with the minor pests, he ponders, even though the elixir crystal fragment is restoring our energy, Gale Sword Aura consumes way too much mana. Fighting like this is not sustainable. Suddenly, his level rises. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 24. His face lights up with pure joy. Awesome. Accessing the system interface, Lin Luo quickly taps the speed option on his touchscreen. The system then presents him with two choices on the skill interface. Myriad Swords, Sovereign, level 1. Myriad Swords Return to Origin, level 5. Without overthinking it, he clicked directly on Myriad Swords Return to Origin, level 1. Another notification popped up. The Gale Sword ward stacks have reached over 46 out of 50 layers. Every second, it now automatically generates 7 instead of the original 3 Gale Sword wards, and he can also recall any sword chi that has been released. Lin Luo thought happily that after upgrading Myriad Swords Return to Origin, not only is the mana consumption reduced, but the number of Gale Sword wards generated per second has also increased. A level 24 player can get 67% of the dungeon's stat boost, and since I also have that 67% dungeon power, my combat power will definitely shoot up. Holding his dagger, Lin Luo's face cleared of all worry, replaced instead by overwhelming confidence. It's time for me to fight these monsters. Lin Luo charged forward alongside his two avatars. Black Emperor, Princess Kaguya, let's go. The undefeated trio charged together to battle the beast, their eyes burning with heroic determination. Lin Luo shouted, "Let's hunt the king insect." Right in front of Lin Luo stood a massive, ferocious monster. He roared, ordering his avatars behind him to kill it. Immediately after, he calmly unleashed his Gale Sword wards to attack the monster. Realizing the perfect opportunity had arrived, he immediately ordered Princess Kaguya and the Black Emperor to move forward. Black Emperor, Princess Kaguya, go all out and attack this Void King insect. Hearing this, the two charged forward in unison, responding, "Yes, Master." Still sensing danger, Lin Luo quickly gave an order to the Lord of Prayers. "Lord of Prayers, grant my wish. No insect shall come within 1 meter of me." The summon immediately nodded. "Understood, my master." Then, he stretched his hand forward and spoke in a low voice. "A rank Storm Crystal. Increase my avatar's stats by 30%. Come forth, Green Demon." Right after, 6 giant tentacles emerged to wipe out all the monsters in the area. Meanwhile, Princess Kaguya and the Black Emperor were still locked in a fierce struggle, fighting relentlessly. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making him look around in surprise. What's going on? Suddenly, a giant red circle appeared right before his eyes. Lin Luo gritted his teeth in anger, glared ahead, and growled. "The king insect is roaring. This beast is unleashing its ultimate move. Its health has already dropped to 30%. Black Emperor, Princess Kaguya, keep attacking. Don't give it a chance to breathe." Feeling that he couldn't afford any delay, he decided to charge forward. Up in the helicopter high above, Yan Mushi was broadcasting a panoramic view of the battle. She spoke excitedly to the cameraman, Lao Wang, beside her. "Dear viewers, at this moment when the entire city is in grave danger, we, the people of Wuxia, refuse to surrender. Look, everyone, there's someone on the back of that colossal beast, fighting those monsters head on. Lao Wang, can we help them?" He quickly shook his head and replied, "No way. Our helicopter isn't equipped with any combat weapons." Hearing that, Yan Mushi felt deeply moved. She pointed the camera and continued her broadcast toward Lin Luo. "Hang in there, brother. I will make sure your heroic story is brought back in full. I must let everyone know who was fighting with their life on the line to protect them when they were surrounded by despair." Lin Luo silently kept fighting the monsters right in front of him. A hero like him deserved to be remembered by the city and the people of Wuxia. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. Damn it. I'm completely out of stamina. Just as despair was creeping in, the Lord of Prayers appeared right behind him to provide cover, instantly restoring his master's condition. Seeing this, Lin Luo let out a satisfied laugh. Lao Chi, sorry to trouble you. He shook his head and replied, Master, easing your burdens is my duty. Lin Luo slowly leaped high into the air, shouting in a highly provocative tone, Bring it on, Void King Insect. Let's see who lasts longer. Instantly, he swung the sword in his hand toward it. The green demon shrieked in helpless agony as its tentacles immediately surged forward to attack. Feeling like that wasn't enough, Lin Luo decided to use Myriad Sword's return to origin once more, aiming for a fatal blow on the monster. Die! Lin Luo repeatedly slashed at the monster with all his might. The scene was pure chaos, as if the entire area was violently trembling. With a final, earth-shattering blow, he swung his blade downward. In the next instant, he sliced the colossal monster clean in half. Whoosh! Lin Luo slowly landed on the ground, delivering one final stab just to make absolutely sure the monster was completely erased. The system immediately displayed a notification. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to slay a wormhole guardian. Reward: 1 10 times Destiny Wheel Spin Ticket and 10 Destiny Crystals. Immediately after, the system chain spammed several other announcements. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to slay a wormhole guardian. Reward: 1 10 times Destiny Wheel Spin Ticket and 10 Destiny Crystals. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to slay a wormhole guardian. Awarding 1 10 draw Fate Roulette ticket and 10 Fate Crystals. Hearing this, Mushi looked at him in absolute shock. The first player in the entire world to do it. He really is the Black Emperor. Overcome with emotion, she began to cry, gently wiping away the tears streaming down her face. Who would have thought that this legendary, mysterious figure who achieved so many global milestones, he was actually one of our very own from Hang City, China. As the helicopter slowly approached Lin Luo, he smiled and waved at everyone on board. Mushi blushed, looking back at him with a warm smile. He was so young. She secretly hoped that she would get the chance to personally interview this legendary hero in the future. Just then, the system notifications flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain the wormhole guardian, the Void King Bug. Meanwhile, Lin Luo slowly pulled his weapon out of the monster's carcass. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to slay a wormhole guardian. Rewards: 1 10 draw Fate Roulette ticket and 10 Fate Crystals. Congratulations, player. You have received 43.2 million experience points. Slaying a monster 8 levels above you grants an additional 900% experience bonus, with a 400% calamity bonus and a 200% bonus from Wish and 100 battles. You have accumulated a total of 700% bonus experience points. Congratulations, player. Your level has increased to level 27. Lin Luo smiled with satisfaction as he watched his stats and lucky skills skyrocket one after another on the system screen. These Fate Crystals could increase the success rate of gear refinement and upgrades by 50%, making them extremely valuable items. With 10 Fate Crystals in hand, that basically meant 5 guaranteed, 100% successful gear refinements. However, to maximize their value, he had to use them on top-tier god-grade equipment. For now, it was best to save them. The thick, gray fog in the area slowly began to dissipate. Lin Luo looked up at the towering skyscrapers ahead of him, letting out a helpless sigh. Looks like my theory was right. Once the Void King Bug dies, the rest of the swarm perishes with it. It won't be long before the white mist over Hang City completely clears up. Just then, Black Emperor approached him and asked in surprise, Master, someone recorded the entire battle just now. Is that going to be an issue? Actually, it is fine if they recorded it. Lin Luo replied, shaking his head. If that video gets leaked, it will let the government know of my existence, which will greatly boost my reputation. A thought crossed his mind. This would also be incredibly useful when it came to saving his brother later on. With that in mind, he placed a hand on his chin, deeply focused on planning his next move. After this massive battle, he didn't have many God-given crystal shards left. The forest sanctuary must have respawned by now. I need to hurry and restock, then hunt down the next target on my hit list to further boost my combat power. With his avatars following closely behind, Lin Luo called out, Lord of Wishes, Open the door, take me to Wulin Square, and locate Li Jianying. The Lord of Wishes nodded in obedience. Right away, my esteemed master. Black Emperor bowed and said, Master, please get in. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, where a group of 18 men were gathered around, watching something, and laughing sinisterly. Excellent, excellent. Come on, put some more muscle into it. The girl stared at the men in shock, her face flushing red as she interrupted. Wait, didn't you say we were filming a TV drama? The director nodded with a wicked smirk. Of course we are, Miss Li Jianying. The director quickly corrected himself as if remembering something. Oh, excuse me, Teacher Yuya. We are filming a TV drama indeed, and the theme happens to be your specialty. Back when you were in Sakura country, you were a highly popular star, weren't you? I have admired your work for a long time, and I went through a lot of trouble to secure this collaboration with you. He smirked, pointing at her as he shouted to his thugs nearby. Well, what are you waiting for? Cooperate with Teacher Yuya and put on a good show. The thugs grinned maliciously and nodded. Got it. Instantly, they began violently tearing the clothes off her body. Yuya lay on the cold ground, helpless, trembling and crying uncontrollably. Their mocking voices echoed in her ears, as expected of a professional teacher from Sakura country. Your acting is absolutely top tier. They stared down at her with intense lust, thoroughly enjoying her suffering. So, what act do you want to perform next? Little did they know, a terrifying avatar had already manifested right behind them. Meanwhile, Lin Luo and his companions stepped out of the vehicle and headed inside. He stared at the entrance, which was locked shut with massive iron chains, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why would a woman like Li Jianying be in this abandoned factory? But the moment he touched them, the heavy chains instantly snapped and fell to the floor. He immediately ordered his summon behind him, Black Emperor, open the door. Black Emperor nodded obediently. Yes, master. He then stepped forward and shoved the massive doors open. A gruesome pile of corpses instantly filled Lin Luo's vision. He stared at them, bewildered. Why did these people die in such a bizarre state? Sensing something was off, he quickly turned to the Lord of Wishes. Lord of Wishes, I make a wish. For the next 30 seconds, I will not take any damage. The Lord of Wishes nodded, as you wish, my master. Suddenly, a brilliant pink light enveloped the entire area. Lin Luo's vision blurred, and he helplessly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, his avatars gasped in panic. Master. Kaguya quickly caught him in her arms, crying out in sheer panic. Master. What's wrong? Suddenly, a figure appeared, wearing an incredibly bizarre smile. The prayer lord stared at the figure in front of him, immediately on guard as he signaled the two behind him. Black Emperor, protect Master. He immediately lunged forward alongside Kaguya. Kaguya, let's capture the puppet master behind this so she can escape. Right at that moment, Lin Luo suddenly woke up, finding himself inside a heart-shaped prison cell. Looking at his surroundings, he muttered in disbelief. Is this a wedding suite? He quickly turned to look at the wedding photo beside him, which showed him and Sister Wen. We're married? Diverse voices began calling out in his ears, making him snap his head up in surprise. Little Luo, Master. As he raised his head, the figures of Kaguya and Yuya came into view, catching him completely off guard. He looked at the two of them in utter confusion. Why are you two here? Then he thought to himself in shock. And why are they dressed like that? Yuya rushed over and threw her arms around him. Husband, you must be so tired today, right? A single moment of our wedding night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Kaguya also quickly approached from behind him. Master, let Kaguya help you relax a bit, okay? Meanwhile, in the real world, the real Kaguya was locked in combat with that bizarre monster. Let's see where you can run now. The monster backed away in panic, thinking anxiously. This brat is way too fierce. I need to retreat. Fortunately, the pink illusion is my home turf. Otherwise, I really would have died under this brat's blade. Kaguya suddenly lowered her sword. Seeing this, the monster let out a smug laugh and mocked. Why stop chasing? Has the distance between you and your host reached its absolute limit? Sensing that something was wrong, Kaguya turned to the prayer lord in surprise. Didn't Master just make a wish to not take any damage? Why has he lost consciousness now? He also seemed highly perplexed by this. That's strange. The wish came true, so why is Master still being affected? The monster smirked triumphantly and explained to them, because no one is actually attacking your host. In fact, I'm helping him. Your host is currently living out his wildest dreams, enjoying ultimate bliss in a world of pure ecstasy. A deeply sinister smile spread across her face. and he will stay there until his life force is completely drained. Hearing this, the prayer lord smirked. Well, thank you for the explanation. The monster's smugness turned into instant rage. What do you mean by that? The prayer lord slowly opened his book and chanted an incantation from the Book of Wishes. He then commanded, "Now, dispel this state from Master." These words echoed inside Lin Luo's head. In the illusion, he stepped closer to Yuya. Does this count as fulfilling my dream early? Hearing this, she looked completely bewildered. What? He gently placed his hand over her face and laughed softly. Too bad Sister Wen would never be this forward. At least, not right now. Instantly, the illusion shattered around them, leaving the fake Yuya and Kaguya frozen in shock. As Lin Luo woke up, groaning in pain, the Black Emperor said in relief, "Master, you're awake." Kaguya also rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Master, you're finally awake. Thank goodness the prayer lord pulled you back from that pink illusion." The monster stepped forward, demanding in disbelief, "This is impossible. How could my pink illusion be broken so easily?" Hearing this, Lin Luo realized what was going on. A stand, so this illusion was your doing. Infuriated, the Black Emperor immediately swung a massive fist at her. "How dare you harm my master? Prepare to die." She calmly dodged his strike as the two of them threw themselves back into the fight. On the side, Lin Luo rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Even with my prayer active, she could still affect me. This stand definitely has some decent skills. Nearby, the Black Emperor was dragging Yuya out, causing her to scream in shock. "Let go of me." Spotting Lin Luo, she pleaded anxiously, "Please, don't kill me. I didn't mean to hurt you." He stared at the seemingly fragile girl before him, then stood up, looking at the dried-up corpses scattered on the ground. "You are Li Wanying. You killed all of these people." Yuya sobbed miserably as she started explaining. "No, please. They tricked me into coming here, claiming we were filming a movie. But then, they tried to assault me. I really didn't mean to do it." At this, she suddenly put on a pitiful act, slowly sliding closer to try and seduce him. "Please spare me. I'll do anything you want. I can even be your girlfriend." He looked down at her with cold, indifferent eyes, then quietly ordered Kaguya to strike. "Still trying to use your talent on me? Kaguya, end her." Appearing behind her, Kaguya drove her blade straight through the pitiful girl's chest. Glancing back with the last of her strength, she shrieked in despair. "Why? Why didn't my F-rank talent, Fatal Seduction, work on you?" Lin Luo began absorbing her ability, explaining calmly. "Those scumbags got what they deserved, but you tried to kill me without a second thought. You're no saint either." System, plunder Li Wanying's talent. A system notification popped up. Fatal Seduction, F-rank, effect. Once activated on a member of the opposite sex, your charm in their eyes will immediately increase tenfold, making them involuntarily fall in love with you. The stronger the target's will, the slower they fall in love. The effect lasts for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 1 day. He stared in awe at the system panel in front of him, amazed by its ability to temporarily warp human minds. No wonder I hesitated for a moment back there. Too bad it still has so many limitations. He then turned his gaze back to his newest summon. "Next," he said, "let me get a good look at my new avatar." It was the succubus queen. Instantly, the fierce, terrifying creature from earlier transformed into a petite, adorable girl who sweetly chirped, "Hello, master." Lin Luo was completely speechless. He stammered, You're supposed to be the succubus queen?" Lin Luo stared at the succubus queen before him, wondering why her current appearance was so vastly different from her original form. She giggled, looking up at him mischievously. "Master, you seem a little disappointed." In the blink of an eye, she shifted into a highly seductive form and slinked closer to him. "Do you prefer this form of your humble servant, master?" Lin Luo let out a couple of dry coughs to clear his throat, quickly giving her an order. "You should probably stick to your previous form." She covered her mouth, giggled, and slowly started to shrink. Then, she quickly spoke up. "You're so cute when you're shy, master." Lin Luo was left a bit speechless as he stared at the tiny girl standing right in front of him. He immediately checked the information on this succubus queen. Avatar status panel. Succubus queen. Strength, 60. Compared to an average human's 10. Speed, 60. Intelligence, 60. Defense, 30. Health, 200. Energy, 200. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every 10 minutes. Growth rate, 80. Operational range, 50 meters. 2 forms. The petite girl form consumes 0 energy. while her mature queen form boosts stats by 5 times. Otherworld Charm consumes 1 energy point per hour. Pink Illusion drags a target's consciousness into a realm of ultimate ecstasy. If the target feels pain, they will wake up from the illusion. Energy consumption rate is determined by the target's strength. Cooldown. 1 day. 2 thoughts crossed his mind. As expected, she isn't a combat type, but her energy stats are maxed out. Since her skills have a cooldown, it proves her control capabilities are incredibly strong. Once she locks the enemy down, finishing them off is just a matter of 1 slash. Then, he turned around to leave, stretching his tired body. He smiled at his avatars and said, "All in all, today's haul was pretty good." Suddenly remembering something, he turned to the Lord of Prayers, standing right next to him. "It's still early. I remember there's one more person in Li Yuanying's team, Wrath of the Glacier, named Lu Jianing." The Lord of Prayers immediately understood his master's intentions. Meanwhile, Lu Jianing was limping along, clutching his painful wounds. "Damn it, this hurts like hell. What kind of bullshit S-class talent is this? Why does it only activate when I'm injured and in danger?" He gently pushed the door open, stepped inside, and sighed. At least in dungeons, clearing a stage heals you. But when you get hurt in the real world, you actually have to buy medicine. Honestly, if I hadn't raided a pharmacy, I'd probably be dead by now. Just then, a girl who had been waiting for him on the bed slowly sat up. Seeing him return, she looked quite pleased. "Jianing!" Jianing was incredibly surprised to see her there. "Xiaohong, what are you doing here?" She slowly sat up, blushing slightly as she smiled and replied, "That's right, Jianing, I'm back." Hearing this, he was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and yelled, "What are you even doing back here? Didn't you look down on me and dump me the moment you got that stable government job? A good horse never turns back to eat old grass. If you think you can boss me around like a dog just because you saw me awaken an S-class talent, let me tell you something that is absolutely out of the question." Seeing his reaction, Xiao Hong gives him a gentle kiss on the cheek. He still can't believe his eyes. There's no way. Right after that, Xiao Hong pulls him down onto the bed. Xiao Hong climbs on top of him, blushing as she speaks. "Jia Ning, can you really not forgive me?" She puts on a seductive, fragile act. "As long as you're willing, you can punish me however you want." Seeing this, Jia Ning scrambles to sit up and curses. "Damn it!" He then quickly shoves Xiao Hong off the bed. He laughs triumphantly. "I'll give you exactly what you want." Pinning her hands down, he holds her tight to punish a little tramp like her. On the other side, Lin Luo looks at the fast asleep Jia Ning in front of him and asks Xiao Mei, "Xiao Mei, this pink illusion of yours is seriously impressive." He fell for it without even realizing. She chuckles and nods. "Thank you for the compliment, master." He turns around and orders Kaguya behind him to make her move. Receiving the order, she slowly steps forward. "Yes, master." She then gently swings her sword at the sleeping man. Suddenly, even though he's asleep, his hand instinctively grabs Kaguya's sword. Startled, she tries to pull it back with all her might. She immediately reports to Lin Luo, "Master, the blade won't budge." Startled, he has no idea what the hell is going on. What's happening? An avatar of Jia Ning slowly emerges. It speaks in a low voice, "I am the destroyer of extreme cold. Crawl out. Anyone who dares challenge my authority must die." Seeing this, Lin Luo orders his own avatar, the Black Emperor Green Demon, to step in and help. The destroyer of extreme cold flings Kaguya backward. At that exact moment, the Black Emperor charges forward. He summons a massive wall of ice and coldly mutters, "Frost-covered heavens." But the Black Emperor is no pushover. Flexing his immense strength, he roars, "Don't think a stupid barrier can stop me." Refusing to back down, the enemy calmly unleashes 6 icy chains that shoot forward, instantly wrapping around the Black Emperor and trapping him completely. He yells out in frustration, "Damn it, it's too tight." Suddenly, one of the chains whips through the air, heading straight for Lin Luo. Terrified, Lin Luo can only watch and sigh, thinking, "Oh no, it's too fast." But a second later, Kaguya flashes right in front of him, shielding him from the incoming chain. Lin Luo bursts into an amused laugh at the sight. A summon actively protecting its master? Perfect. He is definitely stealing this guy's talent now. But then, his expression turns dead serious, and he quickly barks out an order. "Black Emperor, Green Demon, pull back." Seeing this, the enemy can't help but laugh mockingly. "What's the matter? Lost the guts to fight me already?" Lin Luo looks at him with a look of mock surprise. "Lost the guts to fight you?" Lin Luo chuckles. teasingly noting that this guy is actually pretty entertaining. His relaxed attitude immediately drives the enemy absolutely insane. "Are you mocking me?" Lin Luo simply smiles and calmly explains. "You see, right now, are you trying to protect your master by staying calm to handle everything while using words to provoke me into making a mistake so you can take the chance to find out this human master's name, right?" Hearing this, he is shocked by how incredibly smart our main character is. "I didn't expect you to be so sharp." Lin Luo chuckles, looking at him. "Your rank is at least above S class, while my summon is only E class. Fighting you like this wouldn't be fair." So right after that, Lin Luo raises his hand toward the sky and chants a powerful spell, activating his S-class talent. Perfect Fusion, Black Emperor, and Kaguya. "Fuse for me." Upon fusing, a surge of power immediately envelops the Black Emperor and Kaguya. This energy slowly merges together, and a moment later, a much more powerful form appears. Kaguya has now transformed into a brand new version, her eyes filled with cold indifference. Avatar Kaguya, Black Emperor form, S-class. Strength, 300, with an average human being 10. Speed, 350. Intelligence, 40. Defense, 70. HP, 4000. Energy, 230 out of 230. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every half hour. Growth rate, unknown. Attack range, 30 meters. The system displays an analysis of Kaguya in this form. Blade of Plunder. Active effect. Every attack on an enemy that deals damage will randomly steal 3/10 of the target's energy or stats. Consumes 7 energy. There is no cooldown time. Passive effect. Attacks deal an additional 250 points of true damage. Consumes 2 energy points per second. Passive Black Emperor armor. Grants 6,000 shield points, capable of blocking any damage. Unshackled. When the Black Emperor armor is shattered, all debuffs on the user are removed. Speed is increased by 60 points. 100 battles resolve. Accuracy and critical hit rate are increased by 20%, and killing monsters grants double experience points. Watching from behind, Lin Luo smiles triumphantly. 350 points of speed, with each strike dealing 250 points of true damage, plus the Black Emperor armor covering Kaguya's weaknesses. Right after that, the fierce battle continues. He quickly raises his arms to block Kaguya's powerful sword strike. She really is the queen of assassins. He then swings his arm and shouts out a new skill. "Damn it, Frost Nova." She coldly shatters the barrier of ice blocking her way. The Frost Destroyer stares at Kaguya in disbelief. "She's too fast. My Frost Nova was completely blocked," he screams, chanting a spell. "Freeze, all creation, eternal ice coffin." Immediately, a massive coffin made of ice rises from right beneath Kaguya's feet. The ice coffin slowly shuts. But a second later, Kaguya has already bypassed it, appearing right in front of him with her sword drawn. She speaks with sheer disdain. "Is this all you've got?" With that, she fearlessly charges forward with her sword. "Now, it's my turn to strike," he screams in terror. "Stay back." Seeing her continue to advance, he retreats desperately and keeps shouting. "I told you to stay back. Frost Rain. Eat this, Frost Rain. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" Kaguya looks down on him, seeing nothing but a few harmless snowflakes. She then swings her sword with immense force at him. "Blade of Plunder. I'll strip you of everything." Refusing to give up, he repeatedly fires ice lances at her. 0-degree ice armor, Frost Nova, Frost Rain. At this point, Kaguya has already pressed her blade against his neck, leaving him in a state of furious helplessness. "I have my 0-degree ice armor to protect me, and my frost aura can slow down your attack speed. I refuse to believe I can't beat you." Right after that, the protective layer of the Black Emperor armor slowly begins to crack. The Black Emperor and Kaguya separate back into their individual forms. She calmly announces, "Unshackled. Activate. Unshackled." Once the Black Emperor armor is shattered, all debuffs are cleansed, and speed increases by 60 points. She then gracefully sweeps her blade across his body. "Night Rain Blade." Still unwilling to accept defeat, he looks up at the sky in despair. This can't be. Instantly, he turns into a block of ice and shatters into pieces. Kaguya glances at his crumbling remains and says, "The master's glory shall be protected by Kaguya." She then slowly approaches Jianing, who is fast asleep on the bed. A moment later, blood splatters into the air. Kaguya bows respectfully and says, "Master, Kaguya has fulfilled her mission." The Black Emperor quickly chimes in, "Me too." Lin Luo chuckles as he looks at the two of them standing before him. "Well done. You two should rest now. Leave the rest to me." Instantly, the system notification pops up. "You have activated the S-class talent, Plunder. Please choose one of the 4 targets: attribute points, talent effects, skill effects, or soul path. Choose one of them to plunder." Looking at the lifeless body lying by the bed, he declares, "Talent effects." Immediately, a surge of vital energy flows into his body. He smiles with deep satisfaction, feeling that this power definitely surpasses an E-class talent. "This time, my combat strength is going to get a massive boost." Lin Luo smiles as he looks forward. "Check talent." The system immediately brings up a notification for him. S-rank talent. Personality mask. Its effect is to take your personality, spirit, and most passionate desires to condense a persona mask, using it to summon your very own guardian deity. But there is a catch. This guardian deity only appears when the host is in extreme danger. Only when the host is facing fatal, life-threatening danger can it be summoned to unleash its truly devastating power. He laughs in surprise, swiping through the screen. "Only appearing when I'm in danger?" He grabs his head in utter frustration. "Isn't that basically useless?" Refusing to believe it, Lin Luo throws his hand forward and commands, "I don't buy it. Come forth, guardian deity." But the only response is a dead, terrifying silence. Helplessly slumping to the ground, he groans, "I went through so much trouble to steal 2 S-rank stands, so why can't I use them?" Clutching his massive book, the Lord of Prayer chuckles, "Master, perhaps this is a built-in restriction for S-rank stands." Hearing this, his eyes light up as he remembers something. "I've got it." He quickly turns to Kaguya and orders, "Kaguya, try attacking me with your sword." Confused, she tilts her head and asks, "Master, why would you want me to do that?" He smiles, takes a moment to think, and explains to her, "To trigger this new talent, I have to be in mortal danger. That is the only way to summon this new stand. So, let's see if it shows up when I get attacked." Kaguya steps forward, standing directly in front of him. "Master, here I come." He nods in agreement. "Bring it on." Without hesitation, she slashes her sword straight at him. Feeling that the blade is too close, she suddenly halts the strike. Lin Luo blinks in surprise, wondering, "That is weird. Why didn't it show up?" The Lord of Prayer steps up to explain. "Master, it is likely because that stand did not sense any real danger, which is why it did not manifest. After all, Kaguya had absolutely no intent to kill you." His gaze turns thoughtful. "If that's the case..." He walks over to the Black Emperor and gives a stern order. "Black Emperor, attack me with everything you've got. Break my bones, cripple me, do whatever it takes, just make sure it's a real, lethal strike." "Understood." The Black Emperor nods, pulling back a massive, terrifying fist, ready to unleash it on his master. "Got it." Suddenly, time itself seems to grind to a complete halt at this very second. Everything falls into dead silence. Lin Luo's eyes widen as he thinks, time has stopped. Right at that moment, a deep, booming voice echoes out. "I feel it." Confused, Lin Luo asks, "Who's there? Who's speaking?" The voice continues to echo. "The unyielding will and courage deep within your heart, the path you walk, your ultimate focus, and the justice you believe in. Let me bear witness. Starting today, you are me, and I am you." Suddenly, a glowing personality mask manifests right before him, and laughing out loud before speaking to him. "Now, unleash the hidden rage you hold against this unjust world, along with your burning ambition and desires for the future. Roar out the name of this mask and my true name." Reaching his hand toward the hovering mask, Lin Luo roars, "Heed my call and manifest. Come forth." Just then, an incredibly colossal figure appears, the Savior. Instantly, a massive wave of energy erupts, blasting the Black Emperor backward. The Savior stands tall, shielding Lin Luo with its massive wings. It looks down and asks, "Master, just say the word, and I will drag him straight to hell." Hearing this, the Black Emperor is furious and snaps back at the Savior. "Why don't we see who goes to hell first?" Standing right between them, Lin Luo barks, "Both of you, shut it and stand down." He glares at them, utterly exasperated. "Since when do you guys get to act on your own without my permission?" Hearing this, the Black Emperor immediately scratches his head in embarrassment. My bad, Master." The Savior also speaks up, "Master, I am your guardian deity. I only move at your command." Lin Luo nods in approval. He looks at his stands with a satisfied smile. Their attitude isn't bad at all. This can actually be considered his first normal S-rank stand. Thankfully, it's not some rebellious jerk like that terrifying Demon King. That guy's attitude is totally unreliable. Suddenly, the system displays the stats for the Savior. Stand. The Savior. Rank. S rank. Power. 160. Speed. 150. Intelligence. 140. Defense. 130. Health. 10,000. Energy. 350. Recovery rate. 1 point every half hour. Growth. 200. Attack range. 50 meters. Lin Luo grins, highly pleased. As expected of an S-rank stand. The details on this attribute interface are way more thorough than all of my previous S-rank stands combined. Super complex existence. Because this S-rank stand is incredibly powerful, merely manifesting it in reality continuously drains energy. Every hour it remains active, it consumes 1 point of energy. Currently at 23% of its ultimate form, its attributes are capped at 23% of its complete self, and energy consumption is also reduced to 23%. Skill. Spider Lily Bloom. Instantly restores the host's health to full, and purifies all negative status effects. Cost. 120 energy. Cooldown. 1 day. Skill. New World. Condenses spatial power to instantly create a pocket dimension, which can block all incoming attacks or be detonated for massive damage. The pocket dimension's explosion deals 1 to 1,500 points of true area of effect damage, consuming 1 to 50 energy. Cooldown. None. Skill. Eternal Hymn. For all allies within 100 meters, all attributes are boosted by 30%. Additionally, it applies a suppression field within 100 meters, reducing all attributes of hostile units by 20%. This consumes at least 1 point of energy per second, and the cost increases the more allies are buffed. The greater the number, the more energy it drains per second, but the stronger the suppression on the enemy. Plus, there is absolutely no cooldown time. The more he read, the more thrilled he became, shouting, "Yes!" These 3 skills are incredibly well-rounded, featuring a life-saving skill, an area of effect skill, and a support skill that is even stronger than that absolute zero destroyer from earlier. Then, remembering a confusing detail, he looked at the Savior in surprise and asked, "I can understand everything else, but what on earth does Savior 23% form mean?" Hearing this, the Savior quickly explained, "Master, given the level of danger you are currently facing, I determined that using just 23% of my power is more than enough to handle this for you." Xiao Mei angrily pointed right at his face and snapped, "Are you saying you can stop that Black Emperor using only 23% of your power?" He fearlessly crossed his arms and nodded. Exactly. Using even 1% more would just be a waste of energy. Infuriated, the Black Emperor lunged at him, roaring, "You newcomer, how dare you look down on me? Let's see what you've got." The Savior looked at the Black Emperor with pure disdain. "An S-class? What makes you think you're even worthy of fighting me?" Lin Luo let out a heavy sigh, slapped his hand onto his forehead, and yelled, "Stop it!" Annoyed, he flicked Xiao Mei's forehead and warned her, "My dear succubus queen, stop trying to fan the flames." She immediately threw herself into Kaguya's arms, crying and complaining, "Sister Kaguya, master is hitting me." Lin Luo was completely speechless at the sight. Behind them, the Black Emperor and the Savior were still in a tense face-off. He sighed wearily and muttered to the Lord of Wishes that managing a group this large was no easy task. Looking at the lineup in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache as he thought, each of these avatars has high intelligence now, and they all have their own strong personalities. If I temporarily lose consciousness like last time, they might just start a rebellion. With that thought, he raised his voice to address everyone. "Listen up, everyone. If I ever lose consciousness, you will all follow the orders of the Lord of Wishes. Got it?" Hearing this, the Lord of Wishes looked at him with a glimmer of joy. "Master, are you serious?" Kaguya, the Black Emperor, and Xiao Mei immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem, Master." Only the Savior seemed a bit surprised. Seeing this, Lin Luo immediately called out to him, "Savior." He nodded and replied, "Understood." Right after that, his figure began to slowly fade away. But not before he gave Lin Luo one last reminder. "Master, now that your crisis has been resolved, I shall take my leave." Meanwhile, the Lord of Wishes knelt right in front of him and spoke, "Honored Master, thank you for your trust. I will devote myself entirely to your service." Meanwhile, in another area, a loud voice boomed, We've only been working together for a few days, and you're already demanding a redistribution? Celestial Master Lin was absolutely furious, yelling at the group in front of him. We had a deal. Old you gets 40% of the profits. I get 30%, and the rest of you get 10% each. Do you think you're big shots now just because you've grown some wings? Hui Tailang turned to him and calmly explained, that was back when you were the strongest. But now that we've powered up, it's only fair to increase our share based on our abilities, right? Hearing this, Master Lin loudly cursed at him. You ungrateful backstabbers. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Hui Tailang, who was no pushover, shot back. Watch your mouth. We are not your subordinates. Just then, Yu Taiji stepped forward and spoke to the crowd. Enough. Seeing him, Hui Tailang panicked slightly and quickly tried to explain. Brother Yu, I don't have any issue with you. It's just that Lu Yuping is always so arrogant and talks down to us. Yu Taiyan immediately made an announcement. Starting today, except for when we need to assemble, everyone will act independently. For every dungeon raid, we will negotiate the split of the loot on a case-by-case basis. He then turned to the two men in front of him and asked, how about that? Any objections? Hearing this, Hui Tailang looked at Yu Taiji in surprise. Negotiating the split separately? Yu Taiji nodded and explained to the group, there are 13 D-class energy dungeons in Hang City. Excluding the forest sanctuary of the Black Emperor, there are 12 left. I'll take 2, Hui Tailang gets 2, the rest of you get 1 each, and the remaining 4 will be up for fair competition. He then declared, but let me be clear, even if you're raiding the same dungeon, life and death fights are strictly forbidden. Hearing this, Celestial Master Lin wondered to himself, what if I need a perfect walkthrough for a dungeon? Yu Taiji looked at him and seemed to ponder for a moment. If you clear the dungeons on your own, that's none of my business. But if you want a perfect walkthrough from me, you'll have to give me 10% of your loot. Hearing this, Master Lin found it acceptable. Fine, I agree, he said, not wanting to provoke him any further. Meanwhile, Hui Tailang was still hesitating. This is bad. If old Zhu sides with them later, I'll be at a massive disadvantage. He then sighed and said, we agree too. Master Lin immediately turned around and said to his crew, let's go. Don't contact me again until our next assembly. Realizing it was time to leave, Hui Tailang also departed with his 2 subordinates, saying, Brother Yu, we'll take our leave now too. Take care. Yu Taiji nodded. He looked at the 4 people in front of him, and then slowly spoke to the Lord of Time. All 4 of these guys are absolute legends among men. Why on earth would they be willing to serve under someone else? Maybe I should focus on getting stronger first. Approaching them after that would probably yield a better result. Hearing this, the little girl immediately tried to comfort him. Master. He smiled and gently patted her head. You've done a great job. Let's be good and head back to find our old comrades. They know our backgrounds, so they're way more trustworthy. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was traveling with his avatars. He looked around in surprise and spoke. Even though we took out the wormhole guardian and cleared out a lot of those skeletons, it looks like some stragglers are still causing trouble. The military will deploy soon, so I'm sure this disaster will blow over. Then, he remembered something and rubbed his chin, lost in thought. I recall there's a dungeon opening nearby right around now. The ashes of the fallen inside can also restore energy. Its level is almost on par with the forest's sacred ground. I think it's called. He pondered for a moment, then addressed everyone. The Tomb of Mourning. Immediately, information popped up right in front of him. Tomb of Mourning Dungeon. Level 30 to 35. Entry limit, unlimited. Deep inside the Forgotten Valley lies a burial ground for heroic spirits, guarded by the 6th Legion of the Holy Temple. They are responsible for protecting the eternal rest of the fallen. However, when the supply transport team arrived here, they discovered the headquarters of the 6th Legion was completely deserted. Only the mournful weeping of a girl echoed from deep within the graveyard. He was still lost in his own thoughts. In his past life, these rare, energy-rich dungeons were mostly monopolized. I've never cleared this place myself, so I don't have a perfect walkthrough for this dungeon. There are some details that I'm not entirely sure about, but that's fine. A mysterious smile instantly spread across his face as he looked ahead. With my current strength, I can easily break through any unexpected situation with sheer force. He turned to leave and said to his avatars, let's go, everyone. They all nodded and followed. Yes, master. Cut to another scene, Lin Luo stepped onto the ground. The group was currently passing through an extremely strange valley. Xiaomi gently hugged Lin Luo and said in a spoiled tone, Master, Mir is so cold. He then turned to the avatars behind him. "What about you guys?" Black Emperor quickly replied, "I don't fear the cold." Lord of Prayers also smiled and explained, "Thank you for your concern, Master, but my cloak can keep out the cold." Kaguya also smiled and chimed in, "Master, Kaguya isn't afraid of the cold. Extreme weather is actually good for my training." He smiled, pulling some warm clothes out of his storage space. He then said to them, "Lucky I prepared some female outerwear for Kaguya beforehand. Here, take it." A moment later, they both put on their clothes. Xiaomi happily said, "It's not cold anymore." "Right, Sister Kaguya." Kaguya also smiled and looked at him. "It's so warm." "Thank you, Master." Suddenly, Lord of Prayers scanned the surroundings and reported to Lin Luo, "Master, there is no one here, and no signs of a struggle. It's like they just vanished into thin air." He also scanned the area. Vanished into thin air? Sensing something was off, Kaguya quickly warned him, "Master, the enemy is coming." Hearing this, he let out a surprised laugh. "Very well, the storyline has begun." Lin Luo looked at the crowd ahead and instructed, "Black Emperor, go hold them off. I'll reinforce our formation a bit." Black Emperor immediately nodded. "Understood." He then turned to give an order to Lord of Prayers. "Lord of Prayers, grant my previous wish." He immediately stretched his hand forward and chanted, "I understand, Master." Showing absolutely no fear, he smugly crushed the item in his hand. Instantly, a giant clock appeared in front of him, its hands spinning rapidly. Black Emperor was still covering him, blocking the monsters that were rushing at them. He immediately shouted, "Open up." At that exact moment, the clock hand pointed to a crystal. Lin Luo was absolutely ecstatic upon seeing this. A triple S grade Soul Ascension crystal, a 1 in 100 chance. "It's finally my turn." He quickly walked over, threw his arm around Lord of Prayer's shoulder, and laughed heartily. "Old Chi, you worked hard. This draw was amazing, the quality is top tier." Seeing how overjoyed he was, he felt a sense of relief and joy. "Master, serving you is my absolute honor." He glanced back, feeling extremely relieved. Thank goodness the draw turned out well this time, or I would have been scolded again. Lin Luo stood there, admiring the glittering, colorful crystals in his hand with great delight. A high-grade Soul Ascension crystal can directly upgrade a Grade A crystal to Grade S, while also condensing. An avatar, which is the rumored miracle crystal. On the market, this is worth at least 100 million Chinese yuan. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. A thought flashed through his mind. But it only provides 70 talent experience points, and it's still not enough to upgrade Plunder to Grade S. I might as well save it for him to upgrade his talent to Grade S and unlock his avatar. That'll make saving him later much easier. He clenched his fist tightly, preparing to back up Black Emperor. The rest of the points went into boosting the Black Emperor's defense, speed, and attack range. Standing there, bathed in all that supportive energy, he was absolutely bursting with power. "I can feel an immense power surging through my body." The system then notified him that the Black Emperor's stats had become incredibly powerful. S rank, stand, Black Emperor. Experience, 14 out of 100. Strength, 214, average human, 10. Speed, 212. Dark intellect, 11. Defense, 67.4. Health points, 5080. Energy, 15 out of 50. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Growth, 100. Action range, 28.3 meters. Plunder, with every successful strike on an enemy, while dealing damage, randomly steals 1 to 3 of the target's attributes or abilities. Cost, 7 energy points, and there is absolutely 0 cooldown. Empowered by this surge, he gleefully smashed the monsters standing right in front of him. Lin Luo watched this thoughtfully, then nodded and said, "All right, now let me plan the perfect strategy to maximize our gains." He began calculating his next steps, knowing he had to assist the Second Holy Temple Legion in their investigation. The thought of coming up with a plan to investigate the Tomb of Heroic Spirits alongside the Second Legion gave him a bit of a headache. He would also have to deal with the witch cult's necromancer. Ultimately, he decided to defeat it with a single strike, grinning at the thought of claiming the ultimate reward. The player receives the reward from the Second Holy Temple Legion, the bones of the Watcher. The thought of this piqued his interest. Stroking his chin, he realized that while this route wasn't very difficult, the ultimate reward was also quite mediocre. Then he smirked, realizing there was a much more dangerous strategy, but one with far greater rewards. And that was to play dirty and double-cross them all. With that plan in mind, Lin Luo immediately turned to Kaguya and gave his order. Kaguya, help the Black Emperor wipe out all the enemies, and then we'll break our way out. Understood, she replied, her expression turning deadly serious as she stared ahead. Here I come. Then, she boldly charged into battle, stomping hard on the swarming monsters. Kaguya shouted out to the Black Emperor, urging him to finish this quickly. Lin Luo also leaped into the fray, instructing the Black Emperor, Black Emperor, make it quick. Like a loyal hound, he immediately obeyed with a swift response. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure was watching Lin Luo's battle through a magic orb. This person spoke in a slow, calculated voice. These youngsters are quite impressive, the old man murmured, rather surprised by their actions. To think they fled before the main threat even arrived. The Lich stepped forward, shaking her head, and spoke slowly. No, actually, only one of them is human. The rest are heroic spirits. He summoned them. She then stared in astonishment at the orb showing Lin Luo's reflection. I can't believe a chosen one has appeared. The scene immediately shifts to the Valley of Despair, where a troop of soldiers is marching forward. Leading them is Leander, the commander of the 2nd Legion. Drawing his sword, he boldly declared to the troops behind him, the Valley of Despair lies just ahead. For the honor of the Holy Temple, we must wipe out those witch cultists today. The soldiers behind him immediately shouted in unison, Yes, Commander! Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. Leander gasped as he recognized them. It was none other than Lin Luo, accompanied by Kaguya in her Dark Emperor form. Lin Luo slowly approached and reported to him, Commander, I have the latest intel on the camp ahead. Leander looked surprised and thought to himself, a chosen one traveling with a heroic spirit? That is incredibly rare. He then thought of something and slowly pulled a few gold coins out of his pouch. He spoke slowly. Adventurer, tell me what you know. I'll evaluate the importance of your intel and reward you accordingly. Hearing this, Lin Luo chuckled. This intel was actually discovered by my follower here. I'll let her report it to you. Kaguya quickly stepped forward. Commander, the truth is. But right at that moment, she unleashed a massive wave of murderous intent, glaring directly at him. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Leander quickly tried to stop her, shouting, Just stand right there and report. Gripping her sword, she dashed past him like a flash of lightning, forcing him to react in a panic. And it goes like this. Leander quickly pointed his sword at them and yelled, Who are you people? Lin Luo glared back at him and declared, For 3 seconds, you won't be able to move. Paralyzed by the skill, he stood there in utter bewilderment, wondering what kind of bizarre power was suppressing him. Seizing this golden opportunity, Kaguya lunged forward and delivered a devastating slash, making him howl in pain. Your stand. Dark Emperor, Kaguya, has activated Plunder on Leander, successfully stealing 2,410 combat aura. Your stand. Dark Emperor Kaguya has activated Plunder on Leander, successfully plundering 30% of the flame-splitting Wolfbite battle skill. Your stand. Dark Emperor Kaguya has activated Plunder on Leander, successfully stealing 30% of his master-level swordsmanship power. He gritted his teeth, struggling to bear the pain. How is my power draining this fast? There is something wrong with that assassin's blade. Just then, one of the soldiers glared over at Lin Luo. At this very moment, the Lord of Wishes stood right behind him, ready to provide backup. He panicked and yelled out, He's using some bizarre curse from the shadows to control me. He's trying to take my head right in the middle of my own army. What a sneaky bastard. Realizing things were going south, Leander let out a desperate roar and unleashed his signature move. As his aura flared up, he anxiously thought to himself, There's no way he can keep this skill active for long. I just need to hold out until this crowd control wears off. Behind him, the soldiers immediately drew their swords and charged forward, shouting, Protect the commander, now. But Lin Luo blocked all of them with just a single dagger, using a skill called Gale Sword Barrier. Meanwhile, Leander seemed to have completely lost his mind, instinctively swinging his sword and slashing wildly at Kaguya. Completely unhinged, he confronted her, roaring, 3 seconds, get the hell out of my way. He grit his teeth in pure rage and glared at Lin Luo. You despicable assassin from the witch sect. If you've got the balls, fight me face to face. Seeing him blow his top like that, Lin Luo chuckled in amusement before calmly throwing down the gauntlet. Fine, come get some. Hearing that, Leander lunged straight at him with his sword. But even as he charged, a terrible feeling of dread washed over him. He's not even trying to defend himself? What is he up to? Still, He pushed those doubts aside and swung his sword down at Lin Luo with deadly intent. To hell with it. I'm going to end this slimy assassin once and for all. But suddenly, his blade froze mid-air as a familiar, chilling voice rang out. I am the savior. In an instant, the green demon aggressively spread his wings, shielding Lin Luo from the blow. He roared in fury. Who dares defy my majesty? The sight left Leander completely frozen. He couldn't wrap his brain around what was happening. No way. How is this possible? Isn't a chosen one only allowed to contract with a single heroic spirit? Lin Luo smirked at Leander's sheer bewilderment and said coolly, in the next second, you won't even be able to twitch. With that, the green demon pointed a finger at him and commanded, now, explode. Instantly, the very space around them began to warp and distort. Confused and terrified, Leander stared at his crumbling surroundings. Is this a new world? Before he could get an answer, his face began to distort, dissolving right into the void. Refusing to accept his defeat even at the very end, Leander screamed into the empty air, for the glory of the sanctuary. Meanwhile, back at the base, an old mage was watching the whole battle unfold through his crystal ball. Utterly shocked, he turned to the Lich Bride standing beside him. Lich Bride, is this guy on our side? If they were sending backup, why weren't we notified? She gently placed her hand on his shoulder and said slowly, I'm not sure either. Do you think the witch sect got worried about us and sent an envoy? An extremely wicked grin spread across the old man's face as dark, sinister thoughts filled his mind. Heh. It seems the higher-ups have already taken care of everything. Now we can focus on refining the remains of these heroes without any worries. After all, the bones of the Zhuang people are incredibly crucial. Hearing this, the Lich Bride smiled, fully agreeing with his words. Exactly. But since their commander is dead, we should go welcome our esteemed envoy. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the soldiers were losing their minds after seeing Leander get deleted right before their eyes. Trying to rally their failing courage, they roared, Knights of the Sanctuary, charge, avenge our commander. But a second later, before they could even take a step, Kaguya unleashed a devastating, clean sweep right through their ranks. Plunder blade. She calmly sheathed her blade, turning back to look at the heap of soldiers lying defeated on the ground. Master's safety will always be protected by Kaguya. Lin Luo stared at his screen, cooking up a pretty wild and daring plan. Killing humanoid NPCs gives barely any EXP, and they don't even drop any decent loot. But since those Zhuang remains are on the line, I don't really have a choice. Right then, a system notification popped up in front of him. System notification. Congratulations. Your avatar Kaguya, in her Black Emperor form, has defeated Leander. You have received 5,760,000 experience points. Due to defeating an NPC 8 levels higher, you receive a 900% experience bonus. Under the effect of Mind Core, Veteran, monster kill experience is increased by 200%. Sensing that things were about to get messy, he quickly turned to Kaguya and said, Return for now, Kaguya. Hide yourself first. I've decided to pivot to a different plan. We'll wait for them to tear each other apart, and then we'll swoop in to clean up the mess. As he walked forward, he noticed something bizarre rising from the ground. Startled, he muttered, What on earth is that? A bizarre, ox-headed demon burst out from the dirt, addressing them in a shaky, stammering voice. Our esteemed envoy from the witch sect, welcome. We invite you to the heroic spirit's graveyard. Please, leave those Eaglehound Empire dogs outside to us. Hearing this, Lin Luo was completely speechless, staring blankly at the hideous creature. An envoy? From the witch sect? Did they seriously mistake me for someone else? Was this option even in the game walkthrough? I don't remember it at all. But then, a sly smile crept onto his face. Meh, what's there to be afraid of? I'll just wing it. Deciding to play along, he stepped forward and commanded the demon, lead the way. With that, the demon turned and began leading him forward. Lin Luo followed close behind, thinking to himself, I just hope this secret dungeon gives me some decent rewards. The messenger led Lam Lak and his 2 companions right to Wu Yu, who seemed to be waiting for them. Surprised by her face, Lam Lak stared at her while quietly plotting his own scheme. If I launch a sneak attack from close range right now, these 6 mages will be dead in an instant. Killing them would make clearing this stage a piece of cake. But let us play along for now, and see what the Trak Vong remnants actually are, and where they are hidden. Wu Yu slowly walked up to Lam Lak, her face as cold and expressionless as ever. and began to speak. "Honorable Messenger, thank you for your assistance. May I ask what special instructions you have brought for us today?" Lamlak looked at her in surprise, thinking to himself, "Instructions? I do not have any instructions. Did you guys not just drag me in here? I cannot talk too much, or I will blow my cover instantly. Time to put my acting skills to the test." He cleared his throat twice, acting slightly annoyed, and demanded, "What else could it be? How is the task assigned by the higher-ups coming along?" The old dark mage stepped forward, staring intently at the two of them, and explained, "Reporting to the messenger, after a 10-day ritual, we have successfully completed the initial refinement of the Frostbone Dragon." Hearing this, Lamlak quickly pointed forward and ordered, "Take me to see it." Vu Yo immediately turned to lead the way, not forgetting to call out over her shoulder, "Then please follow me, messenger." She then led Lamlak and his companions, as everyone walked in tense silence. After a short walk, Vu Yo brought everyone to a massive ice door, which radiated an incredibly freezing aura. "Right here, messenger." Lamlak gasped in surprise as he looked ahead, realizing that right in front of them lay the colossal skeleton of a massive dragon. The skeletal remains were tightly bound and secured with heavy chains. The Frostbone Dragon. Lamlak stared at the massive skeleton before him, totally amazed. Once this skeletal dragon awakens, it will definitely be a formidable level 40 boss, not something ordinary players can easily deal with. He quickly turned around and praised the group behind him, saying, "You have all worked hard. How much longer until the Frostbone Dragon is fully refined?" They looked a bit surprised by his question, then respectfully replied, "Reporting to our esteemed messenger, it will take about 2 days to complete the refinement." The old dark mage in the back then spoke up slowly, saying, "We were worried that the second legion of the sanctuary would show up and cause trouble for us. But now, with your help, messenger, we can focus on the refinement without any worries." At those words, a brilliant scheme instantly formed in Lamlak's mind. If this Frostbone Dragon wakes up, it is going to be a massive boss. Defeating it will surely yield incredible rewards. I will deal with it in a bit. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back to them and asked, "By the way, where are the remnants of the Track Vong? I drained a massive amount of energy during my recent battle, and I need to replenish it now." Hearing this, they looked at each other in utter confusion and panic. The old leader in the middle quickly explained, "Messenger, the Track Vong remnants are a crucial material for refining the Frostbone Dragon. Besides, we barely have any of them left right now." Hearing that, Lamlak feigned anger and turned to demand, "What is that supposed to mean? Is recovering my energy not important to you?" The old mage frantically shook his head, saying, "No, no, no, that is not what your servant meant at all." He then barked orders at his subordinates behind him, "Quick, bring whatever is left of the Track Vong remnants here immediately." One of the subordinates hurriedly brought over a highly bizarre-looking box. "Messenger, all the remaining Track Vong remnants are inside here." As Lamlak picked up the box and channeled its energy aura, a system notification instantly popped up. "System alert. Track Vong remnant, quantity 1 item, effect, gradually restores 100 points of avatar energy." Lamlak smirked with delight. It actually works. Too bad there is only a tiny bit left, barely enough to make a big difference. He then turned back, casually asking the group, "Can we produce more of these Track Vong remnants?" Vu Yo stepped forward and explained, "Messenger, if we focus on refining more Track Vong remnants, it will delay our progress with the Frostbone Dragon." Hearing this, Lamlak raised his hand and instructed them calmly, "Do not worry about that. Just put your heart into refining them, and once my demands are met, you can return to your original task." Hearing this, they looked at each other in complete bewilderment. Seeing their hesitation, Lamlak feigned anger and barked, "What are you waiting for? Are you dare defying my orders?" The old dark mage and his subordinates hurriedly bowed, pleading, "We would never dare. Please do not be angry, messenger." He then turned to his subordinates and barked a quick command to stop their current tasks immediately, and prioritize refining the Track Vong remnants for the messenger first. Seeing this, Lamlak smiled triumphantly, realizing his plan was working perfectly, having them obediently refine the Track Vong remnants for him first, and he could deal with the rest later. Meanwhile, standing in the back, Vu Yu quietly observed everything before slipping away unnoticed. She approached the magic circle drawn on the ground and began performing a strange ritual. "Is there something wrong with the ritual that you're contacting me now?" Seeing the strange black shadow appear, she quickly replied, "My lord, please forgive my intrusion, but nothing is wrong on our end. In fact, thanks to the help you sent, we managed to beat back the Empire's lapdogs." The mysterious figure looked at her in surprise. Help? What help? Lich Bride chuckled and waved her hands. My lord, didn't you send a chosen one to help us? The mysterious figure said angrily. The chosen ones of our cult all have their own missions. None of them have time to mess around and help you guys. She immediately pointed at the crystal ball showing Lin Luo's image and asked, but this guy brought along his summons to help us defeat the Templar Knights, and now he's telling us to stop refining the Frostbone Dragon, to refine eminent undead remains instead. This made the mysterious figure fly into a rage, but the witch cult doesn't have anyone like him. Still, the fact that he killed the Empire's men means he's an enemy of the Empire. He then continued planning, invite him over. Hearing this, Lich Bride felt a bit skeptical. Since his background is completely unknown, shouldn't we just kill him? But the figure quickly ordered, if he wants eminent undead remains, give him as many as he wants. She immediately bowed in obedience. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was still acting cool, sitting on a stone platform and ordering the cultists around. Don't slack off, you guys. The cultists nodded in terror. Seeing this, he smiled smugly and thought, even though those Imperial heroes are dead, their bodies still contain a massive amount of energy. By using a special undead refinement method, I can extract eminent undead remains to restore my summon's energy. A strange smile crept onto his face. As long as they work hard enough, I'll achieve energy independence in no time. Suddenly, Lich Bride appeared right in front of him. He looked at her in surprise and questioned her. Where did you sneak off to? Get back to work. Don't think you can slack off just because you have a nice body. She suddenly leaned in close to Lin Luo's handsome face and asked coldly, may I ask who you are? What is your purpose for infiltrating our ranks? Lin Luo grinned and explained to Lich Bride, I didn't infiltrate your place. Didn't you guys practically invite me in? Hearing this, she was slightly stunned and flustered. He's right. We were totally assuming things on our own. She then bowed to Lin Luo, smiled, and introduced herself. In that case, please allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the Lich Bride, a subordinate under the Witch of Desire of the Witch Cult. May I ask how I should address you? Standing up slowly, he coldly uttered two words, Black Emperor. Hearing this, she thought to herself in surprise, Black Emperor? Never heard of him. Immediately after, she quickly pitched her ulterior motive to him. Lord Black Emperor, since we share a common enemy in the Empire, why don't we join forces? Our witch cult has plenty of the eminent undead remains you need. If you're willing to come back with me as our guest, we can provide you with more than enough of them. Hearing this, he froze on the spot. He had absolutely no idea what this woman was talking about. What kind of crazy plot development is this? Usually, killing the boss wraps up the storyline. Now it feels like a whole new quest line is opening up. But he couldn't let his confusion show. He quickly regained his composure and shook his head. He slowly said to her, once you guys finish producing the amount of eminent undead remains I need, only then will I consider going back with you. But a different thought crossed his mind. Go with her to the witch cult? I'll be totally outnumbered. What if she has a whole squad of elite powerhouses waiting to ambush me? That would be a huge pain in the neck. She was slightly taken aback by his response and quickly asked, how many sets do you need? Instead of answering immediately, he calmly held up 2 fingers in front of her, at least 20 sets. Hearing this, she instantly waved her hands in panic. She explained helplessly, that's impossible. You killed the Templar commander. The Empire will send elite forces to surround us very soon. We must speed up the refinement of the Frostbone Dragon. He immediately put on a serious face and stared straight at her. What's there to fear when I'm here? If the Empire's heavy hitters show up, I'll take care of them myself. All you guys need to do is keep quietly refining the eminent undead remains for me. Still, she replied with hesitation, it's not that I look down on you, sir, but the next person they send will definitely be a tier 3 powerhouse. I'm sorry, but we can't refine any more eminent undead remains for you. He immediately realized this woman was trying to play hardball, and another calculation ran through his mind. This woman is definitely no fool. I can't bluff my way past her. He sighed and reluctantly went along with her. Fine, I'll go to the witch cult. Hearing this, she was delighted. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Go back to the witch cult? The next second, Lin Luo effortlessly glided past Lich Bride, instantly appearing behind her to deliver a swift blow, sending her into a state of panic. The system displays his skill, battle technique, flame, devouring wave, splitting sword, boundless sword, chi. Smirking confidently, he whispers softly in her ear, but please, go back and get yourself ready. System notifications repeatedly pop up. Congratulations, Celestial. You have slain the witch bride. You receive 340,000 experience points. Defeating an NPC 6 levels higher grants a 700% experience boost, activating the effects of Last Wish and 100 battles. Slaying the monster grants a 200% experience bonus. Seeing Lamlak attack her, the surrounding cultists panic and scream, "Assassin!" He is an assassin. Coldly pulling his blade from her body, he orders, "Black Emperor, Hui Da Ko, kill them all." Seeing the two charge forward to strike, the crowd panics and yells to escape. The undead army is still on the ground. Run for your lives. Suddenly, a glowing green rope appears from behind and binds him tightly. Just then, the old cultist behind him sneers, "Death snare." Chuckling gleefully, he walks over, an assassin caught in. "My death snare. You are as good as dead." Speechless, he glances back at the old man. What kind of garbage skill is this? He then forcefully tears the binding ropes apart, completely shocking the old man. "Break for me." The old man falls backward in pain, screaming. With that speed, he is definitely an assassin. Seeing him approach, the old man stammers in sheer panic. How? Why is my skill useless?" Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tremble violently. Lamlak looks around, surprised. "What's this shaking? Don't tell me." Meanwhile, the old cultist steps forward, chanting a bizarre ritual. "Using my own life force as a medium. Arise, Frostbone Giant Dragon." The massive Frostbone Giant Dragon slowly rises, looming right in front of him. Filled with pride, the old man commands it, "Destroy this despicable assassin." Lamlak stares speechlessly at the old man. This old geezer actually woke the giant dragon up early. The colossal Frostbone beast stands imposingly before him, snorting heavily. The system scans it and brings up its status window. System interface, Frostbone Giant Dragon. Status, damaged. Level, 35. Attack power, 480. Speed, 89. Defense, 520. Health, 90,000. Experience points, 360,000. Furious, it throws its head back and unleashes a thunderous roar. The system immediately analyzes its skills. Skill 1, Frostbone Breath. Unleashes a freezing blast of dragon breath, dealing 600 to 950 magic damage, and applying a slow effect. However, due to its damaged state, activating this skill will consume the dragon's own health. Skill 2, Crushing Claw Strike. Fiercely strikes down prey, dealing 500 to 600 physical damage and suppressing targets with insufficient strength. Dragon's Majesty. A terrifying roar that intimidates targets with weak willpower, reducing their combat power by 10 to 20%. Lamlak looks at the giant beast before him with keen interest as a thought crosses his mind. It looks massive, but its actual strength isn't that much higher than that ugly boss. The ugly one dropped some decent gear, so this one should be just as good. Since he woke it up early, I might as well claim my loot now. He immediately charges forward, issuing orders to Black Emperor and Hudako behind him. "Black Emperor, we will take the lead. Hudako, you go handle that caster." The two reply in unison, "Understood, master." The old cultist's expression turns incredibly sinister. Stepping forward, he snarls, "No one gets in my way." Instantly, the three of them charge at the giant Frostbone beast, which quickly unleashes a counterattack. Black Emperor quickly blocks the blow for Lamlak, warning him, "Master, watch out." Seizing the opportunity, Lamlak leaps from behind him and shouts, "Let's see my Gale Sword aura shred your Frostbone breath to pieces." Without a second thought, he leaps into the air, swinging his small but incredibly powerful weapon as he challenges the beast. "Hey big guy, let's see you try to breathe after this." With absolute dominance, he strikes a heavy blow directly onto the monster's head with his small weapon. Seeing that it barely left a scratch, he quickly calls out for support. "Black Emperor, cover me." Hearing the command, Black Emperor unleashes a barrage of 1,000 punches at the beast. The monster roars and retaliates with a blast of frost. Sensing the danger, Lamlak leaps high into the air, channeling his fire energy to strike the monster's head once more. 10,000 swords return. River of Sword Chi. Battle skill, flame-devouring wave-splitting sword at 60%, destructive purple light at 60%, savage dance at 30%. Seeing the perfect opening, he quickly signals Huidako, "Huidako, don't give it any room to breathe." Receiving his signal, she swings her blade and charges at the old cultist below. The old man screams frantically, "Rainy Night Blade," but she completely ignores him, coldly driving her sword straight through his chest. Lam Lak is thrilled to see such flawless teamwork. He quickly shouts, "Perfect! Now, let's take down the giant dragon together." With that, he delivers a decisive, devastating final blow to the Frostbone beast. The Gale Sword shadows hovered right beside the Black Emperor, while Kaguya also continuously covered Wu Yadao. The monster collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Right then, the system immediately popped up a notification. "Congratulations, player. You have slain the Frostbone Archdragon. You have received 6,080,000 experience points. Defeating an NPC 8 levels higher grants 900% experience. The effect of the 100 Battle Wish is now active. Slaying monsters grants 200% bonus experience." Following that was Lin Luo's next level up notification. "Congratulations, player. You have reached level 28. He let out a tired sigh. This guy's health pool was incredibly massive. Shortly after, he looked at the system with a hint of delight. But for the rewards, all of this was totally worth it. The system immediately flashed a notification right in front of him along with the quests. First, he allocated all of his attribute points to boost his speed. Speed increased from 218 to 220. Myriad Sword Sovereign went from level 5 to level 11. Once the Gale Sword Shadows stacked past 40 layers, out of a maximum of 50, 13 Gale Sword Shadows would automatically generate every second. At the same time, he could launch the swords and recall them without taking any damage. He felt a bit discouraged looking at the quest from the system, but he still allocated his skill points into Myriad Sword Sovereign. Then, Lin Luo smiled smugly at the system. As long as he kept leveling up this skill, its mana consumption would eventually drop to the absolute minimum, achieving the realm of endless, self-regenerating sword chi, while also boosting his attack rate. He immediately approached the massive, motionless Frostbone beast. He turned his head to scan the surroundings, eager to see what amazing loot this boss monster would drop. Suddenly, as he drew closer, he noticed something strange. What is this? He quickly reached his hand inside the giant Frostbone beast. A moment later, Lin Luo's face lit up with joy. He slowly pulled out a sword from deep within the beast's body. He laughed in sheer disbelief. "I can't believe a diamond-grade sword actually dropped. Heaven is truly on my side." He decided to give the sword a quick test run. Stunned by its supreme quality, he stood in awe as the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained the diamond-grade weapon, Heart of Annihilation." The system then displayed the incredible stats of the sword Lin Luo had just acquired. Heart of Annihilation, rare diamond-grade quality, requires level 27, class restriction, second advancement melee, plus 289 attack power, plus 15% critical rate, plus 20% critical damage, plus 20% attack speed, and armor penetration that ignores 10% of the target's physical defense. Holding the sword, he smiled excitedly and murmured, "These stats are insane. Not only does it boost my attack power by over 200, but all the bonus stats are a perfect match for me. This is easily the most broken gear at this level." Suddenly, the system began listing the active skills that came with the sword. Bone Cleave. Each attack reduces the enemy's speed by 2% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 15 times. Lament. Active. Unleashes the resentful sword chi of the Frostbone Archdragon, inflicting a freeze effect on all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown is 1 hour, briefly halting the target's actions. He gazed at the sword in deep thought, amazed that a dungeon of this level could drop such high-grade gear. He gently stroked the blade, and thought to himself, "It must be because last time I only cleared one side, but this time I wiped out both sides." The difficulty went up, so the rewards naturally did too. Thrilled with how incredibly lucrative this run was, he leaned back in to see if there was any more good loot. He kept rummaging through the pile of drops he got from defeating this boss. He continuously received items like one Frostbone Archdragon Horn, another Frostbone Archdragon Horn, and yet another Frostbone Archdragon Horn. Seeing the system display so many items, Lin Luo was thrilled, and muttered to himself, "Not a bad haul at all. High-grade healing potions, mana potions, skill scrolls, various gear, and plenty of gold." He looked exceptionally pleased with the primary loot in his hands. Turning around, he spoke to the two behind him, especially this Frostbone Archdragon Horn. It can summon a level 35 boss with a wide range of boss skills and a massive health pool, making it the ultimate tank. Lin Luo cast a cold, annoyed glance at Wu Yao, who was lying defeated on the ground. He left a warning for the group he had just wiped out. "Next time I come, don't slack off. Make sure you refine those undead bones for me." He slowly turned to leave and ordered the two behind him. Black Emperor, Kaguya, let's go find our next target. Meanwhile, as a strange figure approached the area Lin Luo had just cleared, the system flashed a dungeon completion announcement. Clear time for Black Emperor. 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Dungeon cooldown remaining. 23 hours and 51 minutes. Master Lu cursed in rage. Damn it, I finally found an active dungeon, and that bastard Black Emperor already cleared it. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to contain his fury. Black Emperor, you again. I wasn't planning on picking a fight with you so soon, but now, it looks like you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Perfect. Once I kill you, I'll finally have something to show my old man. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a group of innocent citizens being captured by strange people. A young man, trembling as he clutches a laptop to his chest, fearfully recounts, "My name is Guo Tao." The scene cuts to a few days ago, when he was happily holding his book and cultivating. On the second day of the global awakening, I awakened a rare S-class talent, Future Simulation, while also obtaining my substitute avatar, the Future Diary. He looks at the book in front of him with pure joy. With the ability to foresee the future, I'm the man who holds the script of destiny. Activating my talent, Future Simulation. Suddenly, the book flips open, revealing incredibly strange notifications inside. My name is Guo Tao, and by the time you read this, I am already dead. On the 4th day of the Whitebone lockdown, I was in my room, trying to figure out how to ration the remaining food. A strange man, leading a beautiful girl dressed like a female slave, barged straight into my home. After confirming I was Guo Tao, the beautiful girl didn't say a word. She killed me with a single slash. I don't want to die. I have to change this fatal outcome. Reading up to here, he is completely speechless. How is this even possible? Then, he hastily throws the Future Diary onto the ground, shouting in anger, "Why do they have to kill me? This is Huaxia, a society ruled by law, not America." The Future Diary. Suddenly, the Future Diary emits a strange glow, as if sensing something. Guo Tao quickly rushes over and picks it up. Terrified, he hurriedly says, "I don't believe it. There must be some mistake. Apocalypse Diary, run the simulation again and find me a path to survival." At that moment, two strange figures appear in his mind. It's none other than Lin Luo and Kaguya, stepping out and opening the door. He stammers, I'm not Guo Tao." The diary continues to narrate, "Having foreseen this, when they barged into my room, I denied being Guo Tao. But Kaguya decisively thrust her sword right through him. He desperately kept explaining, 'I told you, I'm not him.' The text reveals, 'But that man still let that despicable woman kill me.'" Guo Tao's face grows darker as he reads on. Overwhelmed with anger, he continues the simulation. "I will absolutely not just sit here and wait to die." The scene changes again. He is no longer meek. He decisively grabs a knife and charges at the two of them, shouting, "I'll take you down with me." The story changes once more. He barged into my room again. I fought back with a knife, and then I died. Reading further, he grows even more furious and screams, next. If I can't fight them, can't I at least run away?" In another simulation, Kaguya still cold-bloodedly drives her sword through him. He asks her while trembling, "Why? I clearly ran so far away." The words in the book shift, and the storyline gradually changes. Before the Whitebone lockdown, I fled to the magic capital. Then, the White Bones arrived. Outside the barrier, terrifying monsters were everywhere. He shouldn't be able to find me anymore, right? The doorbell rings. I walk to the door, when suddenly a sharp pain shoots through my chest. A long blade has pierced right through me. I'm dead. Guo Tao collapses onto the floor in utter despair, weeping and crying out in frustration. Damn it. Is begging for mercy on my knees useless too? New text appears in the Future Diary. He can track my location, so running is pointless. This time, I opened the door to welcome them directly. While they looked on in surprise, I knelt right before them, crying and begging them not to kill me. And then, I died. At this moment, Guo Tao's tears rain down on the pages. Looking helplessly at the Future Diary in front of him, he thinks in utter panic. No matter how many times I run the simulation, my only path leads to death. Even if I run to a heavily armed police station, there is no way out. Then, his eyes catch a page packed with dense handwriting in the Future Diary. Good evening. The glass doors of the Investigation Bureau lobby were smashed to pieces by monsters. Next, the terrifying beasts stormed inside. Making one last desperate effort, I jumped from the second floor. I finally met him. It turns out the entire Zerg race is under his control. And then, I died. My only regret is that I didn't die by the beautiful girl's blade, but rather under the fists of a man in black armor. Moments later, as Guo Tao is sitting in the room, giant monsters shatter the glass, causing everyone to scream in terror. He clutches his head in despair and screams, "They're here!" He slowly turns his head to look outside. The man who catches Guo Tao's eye is the silhouette of a figure standing on the rooftop. He's here. Lin Luo smiles and speaks to the Lord of Wishes behind him. I didn't expect the last person on the hit list to be at the police station. The security here is so tight, so we can only use the Zerg to force him out. Then, the sight of Guo Tao slowly climbing down to the ground catches his eye. Seeing this, he chuckles in surprise. He slowly speaks to the Lord of Wishes. Well, this is interesting, old Chi. The target is out. Tell the insect swarm to stand down and scram. Right after that, he led everyone in the direction of the escape, hiding inside an alley. A moment later, Guo Tao, who was sitting there, spoke up. Your stand is beautiful, even more beautiful than I imagined. Lin Luo was surprised to hear this and asked, What do you mean? You knew I was coming. He nodded helplessly and explained, Yes, my talent allowed me to foresee your arrival. Intrigued, Lin Luo thought to himself, a prophet. He then praised him. That is a pretty impressive talent. Guo Tao let out a bitter laugh, holding his future diary as he slowly replied, Impressive? To me, it feels like a cursed talent. Aside from gaining a few rewards by simulating a dungeon beforehand, it does absolutely nothing to boost my actual combat strength. Suddenly, his body couldn't hold up anymore, and he began coughing up blood. He spoke with a helpless tone, and besides, whatever is written in the future diary can never be changed. If that is not a curse, then what is? Sighing, he made a request. I'm exhausted. I don't want to fight it anymore. As for who you are, or why you want to kill me, I don't even care anymore. No matter how many times I simulated the future, I always ended up dying by your hands. I only ask that you let that beautiful girl end my life instead, all right? Lin Luo immediately gave an order to the Black Emperor, standing right beside him. Do it. A calculating thought crossed Lin Luo's mind. To guard against any traps, it was safer not to indulge his request. Guo Tao watched helplessly as the Black Emperor raised his giant fist. Dejected, he thought, sure enough, I still end up dying under the fist of the man in black armor. Fate really is set in stone. Right after that, the Black Emperor decisively finished him off. At the same time, the book slipped from his lifeless hands. Lin Luo stepped forward to absorb his ability. To his surprise, the system screen displayed a notification. S-rank talent plunder activated. Please choose one of the target's 4 attributes, talent effect, skill effect, or soul power to carry out the plunder. He smiled and decided to inspect it. The system scanned the ability and reported S-rank growable talent, future simulation. Allows the host to simulate the future in written text based on subjective thoughts and choices. Cooldown time. No cooldown time. Smiling, he thought, it seems this talent relies on a stand to manifest. Right after, Lin Luo commanded, Come out! Instantly, the system brought up a long list of gathered information. My new stand. Future diary stand. Rank. S. Strength. 0. Normal human baseline. 10. Speed. 0. Intelligence. Unknown. Defense. 1. Health. 500. Mana. 200. Energy recovery speed. 1 point per hour. Growth potential. 170. Range. 0 meters. Future simulation. Can project future events and present them in written form within the diary. Only visible to the host. Costs. Simulating 1 day into the future costs 1 energy point per simulation. Simulating 2 days into the future costs 2 energy points. Simulating 3 days into the future costs 4 energy points. The further out the simulation, the energy cost doubles for each additional day. The basic costs are only consumed during active future simulation. Major events requiring highly detailed simulation will double the energy cost. Cooldown, none. Immediately, the diary slowly flipped open. Lin Luo was slightly surprised as he stared at the blank pages. How strange. Why is there nothing here? Future diary. Simulate 2 days ahead. Suddenly, lines of text began to materialize on the pages. There were only 2 brief lines. My name is Lin Luo. By the time you read this, he gasped in surprise. watching the content fill the future diary. But a split second later, panic gripped him. He couldn't believe his own eyes. This is. As he read further, he felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him down. The diary's prophecy read, "My name is Lin Luo. By the time you read this, I am already dead. On my second visit to the Morning Tomb dungeon, I met a young man who called himself the Modern Angel, Liu Yu. Without saying a word, he attacked me. Of course, I wasn't about to just take it. But what I never expected was that neither I nor the Black Emperor were any match for him. In the end, I died under a bolt of lightning. I don't want to die. I must change this outcome." Lin Luo stared at the diary in utter disbelief. "I'm going to die tomorrow? How is that even possible?" He instantly recalled the scene of Guo Tao being finished off, desperately trying to calm his rising panic. He clutched his head, trying to steady his breathing. "Calm down, Lin Luo. I've worked so hard for this second chance at life. How can I just quietly die here? Every talent is meant to help its host. In my past life, I never heard of a talent that actively harms its owner. There must be some detail here that I've overlooked." He rubs his chin, trying to figure out what could happen next to him. Celestial Master Liu Yu. Why does that name sound so familiar? And another thing, if I actually fight him, how could I only summon the Black Emperor? Lin Luo quickly turns around and signals to the Lord of Wishes behind him. "Come out, Lord of Wishes. Let's look into this together." Hearing this, he nods in agreement. "Understood, Master." Right after that, the diary starts to change. Future diary. Simulate the future once again. A flood of different scenes and mysterious people he has never seen before flash through his mind. This time, the future diary instantly updates, writing out a long prophecy. "My name is Lin Luo. If you're reading this, I'm already dead. When I learned the future, I went to the entrance of the Wailing Dungeon for the second time. Through the thick fog, I saw a young man who summoned 2 stands without saying a word." Wait. How do I have 2 stands? Once the Black Emperor and the Lord of Wishes appeared together, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. But after a brief clash, the Lord of Wishes reached his limit and completely collapsed under the extreme strain of the wish. The Black Emperor was also suppressed, and a bolt of lightning struck from above, killing me yet again. Lin Luo stares at the diary in disbelief. The prediction has changed. The Lord of Wishes seems to have realized something, so he voices his suspicion to Lin Luo. "Master, usually players only have 1 talent and 1 stand. Since the future diary is only an S-rank stand, if you don't summon your other stands, it will only simulate the future based on common sense." He nods, then commands the Lord of Wishes. "Got it. I'll summon all of them." Lin Luo immediately summons his different stands. Succubus Queen, Green Demon. He smiles with self-assurance. Will the future diary show a different result this time? In an instant, all of his stands are fully summoned. The Succubus Queen asks him in surprise, "Master, why do you need all of us just to read a book?" He quickly signals her to quiet down. Shh. Right then, the text in the diary begins to shift. This time, the entry changes drastically. It reads, "My name is Lin Luo. If you're reading this, I'm already dead." Knowing what lies ahead, I return to the entrance of the Wailing Dungeon, deciding to launch an all-out sneak attack. But wait, why do I have 5 stands? And my opponent is the strongest enemy I've faced since I reincarnated. I knew that if I didn't go all out, I would die. So, I immediately had the Black Emperor fuse with Kaguya-hime, combining their power with the Succubus Queen's skill, while the Lord of Wishes and the Green Demon provided crowd control, launching a coordinated attack. After a brutal battle, I still lost. 5 stands and 5 talents were still no match for that young celestial master, Liu Yu. Even when I unleashed my full dungeon power at the end, I was still struck down by lightning from the heavens. S-rank stands and talents are truly terrifying. Lin Luo's face turns pale. Frozen in utter disbelief, he mutters to himself, "I don't believe this. How can 5 S-rank stands lose to a single triple S-rank stand?" He quickly turns to the Black Emperor. "Black Emperor, hit me on the head with everything you've got." He nods immediately and strikes. Understood. A protective barrier instantly wraps around Lin Luo. From behind, the Green Demon chimes in to defend him. "Master, this brute is showing disrespect again. Let me take him out for you." The Black Emperor smugly fires back. "I'd love to see who takes out whom." The two exchange fierce, angry glares. Ignoring them, Lin Luo runs the simulation again. Future diary. Simulate the future. This time, a vision appears of a giant beast, squeezing him tightly in its grip. Desperate and helpless, he can only look up at the sky. All of his stands lie defeated on the ground. He can't believe what he's seeing. He thinks to himself in shock. Is there really no other way? Do I have to avoid the dungeon and run away for now? No, there must be a way to turn this around. He quickly turns to the Lord of Wishes behind him. Old Chi, I need to know what strategy can defeat Lu Yu. He nods immediately. Understood, Master. He smiles as he looks at the book and tells Lin Luo, Master, our last hope lies in that unborn embryo. Immediately, the diary begins to glow, writing lines of text right in the Lord of Wishes' hands. My name is Lin Luo. If you're reading this, I'm already dead. This time, the diary's content completely changes. My name is Lin Luo. If you're reading this, I'm already dead. Wait. Now I have 7 stands? My name is Lin Luo. If you're reading this, I'm already dead. I didn't choose to launch a sneak attack. Instead, I chose to face Lu Yu head-on in a fair fight. Even though he's far stronger than an average SSS rank awakened, I'm not worried, because I found a way to win. The moment Lu Yu summoned his stand, I didn't hesitate to use emotions to hatch the unborn embryo. Fueled by this overwhelming emotion, my 8th stand has finally been born. We won this fight, but my only regret is letting that coward Lu Yu slip away. Even though I couldn't figure out why he tried to kill me, I still walked away with a massive payoff. Sure, this battle drained a massive amount of my stored power, but compared to what I got in return, I know it was completely worth it. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have looked forward to this fight even more. Lin Luo smiled with relief. The future had finally changed. Then he thought to himself, the key must be choosing the right emotion to fuel the quickening. Turning to him, Lin Luo asked in surprise, Old Chi, I want to know how to kill Lu Yu. He thought about it for a moment, then decided to chant a spell to check the situation. Closing the book in his hands, he gave a helpless smile and said, I'm sorry, Master, but granting that wish would completely break me. Lin Luo was taken aback by his response. As expected, the gap between S-Class and S-Class is just too massive. Besides, looking at the log, this guy Lu Yu must have other tricks up his sleeve. I need to be fully prepared. With that, he led his stands and headed forward. Before entering the prison, he used an ascension crystal on himself, upgrading his talent to S-Class. Meanwhile, the scene shifts elsewhere, where a group of citizens are frantically firing their guns at the monsters. They're back! Open fire, quick! The giant beasts show no mercy to the innocent citizens, diving down to attack them one after another. Watching the monsters closing in, the helpless citizens hold their heads and scream in terror. We're dead meat! Just then, Black Emperor appears, leaping into action and smashing into the giant monsters. Everyone is stunned. We're saved! Suddenly, Lin Luo's voice rings out. Officers. Lin Luo smiles, walking up to them. I'm Zhou Shengdong's younger brother. I made an appointment to visit him in prison today. The guards are surprised. They immediately lead him inside and thank him. Sir, your brother is waiting inside. Thank you for saving us back there. I've already reported this to the warden. He'd like to have a word with you after your visit. Lin Luo nods in agreement. Sure. Moments later, Lin Luo goes inside to see Zhou Shengdong. Spotting him, his brother gives a warm smile and softly calls out, Xiao Luo. Lin Luo smiles back. Hey brother, it's been a while. Sensing something different about him, Zhou Shengdong asks in a panic, Xiao Luo, what's wrong? Wait, it's crawling with man-eating monsters out there right now. Are you hurt anywhere? Let me call someone to check on you. Lin Luo looks at him through the glass and says sadly, Brother, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Zhou Shengdong gives a comforting smile. Xiao Luo, tell me, did someone bully you out there? Don't be scared. Just wait until I get out. He then sighs with a touch of sadness. But who knows when that'll be? How can I even talk about protecting you? Hearing this, Lin Luo is surprised. Zhou Shengdong remembers the day a prison guard smugly told him, as long as you agree to my terms, getting your sentence reduced isn't impossible. He smiles, trying to reassure Lin Luo. Don't worry. Xiao Luo, I've already figured out a way to get out of here. From now on, no matter who bullies you, I'll make sure to get justice for you. Hearing this, Lin Luo is deeply moved. My brother is always like this, never thinking about himself. Lin Luo then places a hand over his chest and speaks softly. But nobody can bully me out there anymore. I brought you a gift. With this, you might be able to get out of here very soon. Suddenly, the towering figure of Black Emperor appears behind Zhou Shengdong. Still utterly confused, his brother gasps, Whoa! A second later, Black Emperor strikes his back. leaving him completely startled. Seeing this, one of the guards aims his gun straight at Lin Luo's head and shouts, "Hands up! Spill it! What did you just do?" Lin Luo turns around and calmly smiles at the guards. "Relax. I'm just giving my brother a little gift. This thing dissolves when it touches a human body. It's not dangerous, and it doesn't break any prison rules." Right on cue, Zhou Shengdong's body begins to undergo a drastic change. He throws his head back and screams in agonizing pain. Flames erupt all around him as a system notification pops up. A. Class talent upgraded to S-Class. Talent. Loyal Heart. S-Class effect. For every 3% health the host loses, they gain a 1% damage reduction effect. The guard is completely dumbfounded by the sight, freezing in his tracks. He's on fire. Suddenly, a strange knight materializes behind Zhou Shengdong, introducing itself. "Master, I am your knight, Red Lotus." The system instantly displays the details of Shengdong's stand. Red Lotus Knight. Power, 170, compared to a normal human's 10. Speed, 140. Intelligence, 50. Defense, 150. Health, 6,000. Energy, 90. Energy recovery rate. Recovers 1 point per hour. Growth, 100. Action range, 15 meters. Skill, Red Lotus Shield. Activating the Red Lotus power increases defense by 60 points, consuming 1 energy point per minute. Red Lotus Lance. Activating the power of the Red Lotus adds 50 points of burning damage to attacks, consuming 1 energy point per minute. Hearing this, he was slightly taken aback, unable to believe his own ears. He quickly turned his head and wondered, "Red Lotus Knight, S rank? This is my stand?" Standing behind the glass window, Lin Luo immediately smiled and said, "Brother, with his help, you'll definitely be able to perform outstandingly in prison and get your sentence reduced." Hearing that, Zhou Shengdong hurriedly stood up to question him. "Lin Luo, what did you just use on me? Why did my talent rank increase? Why didn't you keep such a precious thing for yourself?" Lin Luo quickly smiled to reassure him. "Don't worry, brother. I still have more of these." Hearing this, his brother laughed in surprise. "Really?" But little did they know, everything they just did had been captured by a hidden camera in the back. Watching the surveillance feed, the prison guard let out a cryptic chuckle. Then, he wondered in astonishment. To think he can actually upgrade talents. Intriguing. Just then, an officer walked up to Lin Luo and spoke, "Visiting hours are over." Lin Luo quickly turned back to reassure Zhou Shengdong. "Don't worry, brother. From now on, no one will ever bully us again." Hearing this, Zhou Shengdong looked at him with emotion. "Xiao Luo," Zhou Shengdong murmured. Lin Luo immediately turned to leave, waving goodbye. "I'll visit you again next time, behave well, and try to get out of here as soon as possible." Once outside, an officer approached him and said, "Lin Luo, our warden Duan wants to meet with you. He says he has a way to help your brother." Hearing this, Lin Luo immediately looked at the officer in feigned surprise. The warden? Inside, a smug smile played on his face. The big fish had taken the bait. Over in the warden's office, the officer led Lin Luo in and quickly reported, "Warden, I've brought him in." Seeing Lin Luo, the warden looked quite pleased. "Lin Luo, right? My name is Duan Qingfeng, and I run this prison. Please, have a seat." Lin Luo chuckled as he looked at the man. "Hello, Uncle Duan. Did you need me for something?" In his heart, he was feeling quite smug, a cunning plan already taking shape in his mind. From what I know, the highest ranking talent in this entire prison is only A rank. Now that an opportunity to upgrade talent has appeared, I don't think anyone would want to pass it up. Duan Qingfeng's gaze grew dangerous as he stared intensely at Lin Luo. He spoke slowly. "Lin Luo, do you know what your brother's case is actually about?" Lin Luo immediately feigned innocence and asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying there's more to my brother's case than meets the eye?" Thoughts raced through Lin Luo's mind. In his past life, he knew something was off about his brother's case, but unfortunately, he lacked the power back then to dig deeper into the matter. The warden sighed and shook his head. "What kind of case gets someone 15 years? Your brother is a pitiful soul. He was just used as a scapegoat by someone else." Hearing this, Lin Luo's expression instantly turned serious, and he stood up to question him. "Uncle Duan, can you tell me the details? In exchange, I'll help you clear out some monsters to keep this prison safe." He decided that this time, he had to take action. He would make sure whoever framed his brother paid dearly. Hearing this, Duan Qingfeng laughed and looked at him. He quickly spoke up. "Clear out monsters? No need for that. Those beasts will be wiped out sooner or later anyway. Then, he got straight to the point. His eyes locked onto Lin Luo. Just now, through the surveillance cameras, I saw your brothers stand awaken. Hearing this, Lin Luo froze, completely caught off guard by the man in front of him. This old fox is indeed after the awakening crystal. Lin Luo feigned ignorance and explained, Uncle Duan, I'm afraid the secrets you're offering aren't worth that price. After all, even if you don't tell me, I'll find a way to investigate it myself. The warden laughed, slowly bringing his teacup to his lips and taking a gentle sip. What if I reduce your brother's sentence? Hearing this, Lin Luo froze, staring at him. The warden chuckled and proposed, just give me that item, and we can negotiate almost anything. Lin Luo immediately regained his composure, raising his hands in a casual gesture. Well, everything is negotiable. How about you tell me the truth behind my brother's case first, Uncle Duan? Hearing this, the warden sighed and said, very well, there's no harm in telling you. Your brother was framed by the Wang Corporation. That name instantly triggered a rush of memories for Lin Luo. It was the colossus that everyone in Hang City knew, the Wang Corporation. Standing up for justice, Lin Luo questioned him, Uncle Duan, if you all knew my brother was framed, why have you kept him locked up for so long? Aren't the police supposed to stand for justice? The warden looked at him with a deeply serious expression. Perhaps the old man had his own hidden motives. Young Lin, we live in a society governed by law. Solving cases requires solid evidence, and currently, all the evidence points directly to your brother. All we can do is reduce his sentence. His face filled with deep contemplation as he recounted. I only found out later myself that the Wang Corporation was involved in this. Lin Luo clenched his teeth, desperately suppressing the rage burning inside him. Back then, someone had clearly raised suspicions. If someone hadn't suppressed the investigation, how could he have been sentenced so quickly and so harshly? Duan Qingfeng slowly stood up and advised, Lin Luo, take some advice from me. Don't even think about revenge. Then he stood right in front of Lin Luo, slowly explaining, even if you both awakened S-rank talents, the Wang group is still not something you can mess with. His face twisted into a repulsive expression, dripping with malice. He slowly placed his hand on Lin Luo's shoulder and whispered, right now, the chance to reduce your brother's sentence is right in front of you. You'd better grab it. Lin Luo stood before Duan Qingfeng, sighed, and replied, Uncle Duan, you're right. Two nobodies like us would never dare to cause trouble for the Wang group. His face instantly morphed into a mask of fear, mixed with anxiety as he spoke. But that ascension crystal that upgrades talents, I don't have it on me right now. How about I head back and grab it for you? Hearing this, Duan Qingfeng's face lit up with pure joy, and he burst into a loud laugh. So that thing is called an ascension crystal? Go get it quickly and come right back. Lin Luo turned to leave, waving goodbye to him. By now, Lin Luo was absolutely furious, plotting his next move. How dare this old bastard try to steal from me? He really has a death wish. A moment later, a police officer came in to report to Duan Qingfeng. Warden, the defenses against the incoming Zerg monster raid are all set. We should escort you to a safe zone to take cover now. He laughed and waved them off. No need. Just guard the perimeter. I'll be fine staying right here. The officers were a bit surprised to hear this, but they complied with his order. Duan Qingfeng tried to act cool, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one up. So, the thing that upgrades talents is called an ascension crystal. Perfect. With a treasure like this, my son's stand might actually awaken too. He suddenly recalled the scene from earlier, when Lin Luo had glared right into his eyes and demanded, aren't the police supposed to stand for justice? Thinking about it made him swear in irritation. Justice? What a load of crap. If I had gone against the Wang group, not only would I be dead, but my wife and kid would have been wiped out too. How could we have it this good right now? He sighed and kept grumbling about how bowing down to superiors isn't cowardly. Suddenly, the Black Emperor's voice echoed right behind him. Nice cigarette. He instantly froze on the spot. Terrified, he whipped his head around. Who's there? Lin Luo appeared right above the Black Emperor and smirked. It's me, Uncle Duan. Seeing it was Lin Luo, Duan Qingfeng let out a massive sigh of relief. Oh, it's just you. Did you bring the ascension crystal back already? He slowly jumped down from above. No, you got it wrong. The moment he landed, the Black Emperor lunged forward and choked him tightly. Lin Luo calmly said, I'm here to take your miserable life. He slammed Duan Qingfeng's face hard against the wall, making him shriek in agony. The moment he was released, he slumped down helplessly and screamed, Help! Somebody help me! Right behind Lin Luo, the Black Emperor and the Lord of Prayer materialized. Lin Luo spoke softly, and the stand behind him immediately agreed. Don't bother struggling. Your voice won't escape this room. Lord of Prayer, I pray. For my next question, the target must only speak the truth. Hearing this, Duan Qingfeng scrambled to his feet and demanded, I was nice enough to tell you about Zhou Shengdong. Why are you still trying to kill me? Hearing this, Lin Luo calmly kicked him square in the face and spat, Nice enough? Please, I know exactly what you wanted. You just wanted to use info about my brother to extort me. Duan Qingfeng fell to the floor, rolling around in agony. Lin Luo casually walked over and stomped on his hand, making him scream, My hand, my hand. By now, Lin Luo's face was terrifying. Glaring down at him with pure murderous intent, he demanded, Who in the Wang group framed my brother, and why? Completely broken and terrified, Duan Qingfeng whimpered like a kicked puppy, begging for mercy as he spilled everything. It was Wang Hengji, the second young master of the Wang group. Years ago, they stole relics from the museum and sold them to the never-setting Sun Empire. They framed your brother first. When he protested his innocence, they offered him $100,000. And your brother agreed to take the fall for them. Hearing this, Lin Luo looked highly skeptical. Seeing his disbelief, the Black Emperor behind him ruthlessly crushed Duan Qingfeng's leg, making him shriek in agony. But with the barrier up, no one was coming to save him. Lin Luo grabbed him by the hair, lifting his head up as he coldly questioned, $100,000 was enough to make my brother take the fall willingly? He wept and desperately explained. He got 15 years in prison. It was me. I pocketed $400,000 of his money. I was terrified he'd talk once he got out, so I made sure he couldn't leave easily. Sensing he had gotten what he needed, Lin Luo asked his next question. Second question, since you're this corrupt, you must have a massive pile of dirty money. Where is it hidden? Duan Qingfeng's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. He decided to push back. Lin Luo, you've gone too far. You think just because you awakened a stand, you can do whatever the hell you want? If you follow your brother's path, you'll end up dead too. Lin Luo coldly called upon the Lord of Prayer behind him. Lord of Prayer. The stand quickly replied, Yes, Master. Then, Duan Qingfeng couldn't help but tremble violently in front of them. He confessed everything he had hidden. My illegal income totals 94 million. All of it is stored in cash in the secret room in the basement of Building 14, Wuling District Number 1. And there are also 493 Destiny roulette tickets in my pants pocket. At this moment, the Black Emperor also struck him hard from behind. He screamed, completely powerless. It is over. Lin Luo turned around, holding a stack of tickets in his hand, laughing triumphantly. 493 Destiny roulette tickets. I will be taking these. Duan Qingfeng screamed at the top of his lungs, crawling toward Lin Luo with all his might. Lin Luo, you are completely out of control. Just you wait. I will make sure you all pay for this. If you have the guts, then kill me. He calmly counted the stack of tickets in his hand, then looked at him with mock surprise. Duan Qingfeng, you say I am lawless? Then, he coldly raised his foot and stomped on his ugly face. He mocked him, saying that his money and those Destiny roulette tickets were clearly extorted from prisoners. If you ask me, you are the one who knowingly broke the law. Right at that moment, a swarm of insect monsters shattered the glass windows and burst inside. Instantly, all the police officers screamed in terror. Bugs, the insect monsters have breached. Lin Luo smiled as he looked down at him and spoke. Uncle Duan, just stay here and rest up. I won't kill you. But life is always full of surprises, isn't it? Then, he turned and walked away casually right under his resentful gaze. He spoke to the Lord of Wishes standing beside him. Lord of Wishes, I wish for those invading bugs to prioritize taking care of this place. As always, he complied with his request. As you command, my master. Duan Qingfeng seemed to burn with a deep hatred, etching this grudge into his soul. Lin Luo, you will die a horrible death. Outside, the scene was pure chaos as the police desperately fought to eliminate the monsters. Fire. Open fire. The monsters did not hold back, spitting a toxic green liquid that pierced straight through innocent citizens. The young man holding a gun, assessing the situation, was squad leader Lian Fan. He looked around in shock and asked, Has the warden not arrived yet? Squad leader Lian Fan, our firepower is too weak. Fall back, fight as we retreat, head to the second floor. Suddenly, Chu Shengdong appeared behind him and offered, Officer Lian, let me help. Lian Fan looked extremely surprised to see Shengdong there. Chu Shengdong, how did you get out? Chu Shengdong calmly scanned the surrounding chaos and explained. The insect beasts are wreaking havoc everywhere, and some of the prison blocks have collapsed. Do not hesitate. I just awakened an S-class stand. Let me help you. Hearing this, Lian Fan immediately agreed. He did not forget to add, deal. If you can help minimize casualties, it will be a massive contribution. I will make sure to report this to the higher-ups. Your efforts won't go unnoticed. Chu Shengdong confidently summoned his stand, and it instantly materialized. Come forth. Red Lotus Knight. Sensing danger, Lian Fan shouted a warning from behind. Chu Shengdong, watch out. Fortunately, his stand blocked the attack in the nick of time. The stand advised, be careful, master. Shengdong immediately ordered Red Lotus from behind to kill them. Obeying the command, it plunged its weapon straight through the monster, roaring, die. Lian Fan was astounded by the sight, unable to believe his eyes. Is this an S-class stand? It is way more powerful than guns. On the side, the Black Emperor asked Lin Luo in surprise. Master, do we not need to support your brother? He shook his head, keeping his eyes on the ongoing battle. Back then, Lian Fan spoke up for me. He is a good cop. With him here, my brother's contributions won't go unnoticed. He then looked warmly at Chu Shengdong, who was fighting the monsters ahead. He let out a sigh and said, for so many years, you have always carried the darkness to protect me. But things are different now. I want him to walk out of this prison with his head held high, living in the light of the world. Then, Lin Luo walked forward with absolute dominance and made a bold declaration. From now on, I will be the one to shoulder the darkness of this world. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from behind, catching him by surprise. I am finally going to be free. Tear it all down, you monsters. The messier this prison gets, the better. Once I get out of here, no one will ever catch me again. He quickly spun around to inspect the area, but the spot was completely empty. He quickly crouched down and hid behind some rocks to assess the situation. I can hear someone talking, but I can't see them. Lin Luo immediately commanded the Lord of Wishes beside him. Lord of Wishes, speak. Knowing the enemy's details, the Lord of Wishes immediately reported to him. Respected Master, the target is named Gao Qi, an S-class talent awakener. He was imprisoned before his talent awakened and was sentenced to life in prison. Hearing this, Lin Luo felt a hint of disdain. He then continued his command. So, he is a creep. Lord of Wishes, I wish that all invisibility powers become completely useless in my presence. Hearing this, he complied with his request as always. Yes, Master. Right after that, Gao Qi slowly materialized, muttering to himself in utter shock. That's weird. Why did my talent just vanish? Lin Luo slowly stepped out and asked him with a smug grin. Are you trying to break out of prison? Seeing him appear, Gao Qi suddenly snapped. Who the hell are you? Did you just break my invisibility? Without giving Lin Luo a single second to explain, he immediately unleashed a barrage of furious attacks. Purple shadow vines. Lin Luo chuckled as he watched the incoming attacks, finding the situation surprisingly amusing. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Aside from you, is there really another criminal here with an S-rank talent or higher? Lin Luo asked as he casually leaped to dodge Gao Qi's attacks. I clearly heard that the highest ranking awakened in this prison was only an A rank. How did you manage to bypass the inspectorate's screening? Gao Qi angrily clenched his fists and spat. What does that have to do with you? But deep down, pure panic was setting in as he frantically thought to himself, how does he know? I clearly declared to the public that my talent was only F rank, and I've never even used it in front of anyone. He chuckled at him. Of course I have my ways. Secretly, his mind was racing an invisibility talent delivered right to his doorstep. It would be rude not to take it. At this moment, Gao Qi looked at Lin Luo, feeling increasingly anxious. He sized him up from head to toe. This mysterious brat might have awakened a true sight talent like in those games, but he's not wearing a police uniform, so he's definitely not with the inspectorate. Without wasting another second, he launched his next strike. Purple shadow vines. He decided to fight to the bitter end. My time is limited. I have to seize this chance to escape. I can't afford to waste any more time here. Fortunately, Black Emperor blocked his attacks just in time. He quickly warned, Master, watch out. Meanwhile, Gao Qi had already stepped onto his own vines, trying to make his escape. Looking at the towering prison walls ahead, he smirked with pure smugness. Once I clear this wall, I'm finally free. Glancing back, he saw Lin Luo just standing there, which made him even more thrilled. My talent doesn't just grant invisibility, it completely erases my scent as well. Even the sharpest police dogs won't be able to track me. Once I break out, he won't be able to find me, even with his true sight. But less than 1 second later, Kaguya, wielding her sword, angrily dashed right past him. He couldn't comprehend it, wondering how Lin Luo could have more than one stand. The next moment, he collapsed right in front of him. The system notification popped up. You have activated the S-rank talent, Plunder. Please choose one of the 4 attributes, talent effects or skill effects, to plunder. With a smirk, Lin Luo walked over and muttered, Plunder. Instantly, Gao Qi's power flowed into him. The system chimed again. S-rank talent, Plunder successfully activated. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the target's talent. You have acquired the S-rank talent, Hermit. Immediately after, the screen displayed the S-rank skill, Hermit, S-rank effect. Enter a state of complete invisibility within 2 seconds, during which your scent will completely disappear. Attacking will break the invisibility. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 1 day. Looking at the skill status board before him, Lin Luo began to calculate his next move. If I can ambush Liu Yu while invisible, my chances of winning will definitely skyrocket. Feeling a bit disappointed, he muttered, only 1 hour, and the invisibility breaks the moment I attack? He let out a sigh. I guess that's the limitation of an S-rank talent. Oh well, if I can upgrade it to an SS rank, I should be able to unleash its power even better. Let's check the stand first. Grow, Purple Shadow Vine. Just then, several system notifications popped up, each packed with details. Stand, Purple Shadow Vine. Rank, S. Rank, Strength, 200, compared to a normal human's 10. Speed, 40. Intelligence, 3. Defense, 20. Health. Each Shadow Vine has 700 health points. Energy, 145 out of 150. Energy recovery rate, recovers 1 point per hour. Growth, 80. Range, 30 meters. Skill, Wild Growth. Summoning purple shadow vines on the ground within range consumes 5 energy points. If recalled undamaged, it recovers 4 energy points. If damaged, it recovers 2 energy points. Cooldown, none. Skill, Child of the Hermit. Allows the user to turn any contacted object invisible. For inanimate targets, this effect lasts for 5 seconds, and they will not reveal themselves regardless of any action, consuming 10 energy points. Cooldown, none. Weakness, Fire Vulnerability. Takes double damage from fire and lightning attributes. Lin Luo felt a wave of excitement wash over him as he stared at the vines writhing in front of him. This stand perfectly compensates for the hermit's weakness of breaking invisibility during attacks. Plus, with its sheer power and quantity, it'll make for an excellent crowd control skill. Before he could fully process everything, flashes of crimson light suddenly erupted in his mind, catching him completely off guard. Staring down at his hands, he muttered in disbelief, "My talent is changing." A bright red system notification popped up, freezing him in his tracks. The E-rank plunder talent can grow effectively. Upon killing a living being, you can choose to plunder one of 4 categories: full attribute effects, talents, skill effects, or soul power. Cooldown, 12 hours. Right after that, he immediately calmed down to think. It seemed like his 9 S-rank and above talents and stands were all thanks to plunder. He looked forward with a smug smile, thankful that he had already come up with a strategy beforehand. The scene before him shifted to the novice dungeon, Wild Wolf Valley. Lin Luo easily took down a 3-headed wolf with a single strike, quickly catching a golden ticket in his hand. He happily exclaimed, "Yes, finally, I have enough." Right after that, he looked at the ticket in his hand along with the ones he had just gathered, doing some quick mental math. Duan Qingfeng, who was in that corrupt official's hands, had over 400 tickets, plus the 500 tickets rewarded from this Wild Wolf Valley. This made him even more excited, basking in his own cleverness. With the energy obtained from the Wailing Tomb and the Lord of Wishes prayer book, he could absolutely upgrade plunder from E-rank to S-rank. Instantly, Lin Luo summoned the Lord of Wishes and shouted, "Lord of Wishes, I pray that the next 500 draws will yield enough ascending crystals to upgrade the Black Emperor to S-rank. Furthermore, may my luck during these 500 draws be boosted to the absolute limit." This was well within what the prayer book could handle, and fortunately, it wouldn't cost his lifespan. The Lord of Wishes quickly opened the book, chanted the spell, and replied anxiously, "Your wish is my command, Master." The clock hands in front of him began to spin faster and faster. Lin Luo looked on with growing excitement. Lin Luo stared at the rapidly spinning clock right in front of him. Right now, what he needed most were ascending crystals. As long as he had enough of them, he would definitely be able to boost his strength. Feeling that the timing was perfect, he immediately barked out an order. Stop. Right after that, the system displayed 3 crucial status bars. He had been eagerly waiting for these notifications. Congratulations! You have received a sparkling diamond triple S rank ascending crystal. This provides the experience needed to upgrade a stand. Congratulations! You have received a golden S rank ascending crystal. Effect. Provides the experience needed to upgrade a stand. Congratulations! You have received 3 purple ascending crystals. Effect. Provides the experience needed to upgrade a stand. Seeing the exact crystals he needed resting in his hands, he was filled with joy. 51 crystals above S rank. And besides the ascending crystals, there are plenty of other types too. He burst into a delighted laugh. Not bad at all. Without hesitation, he decided to feed all of these crystals to the Black Emperor, upgrading both his own and the Black Emperor's talents. Here you go, Black Emperor. The stand quickly accepted them and bowed. Thank you, Master. Suddenly, a strange golden light enveloped both of them, and their life force instantly surged with power. Sensing that the moment had arrived, Lin Luo roared his command, "Evolve now." Instantly, the system popped up with the details of his upgraded plunder talent, S rank, growth type. Effect. Upon killing a living being, you can choose to plunder all data of a specific attribute. Max talent capacity, 19. Max skill capacity, 39. Or one of 4 types of soul power. Alternatively, you can craft one of these powers into a king's jade, which can be used by anyone. You can also extract a power or talent from your own body and craft it into a king's jade for others to use. Cooldown, 10 hours. Seeing this, he laughed with sheer delight as a solid plan formed in his head. Although the overall effect hasn't changed much, the forbidden tag on the plunder talent has completely disappeared. The previous limit has also increased to 19 slots. As long as I keep plundering, even a triple S rank talent wouldn't stand a chance against me. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became, staring intently at the crystals before him. And with this king's jade, once my talents reach their maximum capacity, or if I come across a talent that doesn't suit me, I can just plunder it and save it for my allies to use. Feeling the abundant energy surging within him, the Black Emperor roared out, "I feel an absolute surge of power." In an instant, he became incredibly formidable. Standing tall before Lin Luo, he spoke with absolute devotion. "Master, thank you for your generous gift. I am willing to go through hell and back for you." At that moment, the system displayed his updated status. Stand. Black Emperor, S rank, EXP, 9 out of 15. Strength, 3,540. Speed, 322. Intelligence, 110. Power, 12, 1. Defense, 117. HP, 500,000, 10.8, 5,000. Energy, 100 out of 150. Energy recovery speed, 1 point every 15 minutes. Growth, 200, 100. Movement range, 29 meters. Lin Luo gazed proudly at the system screen and chuckled in pleasant surprise. After upgrading to S rank, not only were the Black Emperor's 6-dimensional stats significantly boosted, but he also gained 2 new skills, Fist of Domination and Emperor's Flame. As a super composite stand, the S rank stand was so immensely powerful that manifesting him in reality required a constant drain of energy, depleting 1 energy point per hour. Furthermore, with plunder, every hit on an enemy will deal damage and randomly steal a percentage of their attributes. Or, this ability consumes 6 energy points and has no cooldown. The new skill, Authority of Invasion. When dealing damage to an enemy, it can steal 1% of a random stat or attribute. Consumes 30 energy. Cooldown, 1 minute. As for Flames of the Black Emperor, first, it consumes energy to block 10% of all incoming damage. Second, when attacking, it bypasses the enemy's defense to inflict 60 burn damage per second, lasting for 4 seconds, consumes 1 to 50 energy points. The larger the attack range, the more energy it consumes. Suddenly, he realized something was off, and muttered to himself in frustration, "The only problem is, the next upgrade requires 1,000 experience points. But even if I don't have a natural triple S rank talent, with my plunder talent, I can still level up incredibly fast. With that, Lin Luo turned back toward the Lord of Prayers, who was waiting nearby. He called out to him excitedly, "Lord of Prayers, come here. It's your turn to rank up now." He nodded slightly. "Thank you, Master." Right after that, he began to slowly evolve. His entire body radiated a blinding golden light, and a system notification immediately popped up. Stand, Lord of Prayers. Level: Novice Tier, 0 out of 1000. Strength: 40, up from 20, with average human at 10. Speed: 60, up from 20. Intelligence: 260, up from 80. Defense: 55. Health: 5000, up from 1000. Energy: 505 out of 505, up from 150. Energy recovery rate: 1 point every half hour. Growth: 160, up from 80. Action range: 25 meters, up from 10. As a novice tier, super complex stand, its massive power requires a continuous consumption of energy to manifest in reality. It consumes 1 energy point per hour. Book of Wishes. Fulfills 1 wish of the host, reducing overall energy consumption. The energy cost is determined by how difficult it is to manifest the wish in reality. Cooldown: none. Heart's Desire. When the host wants to realize a specific wish, it increases the probability of it coming true, but also increases energy consumption. The cost depends on the difficulty of the wish. Cooldown: none. Looking at the system screen, he laughed with joy. My critical strike rate has reached 30%. Plus, with the diamond grade sword aura I just got, I get another 15% critical strike rate from the Heart of Extinction. Doesn't that put me at nearly 50% critical strike rate? As for the wish buff, with my luck at novice tier increased 5-fold, wouldn't lucky draws be absolutely amazing? The novice tier Book of Wishes can switch between 3 types of wish forms. First, the battle-hardened wish, where hit rate and critical strike rate are increased by 30%, up from 10%, and killing monsters rewards triple experience. Second, the Iron Wall wish. Dodge rate is increased to 30%, up from 10%, blocking any single attack once every 5 minutes. Third, reading this far, he grew even more excited. The Fortune wish. Luck is increased 15-fold, up from 5-fold. Cooldown. After each wish form switch, there is a 1-minute cooldown, down from 4 minutes. He immediately approached him holding the book, swearing his allegiance. "Great Master, praise be to you. Thank you for granting me a new life." After finishing with the Lord of Prayers, he immediately summoned Kaguya. In a flash, she appeared right before his eyes. "Kaguya," she nodded slightly. "Yes, Master." Right after that, she began to slowly rank up. This time, her evolution was different from the others. A series of system notifications popped up, showing her updated stats. Stand, Kaguya. Level, Novice Tier, 6 out of 1000. Strength, 220, up from 100, with average human at 10. Speed, 330, up from 130. Intelligence, 50, up from 20. Defense, 40, up from 10. Health, 6,500, up from 2,000. Energy, 270, out of 270, up from 90. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every 5 minutes. Growth, 190, up from 60. Action range, 110 meters, up from 20. As a novice tier super complex stand, her sheer power requires a continuous consumption of energy to manifest in reality. It consumes 1 energy point per hour. Rainy Night Parasol increases defense by 500 points, up from 100. Damage exceeding this limit can only be absorbed by consuming energy. Blocking 150 damage, up from 50, will consume 1 energy point. Rainy Night Blade. Attacks are infused with 270 points, up from 70, of true damage, consuming 2 energy points per second. On a rainy night, this consumption is reduced by 60%, up from 10%. Moonlit Beauty. On a dark, rainless night, each time she attacks or gets hit, the enemy receives 1 stack of the moonlight effect, which lasts for 30 seconds. Up to 10 stacks can accumulate. Each stack reduces defense by 3% and attack power by 1%. When moonlight disappears, a shatter effect is triggered, dealing 100 points of true damage per stack. Each time the moonlight effect is applied to an enemy, it consumes energy. Lin Luo smiled as he looked at the woman in front of him, thinking to himself in surprise. Although Kaguya looked like a beautiful and gentle young lady, Her stats in every aspect were incredibly high, barely even weaker than the Black Emperor, as expected of a pure combat-type stand. At this moment, his system screen displayed Kaguya's skill, Rainy Night, at Novice Tier, Effect 1. In rainy weather, standing under the umbrella completely blocks all forms of detection. Effect 2. She can summon rain over a small area at any time, even during the day. Effect 3. During a rainy night, Kaguya's attack speed is increased by 25%, up from 5%. Sensing that he was a bit tired, the Lord of Prayers quickly stepped closer and said, "Respected Master, why don't you rest for a bit, and let me distribute the remaining crystals?" He nodded in agreement. "Sure, I was actually dreading how tedious distributing the rest of the crystals would be. I will leave it to you." He immediately looked at the crystal stones in front of him, carefully analyzing the situation with amazement. The remaining crystals can help the Savior and Fetal movement rank up to S rank. Not only that, but a large amount of crystals can also boost their abilities. Hearing this, Lin Luo fell into deep thought, considering his gear and overall strength. Right now, my combat power is probably equivalent to 7 S ranks. Even a triple S rank awakened, if they let their guard down, wouldn't stand a chance against me. He was still trying to come up with a strategy to secure his victory, relying solely on the diary. That Lu Yu is definitely no ordinary triple S rank awakened. He must have other tricks up his sleeve, and I can't give him any chance to unleash his full power. My invasion right is my only path to victory. Meanwhile, watching everything unfold, Celestial Master Lu gasped in surprise. In times of peace, Buddhism flourishes, and Taoists hide deep in the mountains. In times of chaos, Bodhisattvas turn away, while Taoist masters draw their swords to save the world. Now that chaos has arrived, it is time for me, Celestial Master Lu Yu, to take action and rebuild the universe. With an invisibility talisman pasted on his forehead, he quietly stroked his beard while observing the situation. The Black Emperor. He will definitely come here to absorb the energy. Once I kill him, I will establish the Celestial Master Sect and rule this land, just like before. Suddenly, a voice came from right behind him, startling him. Did you also foresee your own imminent defeat? Immediately after, a surge of power blasted toward him, but Celestial Master Lu managed to dodge it just in time. Lin Luo and the Black Emperor slowly stepped in front of him, and Lin Luo spoke coldly. "I was planning to take you by surprise, but you have quick reflexes." Celestial Master Lu immediately stood up, walked up to Lin Luo, and demanded, "Who the hell are you? To dare to make a move on me?" Pointing at him, Lin Luo declared loudly, "I'm the one who's going to kill you." Hearing this, he burst into a smug laugh. "Kill me? Who gave you that kind of confidence? Relying on this stand of yours?" He didn't reply, only letting out a cold smirk. Just then, Kaguya charged from behind him, wielding her sword and screaming for him to die. He immediately summoned his giant stand in front of him and roared an order. Divine reflection, manifestation of the Heavenly Lord, majesty of the Heavenly Lord. Right after, his giant stand struck Kaguya, but she managed to block it in the nick of time. "You brat. How dare you cause trouble here?" Celestial Master Lu stood coldly in front of him and demanded, "Kid, spit it out. Who sent you to kill me?" Lin Luo looked at the man before him in slight dismay. As expected, a sneak attack wouldn't work on this guy. Seeing his changing expression, Liu smirked maliciously. "Silent now, are we? Then get down on your knees." His stand brandished its weapon and roared, "Behold the majesty of the Heavenly Lord. Tremble before me." Immediately, the weapon came crashing down toward him. He quickly fell back and yelled to his summons, "Retreat. The Black Emperor's attack cannot be stopped." The Black Emperor immediately replied, "As you command, my master." Right after, Lin Luo roared the order, "Crush him." The Black Emperor nodded in agreement. "Yes, master." At that moment, Kaguya also lunged at Celestial Master Lu from behind, taking him by surprise. Seeing the pincer attack from both sides, he shouted in disbelief, "A pincer attack!" He then loudly chanted a spell, "Thunder God, aid me. Guanyin, aid me." Immediately, something began to rise from the ground right beneath where Kaguya was attacking. Just as the Black Emperor swung a punch at him, he transformed into a giant urn. Witnessing this, Lin Luo froze in shock, wondering, how is this possible? The urn slowly cracked open, releasing a strange gas. Sensing danger, Lin Luo immediately ordered, "Black Emperor, Kaguya, fall back." Celestial Master Lu stepped closer to him and asked, "So you are the Black Emperor?" Looking at the man in front of him, Lin Luo thought in surprise. "I didn't expect him to have 3 stands." Slowly walking forward with his stands, he confirmed, "That's right, Lu Yu. You better give it your all, or you're going to die here today. Hearing this, Celestial Master Lu was taken aback, his mind racing. Why would the Black Emperor suddenly target me? Could it be because he's a regressor and knows I'll kill him, so he decided to make a preemptive strike? Whatever, it doesn't matter. He then smugly challenged him as he stepped closer. When it comes to fighting, a grand celestial master like me has never feared anyone. Suddenly, Celestial Master Lu raised his hand high into the air, and a blinding light instantly burst forth. Desolate demon, heavenly lord, aid me. Less than a second later, a deafening explosion echoed through the area. Lin Luo and his group looked forward in sheer bewilderment as a pitch-black, colossal hand materialized right before their eyes. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. This is a triple S-rank summon. A massive guardian immediately manifested. The giant entity slowly bowed to Celestial Master Lu. Desolate demon, heavenly lord, I await your command to slay this traitor. Zhenwu obeys. The Black Emperor stepped forward, shielding Lin Luo to protect his master, while Kaguya nodded in agreement. Understood. He swung his fist at Zhenwu, but it didn't seem to faze the giant deity at all. Eradicate all evil from the mortal realm. Right then, Kaguya seized the opportunity and lunged with her sword, but he calmly grabbed her blade. Seeing this, Lin Luo was shocked. He had clearly miscalculated, without even using a single skill. The enemy was already holding his own against two bureau-grade avatars. He stared at the Heavenly Venerable right in front of him, then looked over at this completely one-sided battle. Although Heavenly Venerable Kang Mo's movement and attack speed were fast, they were clearly different from the avatar behind Lu Yu. Master Lu was still looking at him with a smug grin, seemingly very satisfied with this. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was busy calculating. Based on the entries in the Doomsday Diary, Lu Yu still had other tricks up his sleeve, likely some kind of spell that borrows a deity's power to project a shadow clone of the deity. Right after that, he noticed the two avatars right behind him, which was pretty close to what I had anticipated. 3 avatars, 2 combat types, and the remaining one is probably a support type. He really is slightly stronger than a regular S-class. Thinking of this, he felt a bit anxious. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly wore a sinister, knowing smile. But to deal with just one spear demon heavenly venerable, he already had to use 2/3 of his power. Compared to me, he's nothing but a lowly bug. Then, he quickly waved his hand, commanding the heavenly venerable in front of him. Spear demon heavenly venerable, return for now. Seeing this, Lin Luo smiled and asked him, why stop fighting? Is the Grand Celestial Master actually turning chicken? Hearing this, Master Lu burst into laughter and instantly retorted, you think you hit a nerve? No way, Black Emperor. Even if you reincarnated and came back, I'm not afraid of you. At this moment, Lin Luo's face turned pale. He asked himself, how on earth did this guy know about his regression? Could it be some Taoist spell that can peer into the future? He stepped closer to him and demanded, so this is the real reason you want to kill me? Master Lu shook his head with a laugh and immediately explained to him, no, I just want to prove that even if you guys hadn't regressed, my strength would still far surpass yours. Hearing this, he was completely bewildered, not understanding what the old man was talking about. Who else did he mean by us, besides himself? His mind raced as he planned his next move. To think he wasn't the only regressor. Aside from dealing with Lu Yu right now, he would have to find a way to thoroughly investigate this later. He had to hide his regression. Master Lu sighed as he looked at him, immediately suggesting that talking any further was useless. Let's fight and see who's truly superior. Right after that, he summoned another avatar. True Lord of Pure Tao, aid me. Instantly, another of his avatars materialized. Yang Jian is at your command. Seeing this, Lin Luo was astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. The legendary Yang Jian. Master Lu immediately noticed his reaction and smirked triumphantly. Earlier, I only sent out Spear Demon Heavenly Venerable, and he already blocked 2 of your avatars. So, what do you say? Kneel and beg now, and it might not be too late. Lin Luo coldly drew a gun from his coat. The old man looked at him with sheer bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Right after that, he burst into hysterical laughter. He quickly mocked our protagonist. Black Emperor, are you stupid? What era do you think this is? Still using a gun? Do you honestly expect to defeat me with this? He smiled, raised the gun, and explained to him, I didn't prepare this gun to use on you. Hearing this, he felt a bit confused. He quickly tried to stop him and spoke up, just because you can't win doesn't mean you have to commit suicide. How about I show some mercy and let you become my underling? Lin Luo smiled at him. I'm not trying to kill myself. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, sending the bullet speeding directly toward his own head. But right when the bullet was only 0.1 centimeters away from ending his life, a protective barrier materialized. He roared his command, "Savior, come forth." Instantly, a hand gently flicked the bullet away. Savior immediately manifested behind Lin Luo. "Savior awaits your command." Seeing Lin Luo pull a stunt like that, Master Lu scoffed mockingly, thinking it was just a flashy trick, but with 4 avatars at your disposal, no wonder you're so arrogant. He smiled and explained to him, "Since you summoned 4 of them, I naturally had to call backup too. I can't afford to fall behind." He arrogantly commanded the 2 avatars beside him, "Spear Demon Heavenly Venerable, True Lord of Pure Tao, hear my command and crush them." The 2 of them instantly nodded in agreement. The True Lord obeys, slaying the wicked. Yang Jian obeys, cleansing the mortal realm. On his side, Lin Luo also immediately ordered his avatars, "All 3 of you, go together and crush these weaklings, then capture Lu Yu." The Black Emperor stepped in front of the True Lord and said to him, "Master, leave this big guy to me." Kaguya went ahead and spoke to Savior. "I'll handle the other one." "Savior, you take care of the main body," he said in surprise. "Wait, you go help that tin can over there. Leave this place to me." Hearing this, Yang Jian smirked smugly at the 2 of them. It seems this deity hasn't visited the mortal realm in too long, for even a mere ant dares to defy me. Savior was furious upon hearing this. He generated a protective barrier to block him, shouting, "Arrogant fool." He immediately swung the axe in his hand, roaring, "You brat, how dare you show off your meager skills before a deity?" Right after that, a loud explosion erupted near his arm, startling him. "What?" Savior instantly raised his hands to the sky and bellowed, "Erupt, new world." Instantly, countless explosions tore through the area. Seeing this, Yang Jian was utterly enraged, his anger boiling over. "Damn it." Master Lu stretched his hand forward and smirked triumphantly. "Guanyin, make your move." Guanyin calmly floated up and softly chanted, "Pure Jade Vasa." Right after that, Yang Jian's body slowly began to heal. Lin Luo froze in shock at the sight, realizing with horror that the damage caused by Savior's New World explosion had been completely healed in an instant. Right after that, Lin Luo realized he had to change his plans. No way, letting that guy keep attacking would only drain his energy for absolutely nothing. If I push this Lu Yu too far, and he goes all out against us, I won't find a single opening to make my move. Lin Luo quickly yelled out, "You 3, get back here." Hearing this, the Savior immediately retreated to his side to plan their next move. Seeing this, Master Lu burst into a smug laugh. "What? Too scared to fight? Then it is my turn to strike." He then pointed directly at Lin Luo and his team, roaring for everyone to charge and blow them to pieces. Watching him act like this, Lin Luo was secretly thrilled. Perfect. So far, everything is playing out exactly like the records in the future diary. Then Lin Luo slowly extended his hand forward and calmly commanded, "Activate perfect fusion." Instantly, he channeled the Black Emperor, Kaguya, and the Savior into a 3-in-1 entity, their ultimate, strongest form. The Black Emperor, Kaguya, and the Savior were instantly engulfed in flames. In the blink of an eye, the 3 merged into a single being. Talk about a main character flex. This is on a whole different level. The system notification popped up. Kaguya, composite form. Instantly, the system analyzed the composite Kaguya stand skill and its fusion targets, the Black Emperor and the Savior, now at S+++ rank. Power, 600, while an average human is only 10. Speed, 600. Intelligence, 88. Defense, 400. Health, 10,000. Energy, 600 out of 600, along with an insane energy recovery growth speed. Lin Luo let out a thrilled laugh. S+++. These stats are practically on par with S rank. Right after that, Kaguya surged forward, unleashing an attack on the 3 stands. Master Lu saw this and roared in absolute fury, "How dare you?" But Kaguya calmly unleashed her signature move, the Shattering Realm Slash, making him shriek in terror. Ah! Suddenly, Yang Jian and Zhenjun charged at her together, threatening, "Don't you dare take another step." She unleashed her relentless power against them, cold as ice. "Anyone who gets in my way dies. Blade of Plunder." Seeing this, they panicked and shouted to each other, "Her attacks are too fast." Realizing the situation was turning south, Master Lu quickly pulled something out of his robes and yelled at Lin Luo, "Black Emperor, I admit you actually have some tricks up your sleeve, but if you think these cheap tricks are enough to defeat me, you are dead wrong." With that, he pulled out a small, ornate box. I'll show you the power of my Ma celestial master lineage, passed down for hundreds of years. He held it above his head and began chanting his lineage's sacred spell. By the vast aura of the heavens, may our way flourish and prosper. The Ma celestial master lineage of over hundreds of years, disciple Lu Yu, the 66th generation celestial master. Watching this bizarre ritual, Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. Wait, he immediately recognized that token, and with that, the story flashes back to the past. On May 11th, 182, the 56th generation celestial master, Zhang Daolin, single-handedly hunted down and destroyed the evil fiends that had terrorized the land for years, saving the people from misery. Fast forward to May 7th, 1937. Senior brother Zhang handed down a sacred heirloom token to his junior brother, saying, "Junior brother Lu, I am entrusting the legacy of the celestial master sect to you." The younger disciple quickly and respectfully accepted it. Senior brother Zhang, the world outside is in complete chaos with war. You know this journey is extremely dangerous, so why do you insist on going? The senior brother replied with a wise reminder. In times of peace, we close the mountain gates and cultivate. In times of chaos, we descend to save lives and temper our Taoist hearts. And so, during those dark, chaotic times when the world was on the brink of collapse, the 61st generation celestial master, Zhang Fu, descended the mountain, dedicating his life to saving suffering souls. In the blink of an eye, the timeline shifts to May 15th, 1993. The master was giving his final instructions to his disciple. I have calculated it all, my disciple. 30 years from now, the world will enter an unprecedented new era. You must choose our successor with extreme care and build an era that belongs to our celestial master sect. The disciple immediately bowed and agreed. Lu Jiwei will strictly obey master's commands. Having been passed down through generations, this token returns to the present. Master Lu continued chanting his incantation. Lu Yu, you are the most outstanding disciple our celestial master sect has seen in hundreds of years. Now that the world has changed, our time has finally come. Take the celestial master command and descend the mountain. May the ancestors in heaven watch over you. Do not worry, master, he thought to himself. I, Lu Yu, will never fail your expectations. Right after that, he snapped his eyes open and roared, Ancestors, please manifest and aid me. Instantly, 12 divine figures materialized behind him. How on earth did he pull off something so crazy? Spread the glorious name of our celestial master sect. Watching this, Lin Luo muttered in utter disbelief. Projections of 12 deities, and every single one is as strong as a stand? This summoning ability is even more absurd than mine. No wonder the future diary said I couldn't beat him if he went all out. With this kind of overwhelming power, I really wouldn't stand a chance against him. To think the celestial master sect in his previous life ended up as nothing but a cult in his hands. What an absolute waste. Meanwhile, the battlefield was pure chaos. Kaguya was forced to fight off multiple stands all by herself. With Equinox Bloom activated, they kept spawning relentlessly, unleashing wave after wave of brutal attacks on her. The golden light mantra shines bright, and the celestial venerable reigns supreme. Unable to hold them all off alone, she screamed in frustration, "Let go of me!" Up above, Master Liu looked down at Lin Luo with a smug grin. "Black Emperor, you've lost. As a heavenly master, I've always appreciated talent. If you're willing to get down on your knees and kowtow like a good boy and become my underling, I might just spare your life." He let out an evil laugh, already plotting his next move to tame the Black Emperor. "Once I recruit you, Taiji, I'll have both time travelers from the future under my command. That will be the moment my heavenly master sect rises to the top." Shocked at first, Lin Luo slowly regained his composure, looked at him, and spoke up. "The heavenly master sect is indeed impressive. Too bad that heavenly master token is completely wasted in your hands. And as for your centuries-old legacy, it ends by my hands today." The old man was stunned by his words. "What did you say?" Ignoring him, Lin Luo stared at the egg right in front of him, triggering the detonator emotion. He thought to himself, "This is it. This is my only shot at survival." He focused entirely on the egg, floating right in front of him, picked it up, and spoke to them. The fetal movement skill is a double-edged sword. If I choose the wrong emotion, I'll end up hurting myself. I must find the perfect match to defuse this threat. Sensing the emotions of every living soul within 300,000 meters, an image of a young couple arguing appeared. The young man screamed, "Shut up, Stop crying already. Next, an image of a mugger snatching a woman's purse on the street flashed by. Hand it over. Panicked, the woman pleaded. Please, someone help me. Help. All of these chaotic emotions began to gather and flood into Lin Luo's mind. Frustration, fear, helplessness, and despair. Lin Luo frowned, feeling deeply uncomfortable. No, this isn't right. None of these emotions are right. He gently brought the egg closer to his forehead to inspect it. Wait, this was from back then. The chief of the security bureau shook hands with a female reporter and announced, Reporter Yao, the footage you brought back is incredibly valuable. I'll make sure everyone sees it. We can overcome this crisis. We have what it takes to defeat these monsters. In another scene, a group of people were doing everything they could to protect Lin Luo, amplifying their signals, striving to broadcast the footage of the Black Emperor, risking his life against the Nest Guardian to all the citizens, successfully uploading the video. I hope as many people as possible see this video. He smiled, encouraging everyone never to give up their will to survive. Elsewhere, a security team captain stood up to announce the news to his squad. Everyone, the Black Emperor has proven to us that these monsters are not invincible. Protecting our nation and its people, staying loyal to our homeland, that is our duty as soldiers. Our mission this time is to enter the city ruins and rescue the stranded citizens. Yes, sir. Just then, a police car drove by, broadcasting, Heaven blesses Huaxia. United as one. We do not fear disaster. Help has arrived. The innocent citizens instantly erupted in joy. We're saved. The government is here to save us. An excited young man shouted. As long as we stand together, these monsters are nothing to fear. Trust in our country and government. We will get through this. Sifting through these memories, Lin Luo smiled with satisfaction. The future diary didn't lie to me. He lifted the egg high into the air and made a bold declaration. I have decided. My new stand, you shall be born from the hope and prayers of the millions of souls in this city. Right after that, the starlight began to converge inside the egg. The shell began to crack open, revealing a pair of wings that left everyone in awe. Wings? In the next second, an angel emerged, carrying Lin Luo's long-cherished hopes. She smiled, stepping forward to introduce herself. Greetings, respected master. I am the angel of hope, born from the hopes of millions. I shall clear all obstacles in your path. Lin Luo smiled upon hearing this, the angel of hope. At that moment, the system interface flashed, displaying her details. Stand, Angel of Hope, S. Rank. Strength, 88, normal human standard. 10. Speed, 150. Intelligence, 140. Defense, 100. Health, 8,000. Energy, 400 out of 400. Power of Hope, 600 out of 600. Energy recovery rate, requires consuming the power of hope to restore energy. Growth rate, 180. Range of action, 60 meters. How to obtain the power of hope. Upon birth, she directly accumulates the power of hope, from every living being within 300,000 meters. Once born, she must fulfill the hopes of living beings, replenish her power of hope. Lin Luo looked at her and pondered. She could summon a stand without consuming any energy, and even receive a 20% boost beyond her limits. The system interface then updated, informing him, due to the extreme power of this super complex S-rank stand, simply manifesting her in reality consumes energy to sustain her form. Every hour she spends in the real world will drain 1 energy point. Using Hope's grace, she can consume the power of hope to allow a stand to use abilities without consuming any energy, or let the host use skills free of cost, while also granting the target a buff that increases their strength by 20% beyond their limits, with a 10-minute cooldown. Hope's blessing bestows the Feather of Hope upon ordinary humans. By consuming the Feather of Hope, a mortal can temporarily gain a portion of the power of hope. In reality, any mortal who receives the Dance of Hope can pray to converse directly with the Angel of Hope. To borrow a portion of her power, it consumes 1 to 100 hope energy points. Activating Blooming Hope consumes hope power, temporarily granting a living being the strength to realize their deepest desires. Master Lu roars in absolute fury right at his face. Then, acting all mysterious, he orders his subordinates to summon their grandmasters to purge the demon and uphold the righteous way. The lackeys immediately nod in agreement. Yes, sir. Lin Luo just chuckles at him, then slowly speaks up. Liu Yu, no matter how powerful you are as a celestial master, how could you ever match the hope of millions of living souls? He loudly commands the Angel of Hope to charge. She immediately advances toward them and softly chants her spell. Endless life. Blooming hope. Thousands of chains instantly appear, tightly binding the Angel of Hope. She doesn't seem to care about any of this. She screams, "My power is overflowing." In that instant, the massive chains start shattering one after another. The Angel of Hope immediately charges at Master Lu, wielding her sword. Prepare to die. The other masters refuse to back down, quickly stepping in front of him to shield him. Majestic Heavenly Lord, manifest the divine Jade Dew. Remaining completely cold and unfazed, the Angel of Hope casually counters with a move. Black Flame Barrier. Instantly, her barrier shatters right through theirs. Seeing this, Master Lu bursts into a smug laugh. A barrier? But suddenly, there's absolutely no one in front of him. Panic-stricken, he looks around. Where did they go? A second later, the Angel of Hope is already behind him, swinging her sword. Where are you looking? She immediately unleashes her finishing blow. Boundary slash. Sensing that things are going south, Master Lu screams out a desperate plea. Patriarch, save me. Guanyin immediately chants a Buddhist prayer, Amitabha. Right after, Master Lu is sucked directly into the vase in her hands. His clones leap at the Angel of Hope one after another, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that leaves her no room to react. You brat, how dare you ignore us? She swings her sword to counter, gradually dissolving their incoming attacks. She coldly mutters, Golden Cicada. A split second later, she materializes right in front of him. His clones rush in to block her. Sensing that things are getting dicey, Lin Luo immediately shouts commands to all his spirits. Lord of Wishes, Angel of Hope, I want Kaguya's blade to strike that bastard's head and shatter everything to pieces. Grant Kaguya the power to break her limits and crush the enemy. The Angel of Hope stands there, waiting for the miracle to happen. The Lord of Wishes immediately acknowledges his words and executes the command. Wish received. With that, Kaguya instantly charges forward and screams. Wielding the master of all weapons, she unleashes devastating crystal shards, firing them straight at Master Lu's clones. They scream in agony. Grudgingly, they shout, "To think we would be defeated by a mere brat." They finally vanish into thin air. Master Lu is absolutely furious seeing this, suppressing his burning rage deep inside. Damn it, how did this woman suddenly get so powerful? Out of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best choice. He immediately spins around to flee. Seeing this, Lin Luo shouts, "Trying to run! Succubus Queen, pink illusion!" Instantly, his entire body is enveloped by a pink energy. Terrified and stammering, he gasps, "I'm doomed." The Succubus Queen slowly glides toward him to take control. Meanwhile, the battle between his clones and Kaguya rages on. Wrath of the Heavenly Lord. She quickly counters with her own move, Blade of Invasion. Lin Luo rushes up from behind him with a delighted chuckle. It's my turn to make a move. Right then, Guanyin waves her hand at him and shouts, "Audacious brat!" Sensing the streams of water rushing toward him, he quickly leaps up to dodge her immortal Jade Dew. A second later, he triumphantly snatches the token off his body. The Celestial Master command is mine. Instantly, Master Lu snaps out of his illusion. He frantically looks left and right, cursing in panic. Damn it! My divine phantoms have all vanished. His remaining clone looks on in surprise. Master? Lin Luo smiles, dangling the token in front of him, and teases. So it turns out this old guy is your actual clone, and those other guys were all summoned by the Celestial Master command. Hearing this, he flies into a rage, pointing straight at Lin Luo's face and screaming, "You underhanded scoundrel, give me back my Celestial Master command." Not one to back down. Lin Luo fires back with an equally furious tone. Give it back? In your dreams. Kaguya, finish him. At this moment, a thought flashes through his mind. Although the future diary said Lu Yu would manage to escape in the end, now that I have the Celestial Master command, his strength is severely weakened. If I can actually take him down here, I'll hit the jackpot. He pulls a yellow talisman from his robe and chants an incantation, swirling energy around himself. I summon the leader of the 4 Saints of the North, True Lord Tianpeng Yuzhen. Instantly, True Lord Tianpeng manifests on the battlefield, radiating an incredibly majestic presence. Lin Luo freezes on the spot, completely caught off guard. He thinks in disbelief, I can't believe he still has a trump card up his sleeve. This summon is way stronger than any of the previous ones. This guy sat down on the ground and slowly began chanting his spell. Yin Yang, Lightning Shield. In an instant, everything around them seemed to freeze in midair. Kaguya, who was in the middle of fighting Master Lu's avatar, suddenly found herself swinging at thin air. Furious, he flew off toward an overpass, but not before looking back to mock Lin Luo. Black Emperor, I'll let you keep the Celestial Master command for now, but mark my words, I will kill you eventually, and wipe out this humiliation. Hearing this, Lin Luo was absolutely furious. Clenching his fists, he roared in anger, completely restoring the Prayer Lord's energy to immediately pinpoint Lu Yu's location. A moment later, amidst the modern 21st century world where flying cars zipped through the sky, the Prayer Lord asked Lin Luo in surprise, "Master, Lu Yu is in the alley down to our left." Lin Luo immediately took off in a rage to hunt down the old fraud. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't let him escape. After all, if you don't weed them out completely, they will only come back stronger. Meanwhile, Master Liu was looking around anxiously. Perhaps his past sins were finally catching up to him, leaving him unable to find any peace of mind. Without the Celestial Master command, and with only 3 Tianpeng sovereign talismans left, he risked losing both his life and his cultivation if he kept fighting. What on earth should he do? Should he head back to the mountain to find his master, or seek help from Laozi himself? The more he thought about it, the more furious he became, slamming his hand against the wall. Damn it, going back to beg for backup like this is so embarrassing. If I had just gone all out from the start to kill him, there's no way I would have lost. Suddenly, an ominous aura materialized right behind him. Still completely oblivious, he had originally planned to maintain his prestigious and respected reputation to make traveling the world easier, but now, that facade was useless. Realizing something was off, he gasped in shock and quickly looked up. Sensing Lin Luo's aura approaching, he immediately slapped 2 Heaven's Eye talismans onto his eyes. Panic seized him as he felt a powerful force closing in. A split second later, Kaguya's figure materialized right in front of him. He froze in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Ripping the 2 talismans off his eyes, he panicked. How does he know I'm here? I have to get out of here, now. He quickly activated another talisman, summoning True Monarch Tianpeng. The mighty sovereign slowly manifested behind him. True Monarch, Tianpeng, help me. The sovereign nodded in response. Yin-Yang lightning shield. With a smug grin, Master Lu vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Kaguya knelt down to touch the ground before turning to Lin Luo. He escaped again. Lin Luo looked at the Prayer Lord in surprise. How is he so fast? Prayer Lord, after him. The Prayer Lord nodded. Understood, Master. On the other side, Master Lu was still in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend how Lin Luo kept tracking him down. He muttered to himself in disbelief. Damn it. How does that freak find me every single time? Does he have another avatar designed just for tracking? Landing near a massive beast, he glanced back, trying to make sense of it all. Multiple avatars, fusion, crowd control, and tracking. How can one person have such a ridiculously versatile talent? Laozi clearly said there was no such powerhouse in the previous life. Suddenly, a guard ran up to him, pleading, "Hey brother, our second wave S-Class Awakeners are running out of energy. Can you come over and help us out?" He looked at the guard in surprise. Help with what? But as Master Lu caught sight of the massive boss lurking right behind them, a giant Void King worm, a sudden wave of dread washed over him. He flinched, instantly recognizing that terrifying sensation. Not again. Damn it, he's like a plague that won't go away. Shoving the officer aside in a fit of rage, he barked, "Get out of my face, don't bother me." Terrified, he bolted without looking back, leaving the officer frozen in place. No matter how powerful someone was, you couldn't force them to throw their life away. Suddenly, a monstrous creature towered over the officer from behind, making him scream in terror. Just in time, Kaguya unleashed her boundary slash, clean-cutting the beast in half. Lin Luo rushed over and asked, "Are you all right?" Trembling, the officer pointed behind them and stammered, Watch out. More of them are coming." Lin Luo leapt into the air and unleashed a devastating calamity wind slash, completely wiping out the entire swarm of monsters in one go. The officer stood there, completely dumbfounded by the display. He cried out in relief. That was incredible. We're saved. We're actually saved. Throwing his pride aside, he dropped to his knees right in front of Lin Luo, pleading, "Please, you have to help us. The monsters here are too strong. None of our guns or heavy artillery can even scratch them. My squad has already taken devastating casualties." Being a man of justice, Lin Luo didn't hesitate to reassure him. "Don't worry. Now that I'm here, you're all safe." But right then, the massive boss began crawling slowly toward them. The officer panicked, gasping in fear. "It's the Void King worm. It's calling for backup." Lin Luo stared at the giant boss in front of him, calmly analyzing the situation. It looked like the Void King worm wasn't a one-of-a-kind beast. Just like ordinary animals, they seemed to take over the area and set up camp. Looking at Lin Luo with anxiety, he warned, "Little brother, I know you're incredibly strong, but these monsters are flooding in, and they're no joke. You'd better watch your back." Hearing that, Lin Luo just smiled. He gripped his sword and walked toward the monster, intending to finish it off in a flash. "All right, tell your people to fall back. From here on out, this is my battlefield." Seeing how reckless he was, the man quickly tried to stop him. "Little brother, don't let your guard down. This beast is really not that simple." But a second later, Lin Luo was already rushing toward the monster to strike. Tempest Sword Ara. Sensing that something was wrong, Kaguya quickly spoke up. "Master, it's time." Immediately after, Kaguya split back into 3 individuals just like before. The Black Emperor spoke up, helplessly apologizing to him. "Master, I couldn't complete the mission. I am deeply sorry." Lin Luo turned his head and smiled to comfort them all. "Don't worry. The future diary already predicted this. Right now, our only job is to blow this worm to pieces." Right after that, everyone joined forces to launch an all-out assault on the colossal beast. Seeing this, one of the police officers cried out in sheer excitement, "The Black Emperor! It's the Black Emperor!" Suddenly, remembering something, he hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie to contact Captain Hui, shouting, "Captain, the Black Emperor is here. We're saved." Hearing this, the commander couldn't believe his ears. "The Black Emperor is here? Don't play games with me. If you're lying, you're dead meat." The officer quickly started explaining. "Captain, I swear, it really is the Black Emperor. His stands are exactly like the ones in reporter Yao's footage, a young girl carrying a blade and a black armored stand." Hearing this, the commander's face instantly lit up with joy. "Fantastic. I'll report this to the division commander right away." Meanwhile, Lin Luo was still pouring all his strength into the attack. He quickly barked orders to his stands. "Kaguya, Black Emperor, go all out." The Black Emperor leaped high into the air to strike the monster, while Lin Luo decisively swung a devastating slash with his rainy night blade. The colossal beast suddenly raised its head and roared toward the sky, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Witnessing this, an officer gasped in shock. "What's going on? These monsters, they're suddenly running away in sheer panic." The officer next to him stared ahead, completely bewildered. "Wait, my stand can hear sounds from far away. What? Is the Black Emperor really taking on the Void King worm all by himself?" A leading officer stepped forward and made a bold declaration to everyone. "Everyone, the Black Emperor is our city's hero. There's no way in hell I'm letting him fight alone. Who's with me to charge in and give him a hand?" Hearing this, everyone shouted in unison. "Count me in. Me too. And me." Meanwhile, Lin Luo stared at the monsters before him and muttered to himself, "Why are your buddies taking so long to get here? If they take any longer, they'll just be picking up your corpse, King Worm." He smirked and pulled out a potion bottle. Looking at them, he thought, "Free experience points right at my doorstep, it would be a waste to refuse." Then, he uncapped the bottle to summon a familiar beast. This beast was none other than the Frostbone Colossus, appearing with an incredibly fierce and menacing look. Lin Luo calmly looked at the Colossus before him, thinking, although its combat power is no different from an ordinary F-rank stand, its massive size makes it perfect for wiping out these small bugs. Sure enough, the Frostbone Colossus didn't disappoint, immediately unleashing its Frostbone breath. He smirked at the swarming monsters, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "Perfect, absolutely perfect. Slaying the Void King worm will grant me 5 Fate Wheel draw cards and 5 Fate crystals. Hey, even small fry are still meat. Once all these experience points add up, it'll be a massive haul." Suddenly, a loud shout from behind caught him off guard, making him spin around. "Hang in there, Black Emperor, we're on our way." 4 police officers rushed toward him, guns in hand, shouting, "Don't be afraid, Black Emperor, we're here to help." Lin Luo stared at them, completely speechless. "Huh? When did I ever ask for help?" Lin Luo yelled back at the group, ordering them to stay put. "Just stand there and watch. Do not interfere, or I will personally kick your asses." Then, he smiled and said to the officers, "A piece of trash like the Void King worm only has a slightly high health pool. The swarming bugs it summons are just a minor annoyance. I don't need anyone's help." Hearing this, the group stood there in a daze, completely unable to comprehend his words. Giant trash? Instead of explaining further, he calmly raised his sword and chanted, "Tempest Sword Aura." The monster lunged straight at him, but he leaped up gracefully, countering with a precise strike. In less than a minute, the beast's life was completely cut short. System notifications immediately began flashing in front of him. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain the Worm Nest Guardian. Void King Worm. Congratulations, player. You have received 5 Fate Wheel draw cards and 5 Fate Crystals. Congratulations, player. You dealt 70% of the total damage to the Void King Worm. You have received 35,280,000 experience points. Slaying a monster 6 levels above yours grants 700% bonus experience, plus an additional 400% extermination and wish experience. 100 battles, plus 300% experience points, accumulating an 8,400% experience bonus. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 29. Seeing this, the police officer's jaw dropped in absolute shock. As expected of the globally top-ranked Black Emperor, these bugs really stood no chance against him. Lin Luo walked away without even giving them a backward glance. He just kept walking, saying, "The Void King Worm has been dealt with. Take care of yourselves." Hearing that, everyone immediately looked at him with pure admiration in their eyes. One of the police officers was so moved he was practically in tears. Is he really just leaving like that? The cop next to him asked in disbelief. Doing good deeds without asking for anything in return. He is a true role model who commands absolute respect. Meanwhile, a massive explosion rocked a high-rise building somewhere else. Celestial Master Lu shattered the glass window and burst inside. He rushed into the room, kicked the door open, and shouted, "Lousy, is anyone here?" Seeing the place completely deserted, he immediately scanned his surroundings. Damn it. With my crappy luck, I swallowed my pride to call for backup, and yet this guy isn't even here. Left with no other option, he decided to use a transmission talisman. He let out an angry sigh. Laozi, the Black Emperor's abilities are way too freakish. If you want to know the details about him or reclaim your power, your only option is to team up with me. If anyone else sees this, please pass the message to Laozi. I will handsomely reward you later. Make sure to contact me. He quickly slapped the talisman onto the wall and sighed. It's not safe to stay here for long. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Celestial Master Lu's head. He realized it was time to fight back. No, I can't keep running forever. I have to find a way to stop the Black Emperor from tracking me. With that, he quickly summoned his stand. Lord Wenku, please ease my worries and help me escape the enemy's tracking spell. I, Lord Wenku, have arrived as summoned to lend the Celestial Master a hand. His stand quickly stepped forward right in front of him. Lord Wenku took the order. Instantly, a strange power washed over Celestial Master Lu, making him feel a whole lot lighter. Celestial Master Lu let out a weary sigh and muttered, "That guy won't be able to track me down anytime soon." Then, he beat himself up in frustration. I was way too careless. But luckily, even though I lost the Celestial Master token, it's completely useless to anyone who doesn't know our sect's secret methods. He slowly spread out a map to inspect it, brainstorming a plan to deal with Lin Luo. I'll let him keep it for now. Once I grow stronger, I will reclaim the Celestial Master token and kill him to wash away this humiliation. Upon receiving a bizarre notification, he asked himself in surprise, "This is weird. Why is my Tianzun Stand's intelligence attribute missing 120 points? And what's up with the Tianzun's Majesty skill being at only 60%? With no time to overthink it, Celestial Master Lu quickly turned to leave. He angrily scanned his surroundings. Forget it. It's not safe to stay here. I'll look into it later. Meanwhile, the Lord of Wishes asked Lin Luo in surprise, "Master, Lu Yu's trace has vanished. Should we keep looking for him?" He shook his head. "No need. I already knew he'd find a way to break the tracking. Chasing him further is pointless, and I have other things to attend to." Then, looking at the future diary in his hands with a smirk, he turned back and added, "Besides, with the power of the future diary, no matter what he does, I can anticipate it ahead of time." Suddenly remembering something, he immediately instructed the Lord of Wishes. "Oh right, I wish to be alerted the moment Lu Yu comes within 20 kilometers of anyone important to me." He immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Master. It had been an incredibly exhausting day for him, so he decided to open his status screen to review the info. All right, let's see what we got this time. After such a grueling battle, don't disappoint me. The system screen popped up. Black Emperor stand, beginner level. Experience points, 9 out of 1000. Intelligence, 132, plus 120. Plunder level 2. Invasion Fist, level 4. Black Flame, level 2. Black Flame, level 1. Tianzun's Majesty 40%, Level 1. Unable to upgrade. Effect. Suppresses one or multiple targets within a 100-meter radius. Energy consumption, 1 to 80, depending on the enemy's stats and strength. No cooldown. Reading up to this point, he gasped in surprise. He muttered in sheer confusion, Tianzun's Majesty at 40% isn't too bad, but what use is a 120 intelligence boost to a frontline fighter like the Black Emperor stand? Lin Luo let out a helpless sigh, closed the screen, and muttered, forget it. Maybe once the Black Emperor upgrades to triple S rank, it can evolve a much stronger plundering skill. Then, remembering the talisman he had snatched from Celestial Master Lu, he pulled it out and carefully examined the item in his hands. So this is the Celestial Master token. How did that guy Lu Yu use it earlier? Feeling a bit speechless, he pressed it against his forehead and softly muttered the Celestial Master token's incantation. He let out a weary sigh as he stared at the token. An esoteric item like this really isn't meant for an outsider like me to use. Forget it. Why overcomplicate things? He immediately tossed it to the Lord of Wishes standing right in front of him and ordered, Old Chi, modify this Celestial Master token so that only I can use it. He smiled at him and replied, Master, modifying this Celestial Master token will drain half of my energy. Hearing that, he immediately began drawing the energy from him. If you can solve a problem just by spending energy, then it's not really a problem at all. He smiled slightly as he flipped through the documents, searching for information. Thank you, Master. A moment later, he presented the Celestial Master command to him. Please, Master. He smiled, looking at the item in front of him with a smug grin. This Celestial Master command was just like a dungeon item. A stat screen popped up, showing it was actually a Saint grade item. The system immediately displayed the details of the item right before his eyes. Supreme Saint grade Celestial Master command. The only designated user, Lin Luo. Effect. Permanently reduces the user's mana by 1,000 points. Summoning the Celestial Master sect lasts for 10 minutes. With a 1-day cooldown, Lin Luo chuckled, remembering how miserably he had struggled in his past life. Back then, he hadn't even laid eyes on a single Saint-grade item or gear in 3 whole years. Who would have thought that punk Lu Yu was hiding such a heaven-defying treasure on him? Suddenly, something crossed his mind, making him stroke his chin in thought. Wait, why can I only summon 10 of them? Didn't Lu Yu summon 12 of them at once earlier? Did the ones killed by Kaguya vanish for good? He slowly put the token away, keeping it safe as he walked off. You can't be too greedy. Having 10 summons with power above S grade is already a massive win. He let out a weary sigh. And now, only I can use this Celestial Master command. If that punk Lu Yu ever finds out, he'll probably die of pure rage. He then looked at the massive building in front of him. It was almost time. I need to head to those 2 secret realms to recharge quickly. Once this rat-class disaster passes, I'm heading up north. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Taiji was on the phone, looking utterly shocked. What? Lu Yu fought the Black Emperor one-on-one and lost? Fuming, he walked outside and muttered, that's what the message he left behind said. Then, with a growing look of frustration, he added, he also said, if you want to beat the Black Emperor, you can only do it by teaming up with him. But didn't that brat Lu Yu boast he could defeat her all by himself? Are you kidding me? How could he lose to the Black Emperor of all people? Suddenly, she quietly approached him from behind and spoke. Besides, the Black Emperor doesn't even know him, so why would he launch an unprovoked attack? I think Lu Yu is just full of hot air. He nodded in agreement with the person on the other end. Thanks for the info. I got it. Let's keep in touch when you're free. A moment later, he paced forward and spoke to the Time King. According to the message Liu Yu left behind, which Hui Tailong forwarded, there should still be plenty of residual combat energy from the substitutes lingering in the air here. Sensing something was off, he bent down, touching the ground to investigate. There were indeed traces of battle left behind on the dirt. This is the spot. Liu Yu's intel was solid. He quickly turned around and instructed the Time King behind him. Time King, rewind time and replay the events in this area. The little girl immediately nodded. Understood. Instantly, a scroll of time wrapped around Yu Taiji. Seeing the crucial information he was looking for appear, he hurriedly ordered, pause. He then stepped into a frame of the projection and said softly to the little girl, let's take a look inside this time frame. The moment they entered, Yu Taiji was shocked to see Kaguya right in front of him. She was the substitute of the Black Emperor. He then shifted his gaze toward the thick smoke rising in the distance. Their master must be hiding somewhere close by. Spotting Lin Luo, standing there calmly, he gasped in surprise. Black Emperor, are you the one who went back in time with me, before the awakening, to rewrite history? Yu Taiji stepped closer to Lin Luo and said, but I don't know you at all. None of the top powerhouses from my past life looked anything like you. To think your strength reached such a terrifying level in just a few short days. Black Emperor, let me see your secrets. Resume playback. Seeing a strange scene, he immediately ordered, pause. The scene showed Lin Luo commanding his substitute to charge forward. He was quite surprised. Those black flames. So the power of the Time King was indeed stolen by you. The Time King asked him in surprise. Master, should we team up with Lu Yu? He quickly stopped her. Wait. He then closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Let me take a look. Lu Yu is an SSS rank, after all. How could he lose? Instantly, a massive clock appeared beneath his feet, its hands spinning rapidly to rewind time. Sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse, the Time King quickly spoke to Yu Taiji. Master, the time rewind has ended. He was furious, unable to believe his own eyes. How is this possible? How can one person have so many substitutes? What kind of talent did this Black Emperor awaken? He immediately ordered again, activate the time, rewind again. The little girl looked at him with concern and tried to stop him. Master, using time rewind for this long takes too much out of you. He clenched his fists in anger. Even if I have to burn through all the reserve energy I gathered from my recent wagers, I must find out the secret behind the Black Emperor's strength. He then roared at the top of his lungs, time rewind. Within that particular slice of time, he finally discovered the truth. Lam Lak reached his hand forward and commanded, activating his talent Plunder. When he saw this, he was stunned. So that's how it is. Black Emperor. What kind of monster are you? How can you steal other people's talents just by killing them? In a fit of rage, he glared at him before looking back down at himself. But I've never even met you, let alone been killed by you. How did you steal my substitute ability? The Time Master quickly stepped forward and asked, Master, should I keep tracking his location? While he's sleeping, we can use time dilation to blow him to pieces. He pondered for a moment before replying to the girl, no need for now. That Black Emperor has way too many secrets. I want to observe and see what kind of person he is first. After all, those enemies from the outer realm are the real threat here. If we can negotiate with him, teaming up isn't entirely out of the question. By then, the scene shifted to him clearing out the demonic cultivators. Excellent. It only took 3 hours to refine 30 skeletal remains of the departed. He happily took their skill books and turned to leave. Good work, everyone. See you tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lam Lak was busy slashing through monsters with his sword. Sorry about that. He happily harvested the crystals high up in the trees and laughed with delight. At least this time, you guys won't get kicked out of your home by that ugly army. Clutching the crystals to his chest, he said, my energy is depleted. Let's go check out Don Than Fong's gold vault. The prayer master immediately nodded. Yes, my master. I'll locate the address for you right away. Elsewhere, Lam Lak gave an order to the prayer master, Lao Te. He was to cut off all the security cameras in the building. As usual, he readily complied with his master's demands. Opening a door and stepping into a room, Lam Lak said excitedly, let's go. He was greeted by rows of bookshelves, causing him to look around in surprise. This study is a lot simpler than I thought. Noticing a book that was fixed in place, he looked surprised and slowly reached his hand toward it. A moment later, he triggered a hidden mechanism. A hidden doorway swung open, revealing another room behind it. Lam Lak gasped in surprise. Wow. As he stepped inside, he was dazzled by the massive pile of gold, silver, and luxurious treasures hidden away. Oh my God, Lam Lak muttered, looking around in utter disgust. An ordinary person couldn't earn this much money in a lifetime, even if they didn't eat or drink. Seriously, the rich are filthy rich, while the poor are left to starve. He decided to use his ability to store and take all of the gold and silver with him. With a light sweep, he swept everything into his pocket space. He then gave another order to the prayer master. Prayer master, lock onto the location of Vuong Hongqi from the Vuong group. Startled, he asked, Master, are we going to find him right now? He nodded instantly, his eyes filled with a rare, cold resolve. Of course, he dared to frame me. If Lu Vu hadn't suddenly showed up, I would have beaten down his door long ago. Now, I'm going to send him straight to hell. The scene then shifted to a massive, towering high-rise. Vuong Hongqi stood up and called out, Uncle Ku. Seeing him awake, Uncle Ku quickly brought over a coat in surprise. Second young master, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Slipping on his coat, he instructed, got it, clean up this place. Uncle Ku nodded. Yes, sir. He then glanced toward the bed. On the bed lay a blonde girl, foaming at the mouth, having already checked out of this life. He instructed him, next time, bring me a few more. One is just too fragile. Hearing this, he sighed. Yes, sir. He thought to himself. Ever since the fog sealed the city, the second young master has been so bored. A moment later, Wang Hengqi was sitting in his office, letting out a bored sigh. The city is on lockdown and I can't go anywhere. It's just women every single day. I'm bored to death. Suddenly, the office lights flickered and went out, startling him. A blackout? Lam Lak slowly walked up to him and muttered, since the second young master of the Vuong family loves playing so much, why don't you play an escape room game with me? Seeing him, he was shocked, completely clueless about what was happening. Who are you? How did you get in here? He replied with only a few words to explain. Heavenly Majesty. Immediately, the prayer master slammed Vuong Hengqi face first onto the desk, causing him to shriek in pain. Lam Lak spoke coldly. Even with only 40% of my strength, it's more than enough to keep you from moving or making a sound. He slowly sat down in the executive chair like a boss and said, Second young master Vuong. You'd better listen closely to the rules of the game. At that, his face suddenly turned terrifying. He slowly threatened him. After all, this determines whether you get to survive today or not. Finding the teasing quite amusing, he decided to stand up and inspect the room. There are 100 giant emperor worms in this room. If they catch you, you're finished. An incredibly terrifying aura of bloodlust erupted from Lam Lak, making him shudder in absolute terror. But I'm not completely heartless. If you can make it out through the back door, I'll let you off the hook. With that, he turned and walked away, completely satisfied. Have fun, second young master Wang. Right at that moment, the lights in the room suddenly flickered back on. Wang Hengzi finally snapped out of it, gasping for air. What just happened? Was I hallucinating? Panicking, he looked up, sensing something flying toward him. When he focused his eyes, giant monsters were slowly descending directly toward him. Terrified, he realized it was not a hallucination. If he hesitated for even a second longer, he would be history. He ran for his life, screaming, Uncle Ju, save me! Suddenly, a strange escape route popped into Wang Hengzi's mind. Feeling lucky, he sprinted forward. The back door. I have to escape through the back door. If I can just make it out, I will survive. But as soon as he burst through the back door, he froze in surprise at the eerie bone fog blanketing the area in front of him. So you made it out. A slow voice suddenly spoke up, making him jump. Congratulations on passing stage 1. A strange, pitch-black figure hidden behind the mystical bone fog slowly made the announcement. Next up is stage 2. White bone carnage. Furious, Wang Hengzi glared at the figure and demanded, Who the hell are you? How dare you mess with me like this? Do you have any idea who I am? You are dead meat for crossing me. The bone fog slowly cleared, revealing Lin Luo's face. He smirked and said, Young Master Wang, try to remember this defiant attitude of yours. Don't go begging for mercy later. As the fog fully dissipated, a massive, ferocious monster loomed behind Lin Luo, glaring straight at Wang Hengzi. He calmly announced, For this stage, I will only unleash one aberrant hunter to chase you down. If you can make it through the door in front of you and run all the way back to your house, you win. Hearing this, he lost his temper and screamed, You bastard! You are playing dirty. Staring at the massive beast right in front of him, he felt completely helpless. Damn it! At this point, Wang Hengzi had no choice but to turn tail and run, cursing as he went. You little brat! Just wait until I get out of here. Even if I have to mobilize the entire Wang Corporation, I will find out who you are. Even though he was running for his life, he could not stop throwing insults for even a second, yelling, And then I will make sure you have no grave to lie in. Suddenly, 2 monsters lunged at Wang Hengzi from the front, forcing him to jump back in shock. He tried to turn back, but it was already too late. The monster's sharp appendage instantly impaled his leg. He shrieked in absolute despair. Help me! Suddenly, the monster stopped in its tracks, and Lin Luo's voice echoed, Screaming for help already? Walking slowly over to him, Lin Luo asked mockingly, Weren't you full of energy just a moment ago, second young Master Wang? You said you would leave me with no grave to lie in. Seeing Lin Luo's smug face, Wang Hengzi was terrified. he quickly pleaded, "Bro, I was blind. I failed to recognize your greatness. I will give you whatever you want. Just spare me. You want money? Women? I can get you anything." Lin Luo let out an amused chuckle, then said honestly, "I actually preferred your stubborn attitude from earlier. How about this? I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I won't kill you." Left with no choice but to submit, he stammered his agreement. "Ask, please ask. I swear I will tell you everything I know. Just get straight to the point." A few years ago, during the artifact theft case at the Hangcheng Archaeological Institute. Who else was involved? Hearing this, Wang Hengji froze in shock and confusion. Didn't we find an orphan to take the fall for that case? Did we offend someone powerful? Right then, the monster released his leg, letting him crash heavily onto the ground. Terrified and throwing caution to the wind, he confessed, "Bro, that incident. It was all ordered by Wang Chongji." Lin Luo suppressed his rising anger and asked in surprise, "Wang Chongji, your older brother?" He nodded frantically. "Yes, he is the eldest in our family. He is the one who ordered me to do all the dirty work. I was just a scapegoat." Meanwhile, a thought crossed his mind as he quietly activated his bewitchment talent. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became as he looked ahead. Even though my talent is only B grade, as long as I can make him believe me and pin everything on my brother, I will be the rightful heir to the Wang family estate in the future. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. "All right, I will spare your life." Hearing this, Wang Hengzi let out a sigh of relief, but the very next second, a blast of purple energy slammed into Wang Hengzi, sending him crashing backward in agonizing pain. Gritting his teeth in fury, he spat out, "Didn't you say you would spare me? You have no honor." Lin Luo glared at him with disgust and scoffed. "Trash. A mere B-grade talent, and you actually thought you could brainwash me?" In another scene, a father was happily imparting wisdom to his son. "Ling Xiao, you must remember that the relationship between the rich and the poor is just like wolves and sheep. Only when there are enough sheep can the wolves eat their fill." The son seemed absolutely delighted to be speaking with his father. "Father, I understand now. Ordinary people exist solely to keep us fed." But suddenly sensing that something was off, he froze in sheer panic. "Oh no, danger is coming." He quickly comforted his son, saying, "That is enough for today. Go play outside first. Dad has some work to do." Hearing this, the boy was a bit disappointed, but he still nodded in agreement. Immediately summoning his stand, he ordered, "Come out, Beyonder. My sixth sense is warning me of trouble." The stand manifested and calmly said, "Rest assured, master. With me here, you have nothing to worry about." Meanwhile, he loaded his gun, still keeping his guard up. Just then, Lin Luo pushed the door open, walked in, and asked, "Is Wang Chongji home?" Wang Chongji looked at him in surprise and asked, "May I ask who you are? And what brings you here?" Looking at the man before him, Lin Luo thought in surprise that this young man was indeed the source of danger his sixth sense had warned him about. Lin Luo slowly sat down on a chair and explained, "I happened to walk by and heard you discussing so passionately, so this little sheep took the liberty of coming in, to have a chat with you." Then he chuckled and continued, "Mr. Wang, if a sheep were to gain power one day, what do you think it would do to the wolf?" Hearing this, he was quite taken aback. Unable to believe his ears, he asked, "You are far too humble, sir, to bypass so many guards and walk straight into the Wang family residence, yet you call yourself a sheep?" He was still plotting in his mind. With his S-rank stand, the Beyonder, standing guard by his side, he felt completely secure. Lin Luo smiled and explained to him, "The rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutation. As for my previous question, I hope you can satisfy my curiosity, Mr. Wang." Hearing this, he frowned with a hint of worry. To be honest, even if a sheep obtains power, it is still just a sheep. It can never change its fate of being a sheep. Without giving Lin Luo a chance to respond, he continued speaking. "Because a sheep is destined to be eaten by the wolf. Even with power, it would never dare to challenge the wolf." Lin Luo looked at him, surprised. "Is that so? Destined?" He remembered back then when Sheng Dong placed a hand on his shoulder and advised him, "Little Luo, although the talents we awakened are not that powerful, as long as we do our duty, stay honest, and help others, life will surely reward us." Remembering this, Lin Luo smiled as he glanced at this wicked man and thought, "Brother, we were so foolish to believe that good things happen to good people. In the end, we both died at the hands of this greedy scum, meeting our destined end as mere sheep." He then spoke up and smiled at him. "Your words have taught me a great deal, Mr. Wang. It seems the only way to escape a sheep's fate is to stop being a sheep altogether. Wang Chongji was slightly startled, as if seeing through Lin Luo's intentions. I assume you didn't come all this way just to have a chat with me, did you? Lin Luo nodded and chuckled. You are right. I almost forgot that I came here to collect a debt. Hearing this, Wang Chongji was utterly confused. Collect a debt? Lin Luo's expression instantly turned cold and terrifying as he questioned him. The museum theft in Hangzhou a few years ago. Your younger brother, Wang Hengji, said you were the one who ordered him to do it, right? He looked at Lin Luo in confusion and shook his head. You've been deceived by my brother. He slowly explained to clear the air. Our family operates on both sides of the law. As the successor, I would never touch dirty money. That gray area is my brother's territory. He is the one who deals with the underworld. Hearing this, Lin Luo turned to his side and summoned the wishing master, Old Chi. The stand appeared and reported, Master, he is telling the truth. Lin Luo looked at the bewildered man before him and thought, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. He is probably an S-rank awakened like me. I should get him to spill the details so I can go settle the score with his useless younger brother. Seeing Lin Luo deep in thought, Wang Chongji quickly made a suggestion. Were you a victim of that incident years ago? You can tell me your story. While I cannot undo the past, I can offer you some financial compensation. Lin Luo looked at him with a look of surprise. Compensation? Then he burst out laughing. As expected of the Wang family heir, your acting is far better than your trashy brothers. Anyone else would probably be thanking you by now. Hearing this, Wang Chongzi demanded in confusion, what on earth do you mean by that? Sitting calmly, Lin Luo softly called out, Black Emperor. The massive stand immediately materialized right before his eyes. Master. Lin Luo made a gesture to convey his instructions. I originally planned to beat this wolf to death, but since your attitude isn't too bad, I will give you a chance to live. All your stand has to do is survive for 5 seconds against him. Wang Chongzi burst into laughter, looking at Lin Luo with a smug expression. You certainly talk big. I assume you're also an S-rank awakened? Just because you have a bit of power doesn't mean you're invincible. You're sorely overestimating yourself. Immediately after, he closed his eyes, calculating how to deal with Lin Luo. My Beyonder has 200 points in both strength and speed. By consuming energy, it can even see 1 second into the future. I can easily counter his moves before he even makes them. Instantly, he snapped his eyes open, looking ahead to activate his future sight. While their stands clashed in a fierce struggle, Wang Chongzi suddenly realized something shocking. So that was his play. In a panic, Wang Chongji could only desperately order his stand to charge forward. In a stand battle, the golden rule is always to take out the user first. Don't give them even a second to summon their stand. The moment Wang Chongji's stand charged at Lin Luo, the Black Emperor furiously kicked the bastard right into the wall, roaring as he unleashed a brutal beatdown on the enemy stand. Aura, 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 aura. Still not satisfied, Black Emperor delivered a final, devastating punch right to the center of the stand's face. Witnessing this, Wang Chongji froze in absolute shock. He stammered in total panic. How? How is this even possible? Lin Luo's stand was actually faster than the Transcendent, beating it to a pulp in the blink of an eye. Lin Luo pointed straight at Wang Chongji's face and threatened him. Without your stand to protect you, I guess I'll just have to beat you to death. Hearing that, the man gasped and quickly drew his gun, aiming it at Lin Luo. Don't you dare come any closer. At this range, not even your stand can save you. Facing the gun, Lin Luo didn't even flinch. He calmly gave an order to the Lord of Wishes standing behind him. Old Chi, make his gun misfire. The Lord of Wishes immediately obeyed, chanting, Your wish is my command, Master. The spell is cast. In an instant, the gun in Wang Chongji's hand jammed. Realizing it was useless, he calmly threw the weapon aside and slowly tried to negotiate. Wait, killing me won't bring you any profit. Name your price and I'll buy my own life. Lin Luo smirked, looking down at him. All right, let's hear it. How much is your pathetic life worth to you? He panicked and stammered out a price. 30 million. No, 50 million. The Wang family can be of great use to you in this new world. I, Wang Chongji, promise to do whatever it takes to back you up. Lin Luo let out a mockery of a laugh at the suggestion. Do everything to help me? Well said, Mr. Wang. To show my appreciation for your wonderful offer, I'll have the Black Emperor make your passing quick and painless. Wang Chongji gasped, utterly bewildered. What? What do you mean by that? Lin Luo pointed straight at him and commanded, "Black Emperor, end him." Instantly, the Black Emperor unleashed a barrage of brutal strikes, sending Wang Chongji crashing to the ground in agonizing pain. Lin Luo slowly walked over to the motionless body and whispered, "Once you're dead, I'll just install a new, obedient puppet to run the Wang family. That way, your family will still serve me with everything they've got." He reached out his hand, preparing to devour the man's power. He activated his plunder talent, successfully stealing the target's ability. "Congratulations, you have acquired the S-tier talent, Danger Premonition." Staring at his new power, Lin Luo was a bit puzzled. He muttered to himself, "Danger Premonition. What kind of skill is this anyway?" The system screen popped up, displaying the details. S-tier Danger Premonition automatically warns the user of incoming threats, adjusting the warning's intensity based on the level of danger. Cooldown time, none. Lin Luo smirked in satisfaction. He looked down at the cold corpse on the ground. "Not bad at all. It sharpens my danger senses, and best of all, there's absolutely no cooldown." He then commanded, "Show yourself, my new stand." Right on cue, Wang Chongzi's former stand slowly materialized before him. "Honored host, the Transcendent reports for duty." Instantly, the system screen popped up to display its stats. Stand. The Transcendent. Rank. S-tier. Strength, 200, with average humans being at 10. Speed, 200. Intelligence, 15. Defense, 30. Health points, 5,500. Energy, 150, with an energy recovery rate of 1 point per hour. Growth, 100. Attack range, 15 meters. Special skill, Future Foresight, allows the user to peer 1 second into the future. Cooldown, none. Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The combat stats are at the absolute peak of S-tier, and it can even predict enemy attacks. It's just a shame the prediction window is so short. If only it were SS tier. Hearing this, the newly summoned stand quickly gestured and tried to defend itself. "Master, you're severely underestimating me. My power is far greater than you think. For instance, my ability to protect you up close. Although your other stand got lucky and beat me earlier, that was only because my previous master gave a stupid order, leaving me wide open." This immediately set off the Black Emperor, who let out a furious roar. "What's that, newbie? You want a piece of me right now?" Lin Luo quickly stepped between them to break it up. "Cut it out, both of you. Transcendent. Black Emperor is already at the SS tier. You stand absolutely no chance against him right now, but as long as you serve me loyally, you'll be able to grow just as fast." The Transcendent immediately bowed his head in submission. "Understood, Master." Plotting his next move to purge the corruption, Lin Luo spoke aloud to his team. "I've heard that in the Wang family, the second in command, Wang Daocheng, has always been plotting behind the scenes to usurp the family head, but his useless son, Wang Shaoji, is a total pushover, who's ripe for exploitation." He then turned and gave a direct command to the Lord of Wishes. "Lord of Wishes, I make a wish. In 5 minutes, this entire area will be swarmed by the insect beasts." As always, the loyal stand complied without hesitation. "Your wish is my command, Master." In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the luxurious estate of the Wang Corporation. A young heir was pacing around anxiously, questioning his father. "Dad, what do you think is going to happen to this world?" The man was none other than Wang Daocheng, the calculating second in command of the Wang Corporation. He took a slow breath and spoke. "Commoners have to rely on cheap luck to survive, but wealthy elites like us? We will become the true gods of this new era." Hearing that, his son, Wang Shuji, standing behind him, looked a bit surprised. He quickly asked about this so-called true god. At this moment, a strange, sinister look spread across his father's face. "Scheming," he said. "Once this disaster passes, I plan to sell 90% of our assets to first upgrade your talent, then build a powerful team to lock down all resources, crystal gear, and longevity pills from the dungeons." Turning to his son, he asked, "A terrifying personal strength, endless wealth, and a long life. When someone has all of that, wouldn't you call them a god?" Hearing this, the son immediately understood what his father meant. "I see, but isn't that way too dangerous?" Right at that moment, Lin Luo stepped into the room and spoke to them, making both of them turn around in shock. "With such grand vision and strategy, it is truly a waste for you to just be the second in command, sir. How about I offer you a massive opportunity, Mr. Wang?" Lin Luo smirked and said, "By the way, I just casually took care of the other 2 heirs of your family. Now, Your son is the sole successor of the Wang family. Hearing this, Wang Shouzi whirled around and demanded, "What did you say? Did you really kill my cousins? What about the rest of my family?" Lin Luo calmly shrugged it off. "Why? Are you guys that close? Do you want to avenge them?" Hearing that, Mr. Wang quickly ordered Shuji to pour tea for their esteemed guest. Surprised, Shuji asked, "Dad, you are calling him an esteemed guest?" Seeing Shouzi hesitate, Mr. Wang raised his voice. "What are you waiting for? Go." Then, turning to Lin Luo, he lowered his voice and said, "Please forgive my foolish son. He is good at maintaining things but lacks ambition, and he does not know how to speak properly. Please do not hold it against him, young friend." Lin Luo did not mind at all. He waved his hand and replied, "It is fine. Honestly, the only one I care about is you. As long as your son behaves and stays out of the way, that is all that matters." Mr. Wang then asked him, "Young friend, is what you just said really true?" Lin Luo smiled faintly and replied, "Once this crisis passes, you will get the news. Not only that, but I will also clear every single obstacle in your path to the throne." Mr. Wang pressed further, "Pardon my intrusion, but what exactly do you mean by clearing obstacles?" Hearing this, Lin Luo paused for a moment before saying, "Mr. Wang, you might have predicted how the future will unfold, but your vision is still too narrow. To be honest with you, this world will soon enter an era of chaotic struggle until the old order completely crumbles." Mr. Wang gave a subtle smile and pressed on. "Completely crumble, you say?" Lin Luo replied, "Exactly, but do not worry. Sometimes, a ruthless hand is the truest form of mercy. Anyone who stands in my way will be granted an equal death." Hearing this, Mr. Wang was struck with fear, thinking to himself, he is clearly just a young man, yet his presence makes it feel like nothing in this world is worthy of his gaze. Seeing his panic, Lin Luo laid out his proposal. "I only have one condition. Once you take control of the Wang family, you must fully back me, whether it is with capital or any other resources." He walked over and patted Mr. Wang on the shoulder, saying, "Relax. I need your family's wealth and influence to execute my plans, and your ambition needs my power." Mr. Wang gritted his teeth and uttered each word carefully. "Fine. I, Wang Daoqing, will gamble on you this once." Lin Luo was secretly thrilled, thinking, as long as he agrees, that is all that matters. Otherwise, if this second-in-command died, I would have had to go look for a third or fourth-in-command. Just then, Shuji brought the tea over and said, "Dad, the tea is here." Wang Daoqing replied, "Shuji, you came at the perfect time. Go fetch Li Sun, our S-class talent." As soon as Shuji turned to leave, Mr. Wang quickly spoke to Lin Luo again. "Young friend, this is a matter of great importance. I happen to have an employee who awakened a contract-type talent. Why don't we have him witness this?" A moment later, Shuji brought Li Shun in and said, "Dad, Li Shun is here." "Hello, boss." Mr. Wang then spoke up. "Li, summon your avatar and explain your talent's ability to this young brother here." Hearing this, Li Shun quickly replied, "My avatar is called Yesterday's Promise. It is an S-class ability that can establish a contract between two parties. If either side fails to follow the terms of the contract, it will be forcefully executed when the time comes." Seeing Li Shun's explanation, Lin Luo thought to himself, if it is just an S-class, it is not a big deal. This type of avatar is probably like the wishing book. If there is a huge level gap, the contract can just be ignored. Standing nearby, Mr. Wang smirked at Lin Luo and said, "Young friend, shall we begin the contract then?" Just then, a large scroll emitted a blinding light, announcing, "Starting today, Lin Luo will help Wang Daoqing take control of the Wang family. Once successful, the Wang family must provide Lin Luo with financial support up to 30% of their total assets, along with manpower and other support up to 40%. Mr. Wang extended his hand and said, "After you, young friend." As he spoke, a stream of magic flowed from his hand. Lin Luo hesitated for a brief second, thinking, absolute power overcomes all magic. Even if I break this contract later, there is probably nothing it can do to me. Walking with the four of them, Lin Luo said, "It was a pleasure talking with you today, Mr. Wang. I still have other things to attend to, so I will take my leave now." Shaoji then approached his father and asked, "Dad, do you really want to ally with him?" Without hesitation, Mr. Wang replied, "He single-handedly killed 2 core members of our family, and he moves freely even during a city lockdown. This man might actually be our greatest ticket to success." Having signed the cooperative contract with Wang Daoqing, Lin Luo stepped inside, immediately sensing danger all around him. but he kept walking casually, saying, "So, our next main task is to level up. Head into the dungeons to farm energy first, and then start buying up potions on a massive scale. These things are going to be hot commodities later on." Just then, a dragonfly monster flew right toward him. Without a second thought, he sliced it into pieces with one quick slash and continued, "Next, we'll set up a company to build a gaming guild, just like the major factions did in my past life, recruiting forces and locking down the dungeons." Grinning excitedly with a sharp dagger in hand, Lin Luo said, "Won't we make an absolute fortune?" Right then, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Diamond Grade Sword Aura, Blazing Sparrow's Joy. Congratulations, player. You have learned Dual Wield Mastery." The system panel continued to display Lin Luo's stats. Level 39. Experience, 212,900 out of 13,421,772,800. Class, Legendary Storm Swordmaster. HP, 100,000 max at current level. Mana, 50,000 max. Combat Aura, 20,000 max. Combat Power, 2,000 max. Strength, 500 max. Constitution, 500 max. Speed, 500 max. Spirit, 250. 9. Intelligence, 241. Physical Defense, 500 max. Magic Defense, 500 max. These stats do not include gear bonuses. Skills, Shadow Slay, Level 1. Combat Aura Shield, 490%. Combat Skill Flame, Splitting Wave, Devouring Sword, 460%. Frost Breath, Shattering Claw, Dual Wield Mastery, 400%. Second Class Advancement Mastery. Sonic Sword Aura Mastery. Gale Sword Mastery. Infinite Sword Chi Mastery. Primary Weapon, Blazing Sparrow's Joy, Rare Diamond, Grade. Secondary Weapon, Whale of Bones, Rare Diamond, Grade. Gear, Wanderer's Set, Top Tier Dark Gold Grade. Wanderer's Headpiece, Rare Dark Gold Grade. Celestial Masters, Token, Supreme Saint Grade. Blessing of the Witch of Desire, Top Tier Gold Grade. Looking around, he thought to himself, "I'm already level 39, and all my stats have peaked. I'm just one step away from my third class advancement at level 40. It's time to put in the trip to the north on my schedule." At this moment, the air around Lin Luo began to glow beautifully, as if he were a star shining bright in the sky. He murmured, "Although the disaster struck first, it won't truly end until the next calamity arrives. That's also when level 40 to 60 dungeons and secret realms will open. Before that happens, I need to enhance these two diamond-grade swords to their absolute limits." After traveling a bit, Lin Luo arrived in front of a massive ancient tree. At its base, two bears were busy forging weapons. As he watched, he recalled memories from his past life. "I remember in my past life, I never heard of anyone who could defeat these black and white bears, no matter how high their level was. Their strength is a total mystery, and in a way, they are basically invincible." Suddenly, a man holding a sword shouted, "This is a top-tier level 13 dark iron weapon. You ruined it. Pay up right now, or I'll beat you to a pulp." Seeing him act so tough, Lin Luo just scoffed. Those black and white bears might look adorable, but they actually have terrible tempers. For him to pick a fight with them, it seemed his ending wouldn't be pretty. Sure enough, with a single kick, the two bears sent him flying. They looked extremely annoyed and angry at his arrogance. At this point, Lin Luo stepped forward and asked, "Can you guys enhance this?" The bear, with a sharp glint in its eyes, took Lin Luo's item and chuckled to itself. Enhancing a saint-grade item doesn't just require Suga Messer, you also need Sovereign Essence. Then, it handed the item back to Lin Luo. Taking it back, Lin Luo calculated his options. Sovereign Essence was a top-tier item that only dropped from mini-bosses above level 62, or from elite monsters. He hadn't expected that enhancing saint-grade items would require Sovereign Essence. Holding his two swords, a grin spread across his face as he said, "In that case, I'll set the Celestial Master's token aside for now. Help me enhance these two weapons first." The two bears reached out to take them, not forgetting to comment, "Not bad gear. Please wait a moment." With that, they immediately rolled up their sleeves and got to work. The heavy, metallic sounds of clanging filled the air. After some intense forging, they were finally finished. The white bear held up one of the swords and said, "All done, thanks for coming. That'll be 10 gold coins, please." Heart's Extinction plus 5, Rare Diamond Grade, Level 27 requirement, Attack Power plus 339.50. Blazing Sparrow's Joy plus 5, Rare Diamond Grade, Level 32 requirement, Attack power plus 397.50. Delighted, Lin Luo praised. Awesome. Seeing this, the white bear asked him, do you want to keep enhancing them? It'd be a waste to stop at +5 for such great weapons. This fell right into Lin Luo's plans. He thought to himself, here it comes. These black and white bears always try to trick players into endlessly enhancing their weapons just to make money. If the gear breaks, they secretly celebrate. Up to +5, the success rate is 100%. But after that, the success rate drops and the cost skyrockets. With a smile, he replied, really? Yeah, I think so too. Then, Lin Luo thought to himself, I'll leave it to you then. Let's see how I show you who's boss in a bit. Meanwhile, the white bear, with a fierce glint in its eyes, stared at Lin Luo and thought, stupid human, I can't wait to see you go completely berserk with rage once the enhancement fails. Then, suddenly raising its iron hammer high, it declared, my enhancements never fail. Right at that moment, Lin Luo spoke up. Just a simple wish. Hearing this, the bear replied, so you finally spoke. With those words, he swung his hammer down hard onto the sword. Long Shen grew angry. You think just because you say it won't fail, it won't? The success rate is dropping, so failure is only a matter of time. But suddenly, he gasped in shock. What? It succeeded, the system panel announced. Blazing Sparrow Moon +6. Quality, rare diamond. Level requirement, 32. Class restricted. Second tier. Melee classes. Attack power, +407 +60. Critical rate, +24%, 2%. Critical damage, +27%. Attack speed, +26%. Permanent armor shred. Reduces armor by 15% with a 3-hit passive. Ember deals true burning damage to the enemy for 1.5 seconds, ignoring defense, lasting 3 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Active skill, Blazing Heaven Ascent, actively unleashes the power of the Blazing Sparrow Moon. The next attack deals physical damage multiplied by 10% as burning damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. The polar bear frowned, thinking the next attempt definitely wouldn't go this smoothly. At this point, Lin Luo's sword had already been enhanced. The polar bear slammed his hammer onto the sword again, shouting in frustration, the next one will definitely fail. It's going to fail. It has to. But the more he hammered, the more the system notifications kept popping up. Enhancement +1, enhancement +1, enhancement +1, enhancement +1. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and screamed. 30 consecutive enhancements without a single failure? This made absolutely no sense. Seeing this, Lin Luo quickly asked, that was hard work. Are we done? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the polar bear replied, I've reached my limit. I can't enhance it anymore. Hearing that, Lin Luo put on a disappointed face and said, well, that's a shame, but thank you anyway. Even though he said that, inside, he was secretly holding a grudge. In his past life, he had lost so much gear to Black White Bear. This time, he finally got to make that bear suffer a loss. Just then, a strange creature appeared next to Lin Luo and spoke up. Blazing Sparrow Moon, rare diamond quality. Level requirement, 32. Attack power, +647. Critical rate, +30%. Surprised, Lin Luo whipped his head around and asked, an avatar? Are you going to keep exposing my weapon's stats? Do you want me to kill you right now? As he spoke, he quickly calculated. There were too many players around. If this guy could read hidden information and expose his abilities, it would be a huge pain. The avatar fell silent for a moment after hearing his words. The white bear spoke up. I'm sorry, but your weapon is just too terrifying. I couldn't help but read it out loud. Please forgive my rudeness. Hearing this, Lin Luo asked skeptically, apologizing without showing your real body? Is this how you say sorry? A voice immediately replied to him from the other side. Hello, my name is Ying. My ability is to see hidden information. My avatar, unknowable, can separate from my main body to operate at long distances while sharing my vision. I usually hide in a safe place to control it. Just now, when you were enhancing your weapon, you looked completely calm. Your avatar's ability must be a support type that increases the success rate, right? Lin Luo raised his voice. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. The other side quickly replied. Please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ask for your contact information. If I get high-level gear in the future, I'd love to pay you to help me upgrade it. Plus, I know a few wealthy bosses I can introduce to you. What do you think? Hearing this, he realized what was happening. That's right. In his past life, wealthy players would look for those with luck talents or success rate enhancement talents. They would help them craft god-tier gear to boost their power, and the profits were incredible. This would definitely be an extremely lucrative business with zero startup costs in the future. After weighing it over, he agreed, "Sure, let's exchange contacts." The other side replied, "Great, I look forward to working with you." Inside the meeting room, everyone was gathered around the table. A green-haired man spoke up. "Everyone, the current disaster is almost over, but even higher-level disasters are bound to strike us in the future. We are preparing to draft civilians to establish a supernatural law enforcement squad. I propose that the first commander-in-chief be the Black Emperor." Hearing this, one of the young men turned to the person next to him and asked if that was really appropriate. The other replied, choosing someone outside the system for such an important position. Folding his arms, he added in a deep voice, "Commander-in-Chief, the Black Emperor's guardian, Chu Shengdong, is currently serving a sentence. He was involved in a major crime and has a criminal record. He's not fit for this." The commander-in-chief looked at him and said, "I've already investigated that. Chu Shengdong is an orphan, and there are clear discrepancies in his case. I don't need to say any more, do I? With the situation we're in, if any of you cause me more trouble, don't blame me for launching an internal investigation." "Yes, sir," he continued. "Once this disaster blows over, release Chu Shengdong and expunge his record at the inspection office. Furthermore, as long as the Black Emperor is willing to join the supernatural administration, we can grant him any condition he wants." The two men listening began to whisper to each other. "Any condition? Isn't that going a bit too far? Is it really necessary?" At that moment, the commander-in-chief stood up and said solemnly, "When the supernatural administration handles supernatural cases, the entire organization has to cooperate 100%. This isn't a negotiation, it's an order." And with that, everyone shouted in unison. Well, Lam Lak was visiting Duangdong at the time. He spoke up. "Bro, do you remember the destiny shards from the Tongtian Tower? They can be exchanged for a spin on the Wheel of Fate, but you should use them directly to exchange for space crystals and truth crystals. You can't buy these two crystals anywhere, and they'll be a lifesaver when disaster strikes. Oh, by the way, I have to go on a business trip soon. Here's a feather of hope. If you ever run into danger, just use it." On the other end, Duangdong gave a warm smile and replied, "Don't worry, little Lak. I'm doing great here, and everyone is taking good care of me. If I'm lucky, I should be out of here in no time, so don't worry. Go do your thing and focus on your work." Just then, two police officers walked in, whispering to each other. "Did you hear? Chu Thangdong's younger brother is apparently that famous Black Emperor." "No way. Is that for real? This intel is worth a fortune. Tons of people are trying to dig up the Black Emperor's real identity." After his visit, Lam Lak walked down a quiet, empty street, lost in thought. Huaxia is still in an era of peace right now. Relying on sheer personal strength to rule the underworld alone definitely won't cut it. Northern Myanmar, just outside of Huaxia, is extremely chaotic right now. I can easily build up my own syndicate over there. He immediately gave an order to Lao Te. "Lao Te, find me a connection that can quickly get me into a phone scam company in northern Myanmar." Lao Te quickly agreed. "Yes, master. The target's files have been sent to your phone." After walking for a bit, Lam Lak checked his phone and said, "Glorious media sounds good. Let's submit a resume first." Then he smirked and muttered, "A master hunter always presents himself as prey." The scene shifts to the company as a beautiful secretary walks in to report. "Boss Tin, the situation outside has been a bit unstable lately. We can finally make our move. I've selected a few good candidates. Do you want to take a look?" But instead, he walked over and pulled her into a tight embrace, flashing a creepy smile as he told her there was no need. Hugging her even tighter, he whispered a line that would give anyone goosebumps. "Heh, I trust your choices completely. Arrange for them to come in for interviews tomorrow." The secretary smiled happily and replied, "Thank you for your trust, boss." Meanwhile, Lam Lak was already standing outside the building, checking the target's info. "So, this is the company's address." Lao Te suddenly appeared beside him and said, "My concealment spell is active, master. Ordinary people won't be able to notice me." Lam Lak then walked into the office, where the secretary immediately approached him. "Hello, are you Lam Lak?" Lam Lak politely replied, "Hello." She said, "Mr. Tin is inside. Follow me." Once they reached the office, she spoke up, "Hello, Mr. Tin." Holding Lam Lak's resume, Boss Tin sneered and said, "Lam Lak, right? I've gone over your resume, and you're a perfect fit for our company. Your salary expectations are totally fine with us. When can you start? Hearing this, Lam Lak scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Thank you, Mr. Tin. I can start anytime. The boss continued, Great. Come in tomorrow to complete your onboarding. It's perfect timing since we have a company trip scheduled for the day after. Even though you're new, our company is very welcoming, so you can join us. After hearing this, Lam Lak quickly thanked Boss Tin. Stepping out of the building, Lam Lak couldn't help but smirk to himself. My resume was practically blank, yet he was still satisfied. I guess this glorious media company will take literally anyone. 2 days later, a crowd of employees gathered outside the building, chatting excitedly. This company is seriously awesome. I've never even been abroad before. Yeah, it's all thanks to Boss Tin. Just then, a man stepped forward and announced, Hello, everyone. I am your manager. I'll be leading your group for this company trip. As soon as everyone saw him, they quickly bowed and greeted, Hello, Manager Ko. Noticing their warm welcome, Manager Ko politely pointed to a bus parked nearby and said, We're all friends here. Let's get on the bus. With that, everyone boarded the bus one after another. Inside, 2 young men sat chatting. I heard we're transferring flights in Myanmar. Haven't there been tons of scary news about that place lately? Boss Tin is so generous. Plus there are so many of us. How could they possibly scam us? Unbeknownst to them, Manager Ko overheard and turned around to reply, Exactly. Boss Tin is incredibly generous. Do you have any idea how many people are fighting tooth and nail just to get into our company? Meanwhile, Lam Lak sat back and thought to himself, It doesn't matter. Before I become the king of Huaxia, I might as well make a move here first and achieve a smaller goal, becoming the king of northern Myanmar. A group of people got off the bus, and in front of them, a man holding a red flag was waving. A guy with moss-green hair looked at the older man in front of him and asked, Boss, are you meeting up with us here? The older man holding the flag replied, That's right. I was worried, so I decided to tag along with you guys. We still have 2 or 3 hours before our layover, so come on, let me show you guys around Myanmar. He then pointed to the employees behind them. Seeing this, everyone shouted in unison, Thank you, boss. Then he immediately ordered, Get on the bus. As soon as he sees the shabby vehicle right in front of him, the purple-haired man's face goes completely pale. He asks anxiously, Wait, isn't this car a little too trashy? The gray-haired man in front of him, looking just as worried, quickly chimes in. And those guys, they're carrying guns too. Realizing things are looking pretty bad, the moss-green-haired man looks over at his boss and suggests, Boss, why don't we just wait inside the airport? The security in Myanmar is terrible anyway, so it's not like we're missing out on any sightseeing. This instantly infuriates him. He slaps the man hard across the face and barks, When I tell you to get in the car, you get in the car. Cut the crap. Then, he glares at the crowd standing around and threatens, All of you, get in the damn car right now. Otherwise, you can just rot right here. Once you're on my turf, you better listen to what I say. Do you still think you're in Hangzhou? Just then, an orange-haired young man turns around and bolts out of the crowd, crying, I want to go home. At the same time, a surge of green energy erupts around him. Seeing the young man run, the black-haired man looks over at his partner and shouts, Hold on, he's awakened a speed-type talent. You won't be able to hit him. As soon as he finishes speaking, he hurls a pen forward and roars, Come forth, Judge's pen. The moment he throws it, the pen draws several lines in midair, unleashing a wave of grayish-white energy. Immediately, the orange-haired young man is frozen mid-stride, completely unable to run anymore. Why? Why can't I move? Standing in the back, the boss hands a cigarette to his subordinate and exclaims, I've long heard that Brother Shen, he awakened an S-grade talent, but seeing it in person is something else. That's so cool. The man takes the cigarette, lights it with a lighter, and replies, What's so cool about it? I'm just a hired thug. I'm nowhere near as capable as you, Brother Ming. Besides, the girl you found is top tier. The boss quickly chimes in, We all serve Boss Ming anyway. Once we train those girls, you can do whatever you want with them. Then, he looks ahead with a sly, wicked grin. This is northern Myanmar, my hometown. Welcome to my world, you noble sheep. He then turns back to ask his subordinate, Shenhe, aren't you coming with me? Shenhe tilts his head, glances at him, and replies, No, I'm waiting for Ashu. You guys go ahead. Inside the vehicle, Lin Luo can't help but feel ecstatic as he thinks to himself, Jackpot. I just got here and already ran into an S-grade awakened. The speed of this beat-up bus isn't very fast. and with Zhuo Huang's action range at 170 meters, and Kaguya's action range at 190 meters, once the bus starts moving, as long as they are within range, I can summon both stands to take him out in a single blow. He then gazes at Shen. He's standing outside and counts down 100 meters, 130 meters. Suddenly, his eyes widen in panic as he commands, "Black Emperor, Kaguya, strike!" Meanwhile, just as Shen, he drops his cigarette and stomps on it, his body suddenly freezes, and his eyes lock forward in sheer terror. Out of nowhere, Black Emperor lunges at him. Sitting comfortably inside the bus, Lin Luo watches and thinks, that was incredibly fast. I'll choose my plunder talent effect. Immediately, a system notification pops up, activating your triple S grade plunder talent. Please choose one of the target's 4 options: attribute points, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power. You have selected one of the 4 options to plunder. Successfully plundered the target's talent. Acquired S-grade talent, Audit. S-grade Audit is a passive effect. Any enemy attacks directed at you will automatically enter the audit state. Once it is determined that you cannot dodge the attack, it will be temporarily suspended for violating regulations. Once a violation is triggered, the skill will enter a 12-hour cooldown. Lin Luo raises his eyebrows with a highly satisfied smile. Incredible. Being able to freeze a powerful enemy's attack, even for a brief moment, is the ultimate counter-kill tool. This place really is my paradise. The bus finally starts rolling. Sitting inside the bus, Lin Luo looks ahead and thinks, Black Emperor's identity has already been exposed back home. To hide my profile, I shouldn't summon Black Emperor unless it's absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the new avatar I just got is also a combat-type stand. That should be more than enough to handle a place like this. Right in front of him, the orange-haired young man turns to the person sitting next to him with a grin and whispers, "We haven't reached their hideout yet. If we work together to take them out right now, we might actually escape." The person next to him quickly replies, "No way, no way, they have guns." Frowning, the orange-haired young man presses on, "But there are only 3 of them. This is our only shot." The gray-haired young man replies nervously, "If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not throwing my life away." Sitting relaxed in the back, Lin Luo silently thinks, no one wants to be the bird that gets shot first. A while later, as they approach their destination, the boss turns around, looks at everyone, and announces, "All right, everyone, get ready to get off." The sight of the destination throws the passengers into an absolute panic. "We're doomed. We're doomed. I want to go home. I want to go home. These dirty scammers won't die in peace. Ah, help me." Amidst their panic, the boss smirked smugly, pointing a finger at them as he barked, "What is all this racket? Anyone else dares to open their mouth, and I'll skin you alive." Behind him, 2 armed henchmen glared at the crowd and sneered. "This batch isn't bad at all. I wonder if we'll get a taste of them first. I heard a few of them come from wealthy families. We can shake them down for some quick cash first, then force them to grind dungeons in the Babel Tower to earn money for us. Only after that will we make them run phone scams. Our year-end bonuses are going to be fat." Suddenly, a girl in a purple shirt rushed forward, her eyes wide with terror as she begged, "Please, spare me. I have a child waiting for me at home." Showing absolutely no mercy, the boss turned to his men and ordered, "Drag her out of here." His lackey immediately complied, saying, "Yes, boss." Within seconds, the girl was ruthlessly dragged off the vehicle by the boss's henchmen. Clutching her hair in agonizing pain, she screamed, "Let go of me." Still invisible, Lin Luo quietly followed them, activating his S-tier ninja talent. Taking in the scene, he thought to himself, I should slip inside and check out the situation first. Meanwhile, Brother Chen looked at the boss and praised him. "Ah, Xing, great job. This batch is way better than the last one. Boss Ming is definitely going to reward you." Hearing this, he grinned with delight and said, "Brother Chen, I handpicked one just for you. She's a real beauty." Hearing that, Brother Chen patted the boss on the shoulder and said encouragingly, "You always know how to please, don't you? No wonder Boss Ming favors you so much." "Ah," Xing smiled, gestured, and added, "I'm going to report to the boss first. I'll have her brought to your room in a bit." With that, he walked away while Lin Luo silently tailed him. Arriving at a room, Xing knocked on the door. From inside, a voice called out, "Is that you? Xing, come in." But the moment he opened the door, Lin Luo kicked him hard, right from behind, sending him flying inside. Caught completely off guard, he crashed face first onto the floor. Seeing this, the red-haired boss frowned and asked, "Xing, what on earth are you doing?" Xing slowly got up, looked around in confusion, and stammered, "Boss, someone just kicked me from behind." Suddenly, the open door behind them slammed shut, leaving both of them utterly shocked. This made the red-haired boss furious, and he roared, "You useless trash! I was just praising you to the others a moment ago, and the next second, you're making a fool of yourself." He then jumped up and barked, "Show yourself! I know you're in here." As soon as his voice faded, Lin Luo slowly materialized, looking at him with a smirk. "Not bad for a boss. You're pretty calm." Astonished by his sudden appearance, the boss gasped. "You? How did you get in here? Weren't you supposed to be locked up?" Lin Luo completely ignored his question and locked eyes with the red-haired man. "Impressive. Truly impressive. What a performance. You're playing the villain better than the bad guys in the movies." Mocked by his words, the red-haired man pulled out his gun, pointed it straight at Lin Luo's head, and threatened, "I don't care who you are or what you're after. Stirring up trouble on my turf? Watch it, or I'll blow your brains out with one shot." Without a shred of fear, Lin Luo smirked at him and asked, "Are you sure a single shot can actually kill me?" Clenching his fists, Xing charged straight at Lin Luo. He roared in anger, "You little brat! How dare you talk to the boss like that? I'm going to tear you apart." But he was instantly blocked by Lin Luo's summon. Xing was beaten so hard he coughed up blood, and then he was slammed right into the wall. Watching this unfold, the red-haired man's gears began to turn. You're an S-tier talent awakener." Still arrogant, he tried to lecture Lin Luo. "Young man, you're still too green. Do you really think your summon can move faster than my bullets?" With that, he swiftly drew his gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets at him. Against firearms, a human body is as fragile as paper. If I kill you, your summon will vanish along with you. But Lin Luo didn't show a hint of fear. He calmly commanded, "Battle Chi armor." The red-haired man's confidence began to shatter as he instinctively took a step back. What do you want?" Lin Luo replied coolly with an unbothered demeanor. "From now on, I am Boss Lin. You're just Xiao Ming, and I am your King of the North." Hearing this, his entire body froze, and his brain short-circuited for 5 seconds. The red-haired man muttered in disbelief, "King of the North?" But then, a chilling realization hit him. Wait, the gunshots were so loud, yet why was it dead silent outside? Lin Luo calmly sipped his tea and asked, "You should have figured out your situation by now, right?" At this moment, the truth finally dawned on the red-haired boss. He lowered his voice and spoke placatingly, "Little brother, I failed to recognize your greatness earlier. May I ask, who is backing you?" In his mind, he was already guessing that someone this young and powerful had to be an elite enforcer for some warlord faction. But Lin Luo coldly reprimanded him. "It doesn't matter who I am. From now on, you answer to me. And if you try any funny business, I'll beat you to a pulp. Got it?" Deciding to teach him a thorough lesson right then and there, Lin Luo smirked and summoned his transcendent. Just seconds later, Lin Luo's summon gave the red-haired boss a brutal beatdown. Yet, he was still incredibly stubborn, attempting to threaten Lin Luo. "Listen, pal. Even a mighty dragon can't beat a local snake. Who's backing you anyway? If you mess with Xinhu Villa, you won't walk out of here in one piece." Lin Luo hated chatterboxes. Without wasting a second, he ordered an attack, and his stand beat the red-haired punk to an absolute pulp. Lin Luo leaned down, his voice turning cold and low. "You're acting pretty tough for a villain, Xiao Ming. But if I unleash all the twisted methods you used on your victims right back onto you, do you think you can hold out?" Terrified, Xiao Ming trembled from head to toe and begged, "Big brother, please spare me. I'll do whatever you want. Just name it." Lin Luo smiled and asked, "How many awakened under you are above E rank?" He quickly stammered, Two people. But one of them was sent away, so there is only one left." Lin Luo ordered him, "Call him over here right now." Xiao Ming quickly pulled out his phone and made the call. Yes, right away." Meanwhile, a young man wearing a headband was walking down the hallway, unaware that behind the iron door sat an absolute menace from faraway Huaxia. At this moment, no one realized that this massive storm was about to sweep through the entire north with unstoppable force. He argued back against the voice in his head. The stand I awakened is a bizarre support type called Unserious Narrator. It can detect highly valuable information. Over the past few years, thanks to it, I've been able to turn danger into safety. Boss Bai must have run into serious trouble. Then, that mysterious voice rang out in his head again. "You idiot, get out of here now. If you go through that door, you will definitely die." Don't go to them, turn around right now, and act like nothing happened. He decided to listen to the voice. Sorry, Boss Ming, I'll get help to save you once I make it out of here alive. As he tried to make his escape, the voice screamed in his head. Danger! Extreme danger! Get out of Xinhu Villa as fast as you can. But two figures suddenly blocked his path, cutting off his escape. A mocking voice sneered. You are completely dead this time. These two stands are 10 times stronger than you. You don't stand a chance. Hearing this, the headband youth was so terrified, his entire body froze. Two stands? Before he could even react, the female stand lunged forward, thrusting her sword straight into his chest. He couldn't even handle a single stand, so facing two of them meant he was beaten to a pulp in seconds. Right then, the system notified Lin Luo. You have activated the S-rank plunder talent. Please choose one of the 4 options to plunder. Target's attribute points, talent effect, skill effect, or soul power. Lin Luo smiled as he received the prompt and muttered under his breath. That was quick. Plunder the talent effect. The system chimed again. Successfully plundered the target's talent. You have obtained the S-rank talent, Imperfect God's Perspective. Curious, Lin Luo asked the system. Imperfect God's Perspective? What kind of talent is this? A new info screen popped up. Imperfect God's Perspective. Your stand possesses a flawed God's eye view. Of course, this range is limited to only 10 meters around you. Suddenly, another mechanical voice rang out, causing Lin Luo to freeze in shock. Hello there, I am your new stand. Lin Luo gasped in surprise. A new stand? He looked around frantically, wondering, why is there only a voice with no physical form? Just then, a stand information panel appeared before his eyes. S-rank, stand, unserious narrator, power, none, speed, none, intelligence, 150, defense, none, health, unknown, energy, 200, energy recovery speed, recovers 1 point every half hour, growth potential, 90, action range, unknown, passive skill. Through the Imperfect God's Perspective, the unserious narrator stand can detect all hidden, valuable information of targets within 15 meters. Once you focus your attention on a target, the narrator will immediately begin narrating. Each activation consumes 4 to 50 energy points, with the exact cost determined by the target's strength. Active skill. Dig deep. When you are interested in a target, you can actively dig deeper to uncover more of their personal information. Each targeted query into their information consumes 2 to 50 energy points, with the cost determined by the opponent's strength. The voice gently explained to Lin Luo. No need to feel weird about it. Since I reside inside your body, only you can hear my voice. Lin Luo quickly summed up his gains. Today, the 2 stands he plundered were quite unique. One was a pen, and the other had absolutely no physical form. How interesting. The judge's pen can directly fuse with weapons like guns or spears, boosting their attributes by 100%. While in this state, the judge's pen consumes 1 energy point every 10 minutes, and can write the word interrogate in the sky above any target within 200 meters, placing them in an interrogation state. Targets caught in this interrogation state will completely lose their ability to move. The duration of this immobilization is directly determined by the target's own strength. With void writing, drawing any word in the air with the judge's pen will immediately manifest its effect on the target. Each word written consumes 1 to 10 energy points. The moment the youth saw the pen, his eyes widened in recognition. Shen, he's judge's pen? How on earth did it end up in your hands? But in the next second, a cold dread washed over him. You. What did you do to me? Lin Luo smiled to himself, feeling highly satisfied with these amazing effects. The youth desperately begged him, Big brother, please, show some mercy. Lin Luo calmly corrected him. Let's try that again. Suddenly, the man seemed to come back to life, filled with energy. But a second later, he stumbled back in absolute terror. A demon. A demon. He really is a demon. Lin Luo looked at the brush in his hand, the judge's brush. An item that decided life and death was definitely powerful, but it didn't fit his style. It wasn't very practical in a fight, so he figured he would just let the Lord of Prayer use it. He looked at the man in front of him as an idea flashed in his mind. He decided to test the power of the unorthodox narrator. The narrator immediately spoke up right after. Ming Guo is one of the top 10 criminal masterminds hiding in this region. Aside from a massive amount of real estate, he has over 90 million Huaxia yuan in liquid funds. He commands an armed force of over 200 men, equipped with all kinds of firearms and even 15 rocket launchers. He also controls 672 Wuxia citizens, forcing them to make scam calls, engage in prostitution, organ trafficking, and other illicit businesses to make a profit. Lin Luo felt this narrator was actually very useful. It was great, effortlessly gathering crucial intel, made it a pretty good support stand. Lin Luo turned to interrogate him. You dog, you only have over 90 million Wuxia yuan in liquid funds? That's pathetic. And you call yourself a warlord? Hearing this, the man was completely bewildered. How? How do you know that? Before he could finish, the stand right next to him landed a heavy punch on his face. He fell to his knees, begging, "Stop hitting me, big brother, please, spare my life. Although I make over 10 million every year, setting up bases, maintaining an armed force, and buying the latest weapons and equipment costs a fortune." He wept, desperately trying to explain. Plus, because I'm from Wuxia and a foreigner here, I have to pay a massive tribute to the northern government and the warlords every year. They are the real local kings here. Lin Luo didn't feel a shred of sympathy. He snapped back. You knew you were from Wuxia, yet you made a living by specifically targeting and scamming your own people? His voice was ice cold as he questioned him. It seemed this entire lawless land was rotten to the core. He gently patted the man's shoulder and said, I can spare your life, but you have to do something for me. What do you need me to do? The man asked. Just a few minutes later, a group of people had fully gathered. A man in a white shirt spoke up. Boss Ming, why did you call us all here? He glanced over at Lin Luo. Who are you guys? Then, Lin Luo taught these people a harsh lesson as sharp arrows flew straight at them. The men were tightly baragoned, unable to escape. Terrified, they kept shouting at him. Boss Ming, what are you doing? Let us go. Help. Lin Luo didn't flinch. With a mysterious smile playing on his lips, he looked at them and said, That's right, these people are going to be my next meal. Gu Qianfan seemed to find him familiar, so he asked hesitantly, Are you Lin Luo? As soon as Lin Luo heard the man's voice, he realized it was an acquaintance, thinking of the name Gu Qianfan in his mind. He walked over to him. Brother Gu, I've cleared out this entire den. Gather the brothers from before, round those guys up, and throw them into the water dungeon. You can handle them however you want, with just one condition. Keep them alive. I still have a use for their pathetic lives. Hearing this, Gu Qianfan was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened in fear as he exclaimed, Clear out the den? They have guns. In stark contrast to Gu Qianfan's panic, Lin Luo remained dead calm, showing no concern at all. He turned to look at the blonde guy. The leader of Shenhu Villa has already been captured by me. If you chicken out now, you'll never have another chance to return home. Are you planning to stay here forever? Feeling a surge of courage, Gu Qianfan pushed his fear aside. Screw it, let's do this. With that, he turned to the crowd, raising his hand high, and shouted to them, Brothers, it's time to settle our scores. The moment for revenge has finally come. Without a single hesitation, everyone there roared back in unison. Revenge! We want revenge! Suddenly, some mysterious force dragged the bound men toward Gu Qianfan. He looked at Lin Luo with deep respect. Brother Luo, you are absolutely awesome. If it weren't for you, we would have been history. When are we heading back to Wuxia? Lin Luo looked a bit surprised by the question. Heading back to Wuxia? When did I say I wanted to go back? Gu Qianfan replied cheerfully. You took care of those bad guys, so aren't we going home? If the other warlords find out about this, we'll be in deep trouble. They have serious firepower. Lin Luo turned to face the gathered brothers, his voice powerful and commanding. He spoke up. Everyone, there's something I need to tell you all. I wasn't tricked into coming here. He continued, I came here on my own free will. Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in utter shock. Knowing that everyone was incredibly confused by his words, Lin Luo didn't have the time to explain right now. He spoke, These barbarians have been scamming our Wuxia people and controlling us for a long time. Are you really content with just running back like this? Why don't we build our own power here, seize the secret realms, and rule over them? The blonde guy suddenly spoke up, his words instantly dampening the crowd's excitement. But there are only a few of us, and we don't even have any weapons. The green-haired guy next to him also seemed to agree. Exactly. Even if we're not satisfied, what can we actually do? Another gray-haired guy ran over to him. He was probably so traumatized by everything that had happened that he had absolutely no fight left in him. I don't care if you want to go die. I want to go back. You have to take me home. The black-haired guy was feeling the exact same way. Yeah, I want to go home too. Please, just let me go back, all right? After hearing the other guys speak, Tianfan finally understood their current situation. He stepped forward toward Lin Luo. Brother Lin, we only have a few hundred people. Even if we take over Divine Tiger Villa, there's no way we can rule northern Myanmar. Just then, the system suddenly popped up. Before Lin Luo could even think of a way to convince these guys to back him up, an uninvited guest suddenly barged in. He decided to make an example out of this intruder, to show everyone his true power, making them willingly serve him. Unwilling to waste any more words, Lin Luo changed the subject and said, "Someone's here. Go lead them inside first." Hands in his pockets, Lin Luo strolled out, thinking, "I'll show you exactly what I'm capable of." Cut to the outside. The second master was currently riding in a car, heading somewhere. He was listening to the voice on the other end of the line, saying, "The Black Emperor soloed the Wormhole Guardian. His talent grade must be above S rank." The second master replied to the caller that being able to kill a Wormhole Guardian in the real world meant this Black Emperor must have used a massive amount of reality crystals to bring his dungeon powers into the real world. Otherwise, he would have died in the deep sea long ago. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Lin Luo leaped right onto the windshield, looking absolutely badass. Glaring at him with sharp, piercing eyes, Lin Luo said, "You seem to know a lot. You must be an awakened, at least above level 5. In utter panic, the second master shrieked, "What the hell are you?" Lin Luo didn't even bother to answer. He drew his dagger and unleashed his Gale Sword Strike, slashing the windshield repeatedly. The car was instantly wrecked, bursting into flames. The system notified him. A group with a combat power of only 5 is arriving. 3 seconds until they enter the battlefield. Lin Luo smirked, sporting his signature Dragon King grin. Where should he bury these pathetic trash? After finishing the job, Lin Luo calmly spoke up. Bat Ching Kin, voiced by Bach. "Man, you really talk too much." Suddenly, a pig rushed at him from behind. Sensing the danger, the system immediately warned him, triggering, "Sudden premonition danger is approaching." But of course, something like that wasn't nearly enough to hurt Lin Luo. He casually stepped aside. A cheap sneak attack like that was absolutely nothing to someone with so many life-saving talents. Looking at it, Lin Luo couldn't help but wonder why other people's stands always looked so badass, while this one looked so ridiculously comical. An S-rank stand? But where is the user? That's weird. I shouldn't have let anyone slip past me. Lin Luo looked around, trying to spot its owner, when the system provided him with more information. He wondered whether he should use his S-rank talent to handle it, or if he should just let the Black Emperor test out the opponent's ability first, ordering the Lord of Wishes to locate the opponent's real body. But although the Lord of Wishes was powerful, he had forgotten about his other, cooler stand. The Black Emperor already knew that the user of this stand was hiding right inside its belly. Hearing this new piece of information, Lin Luo stood there dazed, unable to believe his ears. Wait, inside the belly? Shaking off his brief moment of panic, Lin Luo flashed a bright smile, regaining his confidence. Even though I thought you were talking too much earlier, and almost had the Lord of Wishes shut you up, it looks like you're actually useful after all. He glared at the stand and raised his voice. Come on out. I know exactly where you're hiding. Inside the stand, the guy was shaking in his boots. This enemy's level was way too high, and he was incredibly fast. It wouldn't be easy to use his pig devour skill to swallow him. How could this be? As far as I know, there shouldn't be anyone this powerful in this area. Just then, the system notified him that hiding inside was the second master of Yunhu Villa, who was Ming Guochang's most trusted confidant. However, except for Wang Xiaohu himself, no one else knew the second master's true identity. This ruthless man was actually a member of China's Nanyun Province Secret Forces, codenamed Postman, and was currently working undercover as a spy at Divine Tiger Villa. His handler's codename was Fisherman, and their passcode was, "Tell Old Mo, I want to eat fish, and 3 fresh maku fish will be delivered to him right away." Lin Luo secretly rejoiced, thinking, I was just worrying about not having someone who knows the lay of the land to help me, and now this perfect assistant just drops right into my lap. With the full picture now in hand, Lin Luo instantly changed his attitude. He spoke to him in a gentle tone. Postman, there's no one else here. Fisherman sent me to help you, but the second master still didn't seem to buy it. Bewildered, he thought, how is that even possible? My handler told me to lay low just a couple of days ago. Was this guy really sent by Fisherman to help me? Sensing that he hadn't fully convinced him yet, Lin Luo continued. Our passcode is, tell Old Mo, I want to eat fish, and 3 fresh maku fish will be delivered to him right away. You can safely crawl out of that pig's belly now. Divine Tiger Villa is already under my control. Sure enough, he actually believed Lin Luo and emerged from his stand, asking, "How many people did headquarters send?" Lin Luo replied, "For a tiny place like northern Myanmar, I'm more than enough on my own." Lin Luo led the second-in-command over to Tian Fan and his group. As soon as they saw him, they rushed over. Tian Fan spoke up, "Brother Lin, it's only been 20 minutes. Have you already wrapped this up?" Lin Luo calmly replied, "Next time, I'll keep it under 10 minutes. He stepped back and threw his arm around the second-in-command's shoulder, introducing him to the crew. "Everyone, this is Fan Shisheng. He was sent by the higher-ups to help me take over northern Myanmar." He flashed a friendly smile, stepping forward to greet everyone. "Hey everyone, I'm a spy sent by Huaxia to rescue you guys. I just didn't expect Tiger Villa to be taken down so fast." Lin Luo didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "To be blunt, guys, more disasters are going to hit us back to back. The higher-ups want us to quietly take control of northern Myanmar. That way, before a global catastrophe strikes, we'll actually have the power and resources to protect our loved ones." He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Are you saying disasters like the White Bone City lockdown 2 days ago will keep happening?" Lin Luo answered, "Exactly." Hearing this, Tian Fan and the guys looked completely defeated. He said to Lin Luo, "Even if you and Brother Fan are incredibly powerful, even with us added to the mix, it still won't be enough. Putting heavy weapons aside, you have to realize that some of those warlords have awakeners above S-class." Lin Luo suddenly pulled out a gun, and without a second thought, he aimed the gun straight at his own head and pulled the trigger. They thought he had lost his mind and was committing suicide, but to their shock, he stood there, completely unharmed. Lin Luo looked at them with absolute determination and said, "Normal firearms don't work on me. Besides, I'm sure you've heard of my name before, right?" Only then did the second-in-command realize just how terrifying the man standing in front of him was. His jaw dropped, unable to hide his sheer shock. "Oh my God, you're the Black Emperor." Lin Luo chuckled and said, "Let's be real. When it comes to awakeners above S-class, not just in northern Myanmar, but on the entire Blue Star, finding someone stronger than me won't be easy, right?" Knowing he would be teaming up with someone of such peak power, there was no reason to refuse. He didn't hesitate to agree immediately. "If it's you, I'll happily cooperate." Tian Fan thought about it for a moment, his original determination surging back through him. He said, "Brother Lin is right. The world has changed. Instead of sitting around waiting to die, we might as well fight for a way out." Lin Luo placed his hand over his heart, showing his resolve while winning the trust of his brothers. "I promise you, it won't take long. Once I take over this place, you're free to go wherever you want, and I will give you exactly what you desire most." Everyone's fighting spirit was instantly reignited, and they shouted in unison, "We're in, count us in." His gaze shifted. The boy of the past had now transformed into a fierce warrior, carrying the heavy mission of protecting humanity on his shoulders. Lin Luo thought to himself, "I came, I saw, I conquered." He silently resolved to cleanse this wicked land and become the new king of northern Myanmar. And that's all for now, guys. If you want to keep following this series, smash that subscribe button and gently tap that like button. Thanks so much for watching till the very end. Bye-bye, love you guys.